Runecraft is a sacred power, said to have existed since the dawn of humanity. Those who were chosen were born with Ringcraft, and they defied the natural order by unleashing supernatural power upon the world. They ruled over all beings, becoming lords and guides. During their reign, ancient people praised Runecraft as a gift from the gods, a blessing from the heavens, and called it a miracle. But among the many existing runes, there was one that was regarded as a curse. It was Asura rune. The scene switches, and we see a boy with the Asura rune on his back. He is running. The boy was badly wounded, with several arrows sticking out of him. He was fleeing from some people. The people called for him to stop, seeing that he had already managed to get far from them. He was ordered never to show his face in their city, and they called him a monster. An angry crowd watched him as he fled into the snowy fields. Even after escaping the crowd, the boy did not stop. He did not know exactly where he was going, but he kept moving. As he moved, he knew if he stopped, he would die. Since ancient times, those born with the Asura rune always brought ruin to the world. At dawn, the poor boy finally collapsed from exhaustion. He quietly bled on the cold snow. Before consciousness faded, he caught a blurred image. Someone was running towards him. People looked stunned, seeing someone covered in blood. Unfortunately for the boy, he could no longer move. A man with his family approached closer. The man asked his daughter and wife to use a running raft to heal the boy. The poor guy fainted before he could say a single word. 7 years passed, and they bring us to the village. We see an old man, and some people tell two men that there is no one with the Asura rune in their village. The old man reminded them that they had already searched every hut in the village. He said it was time for them to leave and disappear somewhere far away. The bald man and his partner suddenly turned around. The bald man said they were leaving and grumbled to the old man he was too loud. Having left the village limits, the two men immediately went to report to their leader. The bald man informed him that there were no rune casters in the entire region. Their superior extended his hand and asked the bald man to come closer to him. When the man approached, the elder forcibly pushed his hand into his body and crushed his intestines. The tall bearded man spat a stream of blood, so much that the nearby cellar froze in place. His companion was shocked and screamed, calling him by name. The elder watched as the bald man fell to the ground. He said that people of their level, without runecraft or mana, could not find his target. It was simply impossible. A creature with razor-sharp teeth declared that it could feel it. It whispered, "It smells of destruction." Later that same day, we see two people calling someone named Van and Linda. They informed those present that the two men had already disappeared. As soon as Van and Linda heard this, they emerged from inside a tree trunk. They were finally able to breathe freely, and the relief was palpable. The ones calling them were the couple who saved our boy 7 years ago. Linda, their daughter, and the boy with long black hair is our protagonist. His name is Van. Van apologized to Linda's father for making the strange people appear here again. The man smiled and said that the locals around here don't care. His wife gently touched Van and Linda and said that dust had stuck to them. She asked why they always hide somewhere down below. Linda smiled and replied that Vanu likes it there. Van also smiled. He froze, turned to the tree, and showed them that it was right here 7 years ago that they saved him. He said that this is his favorite place in the whole village. Linda's father wrapped his arm around his neck and gently called him precious baby. Then he turned to his wife and asked how the wedding preparations were going. She replied that everything was ready and said they will start as soon as the sun sets. Later at night, we see everyone gathering around a large bonfire in the forest and starting to decorate the trees with lanterns. Van nervously stood before the fire. He wore a bandage made of leaves. He stood in front of Linda, and the girl looked extremely happy. Her father told the two that now they are husband and wife. After that, he asked them to recite their vows before everyone. Linda told the people that she would take care of her husband, make him dry and happy, so he would forget how to cry, and the peasants began to greet her with cheers. Ten apologized to them for putting them in a difficult position again today. In the villages that he passed on his way, plagues, wars, mass murders, and disasters never ended. Wherever he stepped, cries of pain and despair followed, and the poor boy could not calm down anywhere. If the peasants had not taken Van in then, he would have died 7 years ago. Our boy told the people that he was not sure if it was okay for them to accept someone who has Asura rune. As soon as he said this, Linda struck him hard in the face and ordered him to be silent. And when he was hit and fell to the ground, Linda said that they would never have accepted him if they were truly afraid. She revealed to him that when they first met 7 years ago, They were really worried. But just then a real crisis hit the village. He took all the protection upon himself and covered them all. Linda told her husband that they had already decided not to worry anymore. She smiled and assured him that they would get through any crisis that might fall on them both, just like before. The peasants laughed and told Van that they would cover him with their lives. One of them grumbled that he was too soft. Van wondered how he would manage with a girl like Linda. Van stood up and looked straight into his wife's eyes. Linda's mother told them it was time to finish the wedding. Van told the girl that he loves her. Linda replied, she loves him too. After these words, they kissed tenderly. As soon as they did this, a mysterious creature appeared. She revealed her energy and said that she felt as if she was about to cry. As soon as he uttered these words, a huge explosion thundered in the forest. When he opened his eyes, his hands were covered in blood. He raised his head. Van saw what makes the heart freeze. The ground was strewn with dead bodies. I say everyone was drenched in blood. Then they fell to the ground and cried out in pain. He could not comprehend what was happening. He did not understand why it happened right now. He was seized by horror. Ahead lay a sea of bodies. He saw Linda's father, Partel, who was lying on the ground. He called out to her, to the dead mother, Kara. Then he did not know what to do. In fear, he stretched out his hand. He said that he did not understand what exactly was happening. He immediately said this. A mystical creature appeared behind him and greeted him. Van was stunned to hear her own voice. The man struck him with his fist, and Van was thrown into flight. He fell to the ground, hitting his body against the soil. He found him and pressed his back against the tree with all his strength. The man dragged Linda's mutilated body across the ground, and then he sang a song about how Van hides his Asura rune. He insisted everything hidden will eventually become visible over time. Then he began to interrogate who he was and why he was doing this to them. The man said that Van did not need to know the reason, and added, supposedly, this was simply a matter between them. He revealed to Van, there is someone who needs the true destruction of his Azure rune. And he also said that he had completely wiped out all the neighboring villages. Supposedly, the survivors would only get in the way, and they would have to be dealt with. Van was stunned when he heard this. The man assured him, this is not personal at all. He said he was just doing what he was ordered to do and asked Van not to hate him too much. As soon as he said this, he immediately covered the boy with his energy. He revealed to him that this was a pocket dimension prison prepared for him by someone, and explained in this prison, 1,000 or 10,000 years hardly matter at all. He said he would release him when the time came, so he asked him to wait and be obedient. Then he confessed to Van that he actually did not know when exactly that time would come. Van reached out his hand, but the branches created by the man's energy pressed him to the spot, and he stopped resisting. He quickly returned to his wife. He saw Linda moving her lips. She was trying to say something to him. She smiled gently after talking to him, and Van froze. He reached out his hand as soon as he saw her smile. Unfortunately for him, the pocket dimension prison was not going to let him go. Tears flowed from his eyes as the pocket dimension prison closed and locked. The prison took the form of a sphere and locked Van in his own dimension. Inside the world of prisons, we see Van lying deathly still on a huge boulder. About what that man meant by true decline. Ben had wanted to believe all his life that he had something more than a single decline, but he realized from the very beginning there was no way out for him. Ben told himself that his very existence carried only decline and death. And he realized this. He could not deceive himself with hope. This fate could not be changed. It simply caught up with him, and that was all. I became curious whether Partel, Kara, and Linda would have survived if he had just accepted his fate a little earlier. For the first time in his life, he wanted to believe maybe everything would be different. He wanted to try to live an ordinary life. Van told himself that his futile hope and greedy desire killed everyone. This realization barely passed. Numerous spirits surrounded him from all sides. Van did not move. He was too broken to do anything. He simply whispered to the spirits that he was sorry. He said this thousands of times. He asked the dead not to forgive him. He found out only one thing for himself. If God exists, then why did God condemn him to such a cruel fate? He quickly realized he was wasting time. It occurred to him what the gods might do for him now. He was exhausted. His body burned with pain, so strong that it seemed he would not endure. He was tired of living. He held his breath, as if everything would end any moment. Closing his eyes, he hoped to die peacefully. At that very moment, he remembered how his wife said it was not his fault. Even when blood was flowing from her eyes, Linda still smiled and whispered to her husband that she would love him forever. And then he opened his eyes, just as he recalled it again. He jerked up. His shirt was torn to pieces, and his hair had grown longer. He disagreed with Linda and said that it was his fault. He opened his eyes, red like those of a rabid animal, and began asking himself why he was seeking peace. This is complete nonsense, he told himself. He could not believe that he truly wanted to end everything and escape the problems in the simplest way. He twitched, lifted his head, and shouted. He forced himself to realize he could not die yet because he had something to finish. And this realization struck him with horror. With a face covered by a terrifying grimace, Vince said that he still needed to take revenge. He remembered the corpses he had seen. He also remembered how people repeatedly said, Asura inevitably brings uncontrollable destruction. He shouted and said that he no longer cared. He declared, there is no destruction worse than this. He recalled a man who told him that someone needed a true destruction of his destruction. He was delirious and released a terrifying energy outward. He said he himself would make that person feel this destruction. He remembered the people from the village and the family that cared for him. So he asked them, give him a little more time. He promised to join them after he got his revenge. To reach revenge, Ben had to break out of this pocket prison of dimensions. He forced himself to stand up. The spirits in the prison came alive, taking the form of multi-headed monsters, and altogether they attacked him at that very moment. They said they died because of him and begged him to die. Ben released dark energy and promised to carry out his revenge, even if it took 10,000 years. He swore. With a face full of pure hatred, he did it at that very moment. And then the slaughter began. He fought with demons. With his hands and feet, he destroyed them, maimed and killed. 200 years later, we see that he is still fighting the monster. He was still tearing them to pieces even after 400 years. 600 years later, we see the monsters taking the form of a gigantic, grotesque creature, a giant with thousands of heads. Before this monster stood Ven, and pure hatred still blazed within him. The boy who should have walked the path of Asura now danced in ruin. Although Van had become stronger, he still did not know the true power of Asura's ruin. In the year 999, we see Van rushing forward, throwing himself at a huge grotesque monster. The monster struck with its palm and slammed our guy to the ground. He got up, covered in blood, filled with despair. Endless torment overwhelmed him in waves. But the fire of revenge in his heart did not fade. He charged at the monster again. The master raised his hands and with a dull blow pressed our guy to the ground. The entire dimension trembled when she slammed Van against the earth. The monster raised its hand. It was bloodied up to the elbow. He lay on the ground with his bones crushed to the end, and he could not move, slowly losing consciousness. Our guy remembered how he asked Linda about her dream in the field. The girl replied that she wanted to become his wife and make her parents his family. She said, who wants to have one son and one daughter? She stood up and revealed to him, she dreams of a home to which he will return every time with a smile. A light breeze blew and the flowers swayed around her. Linda added that she also wants to put up a fence so that he would be safe. She smiled and told Van that this is her dream. And then, when he remembered this, his eyes fully opened. As soon as he did it, the power of his rune burst out. A crazily-looking demon smiled, and Van screamed in pain because his body was rising. Dark energy was released from him. His energy pulled several bodies lying on the ground and drew them to him to assemble something new. A colossal explosion thundered in the prison. When the smoke cleared, we see Van in new black armor. The boy already knew this is the true power of destruction. The god of ruins named Asura used the power of destruction to summon armor known as hounds. The 10 stepped forward and realized in the past no one would have died if he had this power. He clenched his fist and took a fighting stance. He smiled at the monster like a madman. He raised his hand and struck the air. His blow pierced through the monster's stomach. After this, he sent him flying. The monster heavily slammed his back against the ground. Van jumped forward and clenched his fist tightly. He covered him with his energy. He activated the first manifested weapon. With its help, he activated a technique known as the Fist of Destruction. To use the Fist of Destruction, Van is given a glove infused with the power to destroy matter at the particle level. The destructive power of the technique depends on the user's mana. Van struck the monster with a bone-breaking blow right to the head. The monster gritted its teeth, but could not withstand Van's attack. Our guy smashed everything with his fist, and the ground beneath him cracked. A massive explosion thundered in the prison. Outside, we see a woman begging 3 bandits to spare her. She insists she has no money, and the bandits have already killed her husband. Their leader leaned down and said he would just take a few organs. As soon as he uttered this word, Van appeared from behind. Our guy's body was covered with various black lines that left traces of destruction on him. He told the man that he had a question for him. Hearing this, the leader turned around. Ben asked him what year it was now. The man was surprised to hear this. He stood up and smiled. He placed his palm on Van's head and called him a curious young man. He stated that they were in the year 1500, then asked why Van was asking. Van did not answer. He was calculating in his head how much time he had spent in prison. And his companion sneaked up from behind and raised a weapon. Seeing this, the leader nodded to him. The man struck Van on the head with all his might using a stick. But to his misfortune, the stick shattered into pieces. And our guy was not even going to worry about him. He realized that only 5 years had passed in the mortal world. The attacker was stunned when he saw what had happened. The other bandits were also lazy. All of them were shocked by what they saw. With a terrible expression on his face, Van turned to the man who attacked him. He turned to the other two and dealt them heavy blows with his fists. They could not move. After that, Van closed his fist with his gauntlet. He passed by the men and gave them a few light blows. But these blows turned out to be too strong for them. The upper halves of their bodies were blown apart. Only their legs fell to the ground. The last man already knew he was dead. Van turned around and called to him. The man immediately responded. Smiling, our guide told the man that he had one question for him. On the continent of Aden, since ancient times, many kingdoms have been founded there, thanks to the power of runecraft. Among these kingdoms, there is one praised as the greatest kingdom in the entire history of Aten. This kingdom is Zoe Kingdom. The Zoe Kingdom ruled over the continent for many years as a hegemon, relying on its devastating military power. The scene changes, and we see that they even show this man an image of a mysterious stranger. He explains that the clothes worn by the mysterious man are worn only by sorcerers connected to the royal family of the Zoe Kingdom. Ben asked him if he really saw him. The man hanging on the tree smiled with crooked, missing teeth and assured our guy that he saw the mysterious man. He said he could not lie. Then he asked him to tell more details. The man confessed to him that a mercenary named Kezarak visited the leader named Desiel 5 years ago and gave them an order. Kezarak said that this order came from some big shot. He informed the leader that there was nothing special about it. They needed to find one person and cleanse several villages. He assured that he would pay him a lot of money and asked if he would take the job. Although Kezarak called the client a big shot, the bandits had no idea that it would be a sorcerer from the Zoe Kingdom. There was no reason to refuse, so they immediately accepted the order. For the bandits, it was a trifle anyway. They quickly cleansed the villages and left no traces behind. The man said that it was hard for them to burn all the bodies. There were so many, but he assured Van they could still take care of them. As soon as the work was finished, Kezarak paid them and immediately left. Van asked the man if among the dead there was a girl with short red hair. He replied that there was, and told our guy, as soon as she caught his eye, she instantly captivated him. He added that probably her body was burned too. He noted that it was a pity because she was so pretty, and told Van if she had been sold into slavery, they would have asked a very high price for her. As soon as he said this, our guy remembered both the wife and her relatives. The man suddenly felt something was wrong. He asked Van where he came from with that girl, and as soon as these words were spoken, Van responded with a blow that made the bones ring. The scene abruptly changes, and we are thrown into the bandits' lair known as DGOL Mountain Hideout. We see bandits beating slaves and dragging them to different places. They lock several children in a wooden cage. One of them said that the children were still very fresh. Another added that they were stubborn and too unruly. He called them trash, and their companion replied, they sell better if they behave more lively. While the bandits were carrying out their usual business, someone knocked on their gate. One of them quickly opened a small crack in the door. Before him appeared the face of the man who had already received a blow from our guy. He said he brought drinks and asked the guard to open the gate as soon as possible. The guard asked why he was so late. The man replied that he had been gone for an eternity. He opened the gate and asked if he had brought something truly incredible. No sooner had he spoken than a blow from Van flew at his face. Our guy threw away the head of the man he had already beaten up well earlier. He pushed the guard inside and crushed his head. The second guard raised a mace and swung at Van. Our guy caught the blow with his hand. The man swung the mace at Van several times, called him a bastard, and asked where he came from. Ten dodged all his attacks without any difficulty. After that, he got even closer, clenched his fist, and wrapped it with his energy. He ordered the man to shut up and delivered such a blow that the bones almost cracked in half. At least one part of their gate was completely destroyed. The bandits all turned to the gate as soon as they heard the loud sound. They saw Van walking towards them, carrying the head and body of their comrades, and he called them petty pests who had gathered to have fun pretending to be bandits. Van threw the head and body of their comrades right in front of them. He asked where their leader was and stated that he wanted to talk to him. Bandits grabbed weapons. They wondered if our guy had lost his mind. A giant in a fur coat stood against them and ordered them to retreat. One of them turned to the man, who turned out to be their leader, and assured him they could handle the situation. DGO called him an idiot and asked if he wanted to lose his life. He said our guy was a sorcerer born from ringcraft, like himself, and then asked his subordinate to retreat. He addressed Van. Let him say what exactly he wants from him. Van reminded that 5 years ago he did work for a sorcerer in the kingdom of Zoe. The meeting was organized by a mercenary known as Kezarak. DGO was impressed that Van managed to extract so much information from the subordinates. He turned to our guy and asked what he wanted. Van poked him with a finger and asked to say where Kezarak was. He assured if he did that, they would not be touched. The man told him he would tell his corpse where Kezarak was. Immediately, he did just that. He wrapped his palm with energy and delivered an extremely powerful blow to Vin's face. The attack went off. DGO told our guy that he should try to hide his magical power, which was soaked with the intent to kill. If he planned to lie, that they would be spared. As soon as he said it, the body immediately completely transformed. Dejol has a blade rune. It allows him to wrap his entire body with sharp and hard blades. The bandit told Van that he would die here. Our guy already understood. He would not reach the bandits with words. He stood up and fiercely stared at the man, piercing him with a terrible gaze from his eyes. Immediately he did it. Van appeared before DeJoyle at the same moment. He struck him with a bone-breaking blow to the chest. The man spat out blood profusely. Then he quickly added another blow and asked DeJoyle if he was only that strong. Next, the man gritted his teeth in rage, called Van a freak, and clenched his fists. And he swung at Van to ask him to die. Our guy easily dodged, stepping back. Dejo called him a rat freak. He clasped his hands together and began spinning at a crazy speed, releasing his blades at Van. He said he would no longer go through formalities with him, just because he was still a young sorcerer. DGO watched as the blade struck Van. Again, he asked what it was like to feel as if the body was being torn to pieces. He was convinced that our guy would not take a single step forward. To his surprise, Ben was walking straight toward him. He stopped and began asking our guy how he was even able to move, and asked if he felt any pain. Our guy slowly covered himself with his armor. He asked DG not to make him laugh. He fully enclosed himself in armor and said that such itching could not be called pain. DG Oil stopped spinning as soon as he heard that. He gathered all his blades together in his right hand and created a huge hand. He asked our guy to try to grab it. Van knew it would only scrape some skin off him. It seemed to him that the attack was too superficial. The level of pain that this could have caused was too superficial. The swamp of pain into which he fell was not from this weak. He clenched his fist and pressed it right into DeJoel's fist. Unfortunately for DeJoel, our guy's strike was just too powerful. His attack crushed his hand and destroyed the upper part of the body. It swept away everything behind him and rolled through the forest. The strike from his attack cleared the sky. After he dealt with DGO, our guy turned around. He told the bandits that they needed to gather and continue from where they left off. The men knew they were already dead. At sunset, we see several bodies lying on the ground, each with a weapon sticking out. Van sat simply on those bodies. He was the last bandit left alive, and he confirmed, Kezarak is in the northern kingdom of Nordia. Our guy asked if he was sure about this. He replied that he was sure. He turned to Van. Did he really promise to spare him? And then, trembling, asked again if he had promised that. The bandit said that Van had already made such a promise before. Van laughed and declared that he was just joking. The bandit nervously laughed too and said he would leave now. Ben crushed his neck, not letting him move. Looking ominously at the man, he said that he was joking when he promised to spare him. And he asked what he was laughing at. Later that night, we see Van in new clothes. He was intently looking at something. He declared that he would like to invade the kingdom of Zoe to meet Kezarak, even if he had to wait for it, and that he would check all matters himself. He asked Linda and his relatives to wait a little longer. He said he had prepared a small gift for them to appease them and asked them to accept it, even if they did not like his artistic taste. What our guy was looking at was a cross piece made by him from the bodies of robbers. Van grabbed a torch. He told his family that their revenge was just beginning. As soon as he said this, he threw the torch onto the bodies. He decided to set out for the Nordia kingdom. The scene switches, and we are transported to the Nordia kingdom. We see Van hitting someone in Guild Street Alley. He told him that Anna Dalton would find out anyway. Van explained to that man, it should have been said earlier. He thanked for the information and walked past the crowd of people he himself had beaten. Our guy tore the gang members to pieces. Now he needed to find out where Anna Dalton was. He understood. He could not waste time because there was no guarantee that what happened yesterday would not happen again today. The scene switches, and we are taken to the day before. He had already released a huge burst of energy from his own body then. Our guy screamed in pain as his energy poured out of his body in a whirlwind. Van did not expect his magical power to break free. Yesterday when he was held captive, nothing like that happened. Magical power is an unknown particle that cannot be seen with the naked eye, yet it exists throughout the universe. Those who accumulate this magical power that hovers in the air within their body and manifest the ringcraft ability, thanks to the accumulated magical power, are known as sorcerers. In other words, the sorcerer's body is a vessel that holds magical power. If this magical power in the sorcerer's body starts to run wild, the sorcerer can die. He realized if his magical power continued to go out of control, the body could explode. Therefore, it was necessary to seal it to stop this raging onslaught. He placed his palm on his chest, and slowly, step by step, he began to draw the magical power back into his body. When it finally returned, he was able to successfully gather it inside himself. He fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. He had no idea that he was almost going to die. The scene abruptly changes, and we are transported to the present time. We see Van reflecting on the fact that now he has a very tiny reserve of magical power. He understood if he continued to abuse magic, hair loss was not the only misfortune that could befall him. To gain full access to his magical power, our guy decided to find out why that outbreak started at all. He realized that he had to be able to control the small amount of magic he had left. While he was thinking, someone appeared before him. Van asked the giant to get out of the way, saying that he needed to pass. A gigantic man named Charlotte Jenny told our guy that Madamada Dalton is currently using this place and asked him to go back. Van told the man that he should have said that earlier, right here with a frightening expression on his face. He declared that he had finally found the right place. He punched Charlotte in the face. The man spat out some blood and fell to the ground. He found him, apologized, and asked to sleep a little. After that, he entered the building. It turned out to be a bathhouse. Once he saw 3 men with eye patches standing in front of a large, hot spring. They were surprised to see him. The woman inside the spring also did not expect to meet him, so she wondered what Charlotte was doing and addressed Van. Would he come out? Then he very carefully moved his hand. He told the woman that he was looking for a mercenary named Kezarak, and that he had heard someone here knew where he was. The woman was impressed that someone walked around calling Kezarak just by his name. She called Van a brat and said that he would die so that no one would even find out. Because of her reaction, our guy was sure he had found exactly that person. He asked her to tell everything about Kezarak. The woman laughed and called Vanna a crazy freak. She ordered her people to tear out his mouth and bring it to her. The woman smoking a pipe is Anna Dalton. She is #1 among information brokers in the Norja Kingdom. Her people carried out the order and released their magical powers outside. They began to transform. Their bodies grew much larger and it was getting stronger and instantly covered with fur. The men turned into werewolves with 5 eyes. They all rushed at him, Van. Our guy slowly removed the piece of cloth he had wrapped around his arm to hide the lines on his body. He said he wanted to talk about it. He didn't understand why people always made everything harder. He dodged one of the werewolf's attacks and punched him in the head. He dealt another powerful blow to the stomach. The werewolf flew back from that hit. Immediately, he did just that. The 3rd werewolf attacked him from the side. Our guy dodged, and the werewolf's hand hit the wall. Another tried to hit Van from the side. Our guy managed to dodge, stepping back. He covered his hand with energy and lifted his head to see 2 werewolves. He lunged at them at a wildly furious speed and attacked with the blow that made bones crack as if breaking just from the force of the fist. His strike wiped the werewolves off the face of the earth with astonishing force, and a huge breach formed in the building. Van turned to Anna and asked if she wanted to talk calmly now. The woman did not expect him to be a sorcerer. She told him that Kezarak no longer exists. He is gone. Our guy asked her where he had gone. Anna called him a punk and explained that she lives by selling information. She said she would tell nothing until she received payment. Ben asked how much she wanted. Anna stood up and asked why he suddenly behaved sensibly. After that, Ben explained to her that he was not a killer. He said those men died because they tried to kill him, and added he is ready to pay a fair price if she gives him the needed information. Anna informed him that information about Kezarak and his current whereabouts would cost 10,000 gold, and said that was a fair price for such information. Van was surprised to hear the amount and said it was too much money. He explained to the woman that he did not expect it to be so expensive. Anna gently and carefully cleaned her hands. She told Van that she could not share any information with him if he was unable to pay her. Our guy turned and asked her to wait patiently. Anna was also surprised by what she heard and asked if he had a way to get the money. She asked him why he was looking for Kezarek, and then if Kezarek had killed his family. After this, he opened the door and asked her to mind her own business. With a terrifying expression on his face, he told the woman that they could force him to tear her mouth apart. He closed the door and left the building immediately after these words. Anna smiled and said that he was so scary. In the next scene, we are taken to Mercenary Street. We see Van arriving at the registration place. Van signed up as a mercenary and asked the duty officer when he could start work. The one who looked like a being of another race explained to Van, "Mercenaries have a lot of work, but newcomers need time, because experienced veterans are assigned to missions first." Perhaps he would have to wait a bit until he gathered the necessary money. But our guy knew how to wait. He already needed a legal way to earn a lot. He even considered that it might be possible to intimidate Anna to extract the needed information. But he felt, well, this woman was not ordinary. Van saw no point in just multiplying his enemies. He recalled how his Aunt Kara always advised him to earn money only by legal means. Meanwhile, while Van was thinking, a girl in a hood approached the counter and said she wanted to submit a request. She needed a mercenary without experience. The man pointed at Van and announced that he was a new mercenary, just registered. The girl sharply turned to him and asked Van who he was. Our guy replied that he was a newcomer, just registered. The girl said that her request was simple. She took off the hood and showed a beautiful face. She told Van that she just wanted him to take responsibility for one night. This girl's name is Leon Audi. She is 18 years old. The guard and Van were stunned by what she said. Our guy turned away and threw back at her that she was a crazy woman. The guard advised her to go to a brothel if she needed such services. Adi assured them that it was a misunderstanding. She explained to Van that she was trying to hire an escort. Our guy stepped forward and simply ignored her. Audi asked him to decide as soon as he heard the compensation amount. Van told her that he hated the fact that his employer had already lost her mind. A huge fat man approached Audi and declared that he would take this job. He asked how much he wanted to pay. Audi replied, "The fee is 10,000 gold. He stopped halfway as soon as he heard this. Audi apologized to the man and said that she could not hire a veteran with a recognizable face like his. The man assured her that he was better than any rookie. Audi refused his offer. The man grabbed her hands and declared that he was better than Van. The woman asked him to let her go. The man trembled with anger when he heard this. He called her a foolish young woman and said that she should be grateful at least for the fact that he was taking this job. Van stepped closer and shouted in response, "You are trash." He demanded to take his hands off the woman, and the man was shocked by what he heard. With a stone expression, Ben called him disgusting trash and ordered him to take his hands off his dear employer's body. The frame shifts, and we are thrown into the forest. We see disguised people burning civilians. A man begged them to fall on his son, but they did not listen and burned everyone alive. When their smoke ran out and the work was finished, they approached their leader. One reported, "This is just a peasant's house." He said that peasants have nothing valuable, so it would be profitable for the leader. They would earn if they sold the peasants' organs. A man of another race ordered his subordinate to act as he saw fit and asked him about the work they did yesterday and whether they were going after the daughter from Leon's home. The subordinate replied that he was right, and then the leader ordered to select the 3 best men and keep them on standby. With a smile on his creepy face, the leader asked to hang the young boy he had tortured. The boy was bleeding from every part of his body, and wires were sticking out of him. The subordinate stated that he would put the men on standby immediately. The leader ordered him not to do that anymore. He activated his rune and lifted the man, trying hard to regain control over his own body. The man asked his leader, named Merkel, if he had done something wrong. Merkel replied that he had done nothing bad. Then he stated that the boy he was playing with was by no means able to satisfy him. He grinned with his overly sharp teeth and told the man that everything would be perfect if he was cut open and hung next to that boy. The man screamed in unbearable pain. The scene abruptly switches, and we see Van eating some steak. Odie sat in front of him and looked as if she was worried. She slammed her palm on the table. Ben did not know why she did that. He asked her if she did not like the taste of the food. Audi was shocked to hear this. She asked him how he could swallow food like that at all. She ordered him to stop using a person as a stool. Our guy was sitting on a stout man whom he had beaten earlier. He clarified with Audi whether she also wanted to try using the man as a chair. The woman said she did not want to and asked Van to let him go. She recalled how Van dealt with that man without any problems. Our guy could not hold back. He kicked him several times and ordered him not to splash his bodily fluids on the precious employer. Adi had to hold him. She said the man could die. He begged our guy to spare him. Although our guy was a bit rough, he turned out to be a skilled novice without any traces in the documents. The perfect mercenary that Adi needed. Van pulled a chair and sat upright. He said that his other chair was extremely comfortable. Adi asked him not to treat people like things. The young man quickly got down to business. He asked Adi how far she would have to travel with him as an escort. The woman told him that he would guard her all the way to the border of the Kingdom of Owan. She assured that they would cut a path through the forest to get there in one day. Van found it strange that she would spend 10,000 gold on a simple escort. He told the woman that he had a bad feeling. It seemed to be connected with something dangerous. He glared at her angrily and said that this might be the business of some powerful family or even a fugitive, then asked her to share with him who she really was. Adi told him that she was the daughter of a rather wealthy man. She said that her father was very proud of her. Then he did not believe her. He brought his face closer to hers to check if she was lying. Adi told him that if he was really suspicious, she could hire someone else. Our guy quickly distanced himself from her harm. He assured her that he would never suspect his dear employer. Adi was even surprised to see how sharply his attitude changed. Ben asked her when she would like to leave. Adi said it would be good to leave early. Ben told her that they could set off right now, and Adi was surprised to hear that. Our guy said that he did not want to waste his client's precious time. Adi did not expect to hear that at all. In the next scene, we are transported to the Gaziozo Mountains. We see our guy and Adi walking through the forest. The woman said that they had only passed half the way through the forest. Adi breathed a sigh of relief that everything was going as it should. She even wondered if she needed a mercenary at all. As soon as this thought occurred to her, she asked him to stop. Odi was surprised to hear this. She asked if something was wrong, and then asked her to be quiet. In this area, he could feel magical power. Magical power is also known as mana. Our guy closed his eyes, focused on the sensations, and felt the energy of 3 people rushing towards them. He quickly realized there were 4 of them. He felt Merkel's presence and was sure the man was dangerous. Just feeling Merkel's presence, he raised his hand and told our guy that peeking was bad. After that, he launched an attack at him. Then he quickly opened his eyes, grabbed Adi and dashed back. Merkel ordered his men to capture the daughter of the Leon family. Adi asked Van what happened. Our guy explained to her it was just a warning shot and said the real one was already coming. As soon as he said that, he immediately turned sideways. He saw Merkel's men approaching them. 2 men lunged at Van with blades. Our guy blocked the strikes with his hands. The third quickly approached Adi. He wanted to grab her, but suddenly felt his presence. He pushed the other 2 back, and he delivered a heavy kick to the man's chest. From this blow, the man literally broke down, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. That's how it was. 2 other killers swiftly swung their blades at Van. Our guy managed to dodge and intercepted Adi. He retreated along with her. As soon as they created some distance between themselves, he turned back to the men, removed the cloth from his hands, and asked Adi not to move under any circumstances. He released his energy as soon as he said this. Adi grew cold with nerves, but still obediently accepted his order. Then he asked the men if they were bandits. One of them asked Van to step away from Adi and quietly retreat. Promised to let him go if he did so. Our guy smiled and told the man he would leave as soon as the man paid him 10,000 gold coins. The man called him a fool. The man and his companion lunged at Van. The men flashed their blades and charged at a furious speed. Van parried their strikes and kept the pace, still managing to respond. The attackers accelerated even more, but our guy did not fall behind. He deflected the blows without getting a single scratch. Van cautiously retreated after scouting the fight. One of them muttered that he was afraid. What if he is a wizard? And he told Van that he was just a kid. Our guy released his energy and said that he was simply acting cautiously. He told the men that he did not expect such foolishness from them. Immediately after saying this, he appeared before them and gave them several blows at a ridiculously fast pace. He gathered energy into a fist, and he gave them a bone-breaking blow. From his strike, the men were simply torn to pieces, and then everything around exploded. The bodies of those people were completely destroyed. Only their legs remained. They were called a bunch of clowns. And Adi could not believe her own eyes. Yes, she believed that Van was younger than her, and wondered how he could be so powerful at all. She knew, if father saw this, he would be both stunned and delighted at the same time. No sooner had she thought this than someone said that wizards often measure mana against each other, because the amount of mana a wizard has usually corresponds to their level of skill. Van recognized the voice with surprise. He turned to him and said what he thought. Van ran away because he had been hiding for so long. The one he was talking to was Merkel. Merkel froze when he saw that Van had the same amount of mana as he did, even though Van was just a child. He became curious whether our boy was born with this gift, and he said he would have to take him apart piece by piece. With a creepy smile on his face, the madman told Van that a wizard of his type must have incredible organs. Merkel is also known as the Mad Anatomist. He is the leader of the Merkel gang, and the gang is involved in murders, human trafficking, kidnappings, and other particularly brutal crimes. Merkel told Van that he would cut him painlessly if he gave up Audi. Our boy replied, "Then just die and leave me alone." Merkel raised his hand and asked him to die, then released his energy at him. He was summoned to Audi. He asked her if she was lying when she called herself an ordinary merchant's daughter. Audi was shocked to hear this. She did not know what to say. Van asked her to keep her excuses. He said he did not care to hear them. He grabbed her clothes and moved her in front of him. Audi froze upon seeing what exactly Van did, and the attack was about to hit her. She called out Vanna Batard. Merkel was shocked to see Audi in front of Van. He had already seen our guy was truly determined for her to take the hit. As soon as his attack was about to reach Audi, Merkel stopped it. Anger was reflected on his face. He called Vanna a crazy freak, and Audi whispered to our guy that she almost died. Merkel asked Van if he was Adi's bodyguard. Audi called him crazy and reminded him that she was his employer. But he did not listen to her. He saw that Merkel twisted the direction of his attack in an instant. He realized this was a sorcerer skillfully manipulating mana. He understood. Merkel did not want to kill Audi. He wanted to capture her. Van could not believe that Merkel wanted to take his money. While he was thinking about this, Audi called him and asked if he was listening. His guide told her that, for now, he was sparing her life. Audi could not believe that he so easily dismissed the fact that he tried to kill her. Van stepped closer to her and ordered her to stop arguing. He said he was about to throw her now. He asked her to land safely and hide like a mouse. He asked if she understood. Audi shuddered at these words, not believing that he was going to throw her. Van asked her to relax and assured her she would not die. As soon as he said this, Van grabbed her by the clothes and threw her into air with incredible force. After that, he sent the woman away from that area. Merkel released his mana and asked the woman where she was running to. He quickly accelerated and immediately started running. Before he could overtake Van, our guy grabbed him by the leg and asked where he was heading. Merkel clenched his fist and enveloped it with his energy. He pulled Merkel back and delivered a heavy punch right to the face. He sharply changed stance and gave the man another heavy blow directly to the stomach. Merkel recoiled backward but quickly regained his balance. He raspingly laughed, then noticed something strange in the opponent. Merkel was sure all his attacks were hitting the target, but at the same time felt as if something was intercepting and blocking them. Merkel smiled with his razor-sharp teeth. He told Van that he would cut him open and go for the Audi. He asked our guy to look ahead and promised everything would be an electrifying spectacle. In the runic art that Merkel possessed, there is a psychokinetic rune that allows him to control the physical state of any object with mana. Besides, Merkel can release power in an instant flash, like a shockwave. Merkel raised his hand, and he fired an attack at Vanna. Our guy quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Merkel seized the moment. He lunged at him, and as soon as he was at close range, struck him with a punch. Van put out his hands to catch the blow. He immediately understood. Merkel is strong in close combat, and his body is covered with psychokinetic energy. Then he quickly took a stance and forcefully struck the man in the stomach. But this attack did not even faze Merkel. Van raised his hand and pointed at him with his index finger. Our guy immediately slipped out of Merkel's sight. The man released energy, and Van instantly dashed aside. Our guy quickly swung and punched him right in the face. His strike hit the shield, and it mercilessly repelled the attack. Merkel assembled this mighty shield with her psychokinetic energy. As soon as our guy saw that the fist did not reach the man, he retreated. He did not like this annoying rune mastery. He looked at his own hand and immediately noticed something strange. Merkel told our guy that he was wasting time. Their mana might be roughly on the same level, but the abilities of their runes were worlds apart. Ben barely listened to the man. His eyes were more fixed on his own hand. Merkel said he could take him in if he wanted to work for him, and assured Van if he worked for Merkel, he would earn several times more than Audi offered. Van learned that Audi agreed to pay him 10,000 gold. Merkel laughed upon hearing this. He explained to Van, such a trifle can be obtained by raiding 2 villages, and told our guy that he was being paid little, only for his skills. In a tone that sent chills down the spine, Merkel asked what he meant when he spoke about raids on villages. Merkel smiled and stated that he was involved in things like murders, kidnappings, robberies, and human trafficking. He said they did everything without any questions and made a lot of money. He asked Van if he was interested. Our guys, he smiled as soon as he heard this and began laughing like a madman. Merkel was sure Van was laughing because he liked what he heard. He claimed he was such a good judge of human character. Van released his mana. He told Merkel that he was laughing at himself because he had actually started talking to him. The man was surprised to hear this position and could not believe that he was really having a conversation with a worthless parasite. With a grim expression on his face, he told Merkel that he had decided to tear his limbs apart with his own hands until he was unrecognizable. He was sorry to hear that. He called Van a rude bastard. He couldn't believe that Van behaved like that when he was the one who gave him a chance, for he could do anything. As he was about to do something, suddenly, our guy appeared before him. He began pounding on his shield. Merkel asked him what he is doing. That one reminded that Van said he cannot break his shield. He did not listen to the man. He made his strikes faster. He began to slowly push Merkel back, and his attacks only intensified. The strike gradually gained strength, and with each moment became only harsher. The shield began to crack, and he was able to completely smash it. Merkel was shocked by what she saw. She immediately hit him on the arm, but his attack surged forward. The blow tore off Merkel's entire arm, and the man screamed piercingly in pain. Venden moved on. Venden gave him a chance to rest, but immediately struck another heavy blow to the chest, continuing the attack. From the blow, the man was thrown into flight. He slammed to the ground, and Merkel called a plane. Van is a brazen bastard. He declared that he no longer intended to be interested in his organs and pushed off the ground. Rising to his feet, he told Van that he would pay the price for rejecting his mercy. As soon as he said this, he immediately released his mana and continuously directed it forward. Turning the mana into a triangular attack, he ordered Van to turn to dust. He smiled and unleashed a strike known as the psychokinetic bloody strike, right at our guy. The energy burst toward Van at a wildly insane speed. It swept away everything around. Merkel was stunned. Van was still standing. Merkel was sure that they had roughly equal mana levels, so he could not believe that Van managed to stop it. Psychokinesis with one hand. He was amused that Merkel thought they had similar mana levels. He released his own mana and called Merkel an idiotic bastard, and Merkel instantly felt the terrible mana of Van's. She could not comprehend what exactly was happening. She could not believe that Van possessed such a laughable amount of mana. Then he appeared before him instantly. He asked him to fall into hell. He activated Annihilation Fist, and before Merkel could even recover, he struck him several times. The blow was such that the bones were supposed to shatter, and used it to tear a hole in his own chest. As soon as he did that, our guy picked up his fabric from the ground and wrapped it around his hands. He simply went forward. As soon as he did that, the ground and everything around Merkel exploded completely. A huge explosive wave opened up. Our guy didn't even look back. He decided to go after his employer. Runecraft can be applied in different ways, and it grants users the power to arm their entire body with blades. Some people are capable of overcoming space and time, and others can even tear the earth and, with the power of their art, cut through mountains. Runecrafts are supernatural forces that disrupt the divine order of the universe and evade the laws of physics. Among all these runecrafts, the rune called Asura rune is considered the worst in all history. But thanks to the actions of the boy who holds the rune, a completely new history begins to be written on the continent of Aten. In the next scene, we even see this. Adi is sitting next to a tree. Odie quickly stood up and approached Van. She sharply asked if he was in his right mind and requested an explanation for why he simply rejected a person like that. Van sharply struck the tree behind her with his palm. Audi was frightened. With a terrifying expression on his face, our boy reminded her that she was hiding something from him. Audi became silent. Then he said not to worry. He was not too inquisitive. And he asked the woman to give the money she promised, since he had safely delivered her to her destination. Audi quickly took out a bag full of gold and gave it to Van. She said that there was 10,000 gold in the bag. After that, Van turned around to leave and told her he was going. Adi called after him. Our guy stopped as if rooted to the spot and turned to her. The woman hesitated, waved it off, saying it was nothing, but then still went forward and said that he was really coming. Adi wanted to take our guy to her family, but she herself did not want to drag such a young mercenary to the war. She was bitter to let Van go. She turned around and decided to return to her family. The scene changes and takes us to Anna Dalton's third residence in the Kingdom of Norja. We throw cash on the ground in front of Anna. The woman was completely bewildered with admiration. It seemed to her that Van had a person behind him who would back him up. Our guy asked her to provide the information he demanded, and she told him she would take only half of his money. Van did not expect to hear that. Anna confessed. She failed to reach Keserak. She added that the man is incredibly meticulous. She told Van that she would tell him about Keserak and about everyone who might know where he is now. Our guy asked her to tell him as soon as possible. Anna asked again if he had ever heard of a mercenary group called Tease. Vince replied no. Tease is a mercenary gang involved in various crimes, murders, kidnappings, human trafficking, contract killings, infiltration, and many other similar things. The leader of Tease is Keserak. At first, they were just mercenaries, but in about 5 years, everyone started recognizing them. Now their influence is such that they can dominate a small border state. I explained to Van that it is currently too difficult for her to find the main base of Tease, and because of this, it has become even harder to track Keserak's location. Over the years, she told Van that she is not the kind of woman who gives up easily. She revealed to him that she has already found the place and exact whereabouts of one of the Tease leaders. She took out a poster with the image of this operative and showed it to Van. According to her, he would recognize the man instantly because of a long scar on his face. He is a ruthless killer, born with a rune that hides him. He has never failed a single mission to eliminate his targets. Van was sure that the man already knows where Keserak is, so he asked Anna to tell him where he is now. The woman revealed to him the truth that the killer is in the city of Valhilda, in the kingdom of Bogra. The scene changes. We are transported to Valhilda City. They show Merkel's group base. Outside on the ground lie several dead bodies. Inside the base, even more bodies on the floor. A man rushed after several people with weapons in their hands. He confidently and easily dealt with the one he caught up to. One of Merkel's subordinates turned around as soon as he saw this man killing his comrades. He asked the killer why he was attacking them. The leader with a long scar on his face replied that he was only doing what he was ordered. He said that probably he was given the order because their group failed the mission assigned by Keserak. The man told him that no one said a word. That woman was under the protection of such a monster. He informed the leader that they lost their boss because of him. The leader apologized to him. He explained to him that they did not think Merkel could be defeated by some frontier mercenary. The man could not believe that the killer had destroyed almost all of them because of a single mistake. The killer asked the man to take it as punishment and said that they both were low-level killers. The man laughed as soon as he heard these words. As soon as he said, "Go to hell," he immediately ordered the rest of his men to attack the killer. They quickly jumped out of cover and rushed at the killer. The man told the mercenary killer that he would be the one to die here. Raising his hand, he activated his rune. The man uses the rune of touch. It allows creating a huge hand made of mana, which can be freely moved and rotated as desired. As soon as he activated the rune, the giant hand grabbed the mercenary and pressed him to the ground. The man allowed his comrades to approach the killer. Before they could swing their blades, the mercenary killer apologized to them for what he was about to do. Without wasting a second, he activated the invisibility rune and disappeared. Everyone was in shock. They couldn't believe their own eyes. A moment, and in the same spot the killer appeared. The rune worked, and he found himself behind the man. The man turned sharply as soon as he felt his presence, and then he finally understood. That's it. He's done for. After some time, we see the killer coming out of the building. He notices the man waiting for him outside, and the man asks, did he take care of everything? The killer replies that the man could have figured it out himself. He is covered in blood. The man says he can go inside and check everything himself. The man refuses. He notes that the killer was supposed to handle it as cleanly as usual. And when the man asks if everything is confirmed, the killer drives him away if he has already checked. The man reported that an investigation is ongoing regarding the mercenary who killed Merkel. According to him, the mercenary has black scars around his eyes and on his neck. Since the man was telling him about Van, the killer asked if our guy is now the target. The man laughed and said he was right. He explained to the killer, that's exactly why Keserak doesn't let him go. And the killer, in response, ordered him to shut up. The man stated that he would inform Keserak about what happened today. Having said that, he disappeared as soon as the man left. The killer took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He looked at the moon and pondered how Van has black scars on his eyes and neck. The scene switches, and we are taken to Anna's house. Ben said that the kingdom of God is very close and informed Anna that he has one more question with a fearful look on his face, so Ben asked her to answer on behalf of the executor. As soon as he asked his question, it became clear how the killer was thinking. The number of people he needs to kill is steadily increasing. The killer's name is Hoxa. He is the executive leader of the mercenary squad Tease. In the next scene, we see a young boy and a girl nervously standing before something. The girl asks the boy named Maged if there is any way to get out of this situation. Before the children, a terrifying serpent-like creature with an open intestine appeared. Inside its guts, huge teeth were glaring. This snake monster locked eyes with the two children, and a threat was read in its grimace. They can tell the girl that he has no ideas at all. The snake monster hissed at the children and raised its gigantic hands. Before the monster could crush them, someone rushed at it and jumped towards it. After the jump, the person clenched a fist. It turned out that it was Van. Our guy was tearing through the monsters and checked him with a fist. The monster did not have time to react to the attack. Its body was torn in half, and then flesh crawled out of it, and two children were stunned to see this. The monster crashed to the ground right in front of them. Van put on a hood and approached the children. He asked if they were okay. With a trembling intonation in her voice, the girl told him that everything was fine and thanked him for his help. Van looked up at the sky. Above them swirled a whole sea of flying monsters. He warned the children that the area was teeming with monsters and advised them to leave immediately. The girl said she wanted to thank him for saving them and then asked him not to worry about it. The girl told him that she simply could not let him go and asked him to join them for a meal. Maybe she would agree with her. She told Van that their shop was very close. Van declined their offer and explained that he was actually looking for a shop nearby. The blonde is often asked what the shop is called, and she replied that she knows all the establishments in this area. Van admitted to her that he was looking for the Blue Night Tavern and asked if she had heard of it. The girl was surprised to hear this. She told Van that this was the name of their tavern. Megat found it strange, as if anyone was even looking for their place. He grumbled that people usually don't drop by here. Ofen ordered him to be silent. She stepped closer to Van and introduced herself as a cook from the tavern. After that, she introduced Megat, her younger brother. She called the boy Savior and asked his name. Van told the girl that his name was Ban, and Ofen asked him to follow them. In the next scene, we see Van and the children arriving at the Blue Night Tavern on the outskirts of the Kingdom of God. Ofen waved to the guy she noticed outside. He asked why they had not returned for so long. She replied that all the ingredients were already prepared. Two little girls ran up to Ofen and hugged her tightly. Ofen apologized to the boy and said that on the way back they encountered a monster. Hearing this, the boy was shocked. He grabbed Ofen by the shoulder and asked if they were okay. She repeatedly assured him that everything was fine and then said that a kind person had saved them. The boy asked her what exactly she meant, and Ofen turned to Van. She asked the boy to greet him. She introduced Van to a boy named Isaiah. She told him that our boy is already heading to their shop. Isaiah was surprised and asked why Van is going to Blue Night. Ofen ordered him to shut up. Our boy entered the neat tavern together with the children and often heard from them. Sit wherever you want. She was asked if the place was run by children. The girl turned to him and said that they actually live here. Van asked her with curiosity what exactly she meant. Ofen explained to him that they are not a real family. Supposedly, they come from different kingdoms. In the house, she said that the little girls named Lily and Ein lost their parents in the war, and the village Hesea was destroyed by monsters, and the Megetta family was killed by mercenaries. These children should have been dead long ago, but they were saved by a man. It was him, the one who brought them here and took care of them. Ofen said that this man is the owner of this tavern and their first savior, and wondered where he had gone. Hesea replied that probably the owner is sleeping because he came back late from work yesterday. Ofen said she would wake him up and asked Van to feel at home. When she headed to the stairs, one thought gnawed at her. Why is their savior sleeping if they have a visitor? She entered the man's room and called out to him. She asked him how much longer he planned to sleep. The man quietly stirred and asked her to give him a little more time. Ofen ordered him to stand up and give the order to calm Megiddo down. She said that on the way back they almost died from a monster they encountered on the way. She said that Megiddo was probably very shaken. The man instantly jumped out of bed and asked if she was okay. Ofen assured, everything is fine. She replied that a good person saved them. It turned out to be Haksa. He listened in surprise about the same good person, often repeating that she was already on her way to their shop. Haksa realized that it would be rude to just sit quietly in the room, so he decided to greet Van. Ofen chimed in, saying that was the right idea. He went down the stairs with the girl and often pointed at Van along the way. Haksa approached our guy and said he had heard about how he saved the children. He thanked Van for the help. Ben replied that he was just passing by. He said that the events took an interesting turn of events. Hawks did not understand what he meant. His murderous intent was carefully directed at the man, and he stated that he looked very much like the person he was looking for. The killer was shocked by how our guys behaved. He sat down and said it was impossible. He told Van that he was just the owner of an unpopular tavern somewhere in a remote corner. Our guy made him understand. The informant had already hinted that the tavern owner was an incredible cook. Gox caught what he meant He explained that he did not expect to receive a referral. Ben told him that he would like to see his skill with his own eyes. Hoxa warned, when he is in the kitchen, the children usually become too noisy and scatter. They will disturb his peace. Van suggested that tomorrow morning they meet early if he is worried about the children. Hoxa said that at that time the children would already be sound asleep. He agreed with Van's proposal. Van told him that tonight he would go to bed early. The man responded that he had made a wise decision. He approached Ofen and asked to show Van the spare room. Ofen smiled and said that she had never seen him start to treat someone kindly so quickly. She asked if he was all right. Hoxa forced himself to smile and turn back to the girl. He said that he and Van were one and the same, and that they both understood each other equally well. Later at night, we see Ofen showing Van his room. She asked him to let her know if he needed anything. Having said this, the girl turned around before she could leave and called her. He asked her not to thank him, explaining that he did not save her on purpose. Ofen laughed at this. She said that Hoxa once said the same thing when he saved her. She asked Van to rest well. After these words, she left the room, and our guy, hearing this, felt guilty. Later, already at midnight, we see Hoxa approaching the threshold. Map, he carried his blade. He entered Van's room and saw that he was sleeping on the bed. He quickly straightened the blade towards our guy. Before the blade could reach him, our guy opened his eyes and grabbed the blade with his hand. Hoxa was surprised to see this. Ten quickly slapped him in the face. Hoxa used his blade to intercept the blow, but he was still pushed back. Van got up and told Hawk that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The frame cut to the past. We see Hoxa talking to someone using a device, and the interlocutor's face appears as a hologram. He informs the man that there is already a sorcerer with black scars on his eyes and neck in his tavern, and that he currently has the one suspected of killing Merkel. The man said that this would save him a lot of trouble, and asked Hoxa to summon him immediately with that formation. Hoxa said that Van might sense something and try to escape, and warned his comrade he would make sure Van did not slip away before summoning him. The man told him that he would wait for him. The scene abruptly shifts to the present. We see Van telling Hoxa that he behaved horribly. He was disgusted that he was fathering children and secretly dealing with people behind the scenes. Hoxa apologized to Van for not being a better adult for him. Our guy asked, "Let him stop making excuses already," with a terrifying expression on his face. He then asked Hax where Kezarak was. The killer was shocked to hear this. He realized that Van had come here already knowing everything about Tiz, and he said that he could not say where his boss was. Our guy told him that he understood. He raised his leg and took a stance, then turned to Hawk. He wants to check if he can still talk the same way when he cuts off his limbs. The killer released his mana and told Van that he would pretend not to see him if he turned back now. Our guy reminded him that just before that he had tried to kill him. Hawk said that he understood. He spread out a paper on which there were a few words and used his mana to activate the formation on the paper. As soon as he did this, our guy was pulled inside the formation. He himself was thrown into a completely different place. He was in a cave without an entrance. The only open space left was the ceiling. Then he carefully examined the tall cave. Later, he realized that the cave was created thanks to a formation. He recalled hearing about formations from Partel. A formation is a runecraft power inscribed with letters or images. When mana is poured into a formation, the stored power can be released. Usually, formations are cast using paper as a medium, but they can also be set in certain places or with the help of some objects. Our guy had no idea where Hoxa had gone. He wondered if he had run away. Immediately after he thought this, Hoxa swung the blade right at his head. Van managed to dodge the blade, but his cheek was cut. He messed everything up. He felt mana in the blade. Just after dodging, he quickly retreated to avoid several swift chopping strikes and managed to create distance between himself and the blade. He rushed to that spot, felt Hoxa's presence, and hurled a fist at her like a whirlwind. His hand destroyed the wall, but he still didn't manage to reach the killer. Our guy noticed the presence of that man disappeared again. No sooner had he thought this than the killer appeared nearby and warned, "You must not turn your back on an opponent." Van shuddered upon hearing his voice. Hoxa sharply thrust the blade at Van's side. Our guy managed to dodge. He ducked his head at the last moment. He instantly jumped back to gain some distance between himself and the killer. He realized Hoxa was not even visible directly to the eyes, and he did not feel his presence. In the cave, there was absolutely no sound. Van knew this was the rune magic of the Hawks. The killer stood at the very top of the ceiling. He attached another blade to the other hand and joined them together. The killer used the concealment rune. It allowed him to completely erase his presence. Hoxa activated his rune and leapt at Van from above. The guy managed to dodge. he simply fled at speed. But it was hard for him to fend off the blows in this narrow cave. It was even harder for him to find that person. As soon as this thought flashed in his head, he rushed forward to dodge Hox's blade. He quickly jumped back. Clenching his fist, he rushed forward with insane speed. He was moving right next to the invisible killer. Hoxa was stunned when he saw Van running towards him. He instantly realized our guy had already calculated where he was. Before Hoxa could move, Van grabbed him by the neck, and lifting him up, he said, "Hiding with your body won't help, because he can still see his mana." When Hoxa heard this, one of his eyes turned black. The eye is his second manifested weapon, and it is called the Eye of Truth. It allows him to perceive even the faintest mana that ordinary senses cannot detect. Hoxa could not believe what was happening, and then he slammed his own body into the ground with all his might. The impact from the attack destroyed the soil. Hoxa spat out some blood and leaned his back against the wall. He told Van that this was the second runecaster who, in 40 years of his work as a killer, had managed to find him only by mana. Van asked him to say where Kezarak was. Cax demanded that he say what he thought about his children. He replied that they were very cute, unfortunately for him. Ven was not ready for this farce. He grabbed him by the hand and ordered him to say where his boss was. He tore his hand out of the grip and demanded an answer, and the killer screamed in pain. Breathing deeply through the tension, he rasped that he had killed many people on Kezarak's orders, and added that he was a man beyond forgiveness. Our guy placed his palm on the other hand and said to Gook, "If he confesses one more time, he will tear out the other one too." Hoxa insisted that he could not die, even if everyone cursed him, and that he still had not protected the children. He asked Van to accept his apology. Having said this, he immediately pulled out another slip of paper and implanted his mana there. Our guy was surprised to see another formation. A portal appeared above Cax. A monster jumped out of it and with one blow struck him in the chest. The attack threw him backward. Comrade Gox was sitting atop the monster and declared that he had finally found our guy. Then he carefully wiped the blood from his lips. Glaring ominously into his eyes, he called that man and asked if he did not see that they were talking. Only then did he notice that he was bleeding in the stomach. He realized the monster's claw had pierced him. The man looked closely at Van, trying to understand if he was his target. The fact that our guy managed to bring Hox all the way to this place convinced him. Van is the one who killed Merkel. Moxa rose on his elbow, and he advised his comrade to be careful. He told him that Vin found him using his rune. He said he could not even imagine what level Vin had as a sorcerer. The man was impressed when he heard this. He did not think someone so young could be so powerful. He already had to come out to the man's call. He asked if he was ready to answer his questions. The masked man asked Hax what our guy was talking about. Hax immediately explained. It was Van asking to indicate the location of Kezarak. The man laughed, apologized to Van, and took off his mask. With the mask and a terrible smile on his face, the man told Van that no one would answer his questions. This bald man's name was Bridgerton. He was also the executive director of Tease. Van realized that nothing could be settled with these men by talking. He lunged at Baldwin. The man clenched his fist as soon as he approached him. The monster behind Bridgerton clenched its fist as soon as it saw Van. He swiftly lunged at our guy, not letting him even touch Bridgerton. Van managed to block the attack with his fist, and did it immediately. Hookser appeared behind. Our guy instantly turned around to see the man. Hawk swung his blade against him. Van jumped to dodge the man's blade. As Van went up, the monster's fist hit the ground. Our guy clenched his fist and swung it at the monster while it was in the air. The monster raised its hand to intercept the attack. Van immediately told him that blocking his attack was not the wisest decision. Immediately as he said this, he pressed the monster's hand to the ground with all his strength and destroyed it with his strike. The monster screamed piercingly in furious pain. Our guy rushed forward as soon as he stepped on the ground. Bridgerton smiled at him. He said that he, like a young wizard, had already achieved truly remarkable things. He gathered mana in his palms and asked Van to tell him what he would do next. He revealed to him the number of monsters he controls is not limited to one. As soon as he said this, several monsters burst out of the portals at once, and Bridgerton used his rune to take them all down. Bridgerton has a summoning rune. It allows the user to call a subspace connected to another dimension. Thanks to this, he can store and retrieve everything he needs from there. Our guy saw the monsters heading straight for him. He decided it didn't matter. After all, he was capable of smashing them all with his attacks. Just as he was about to do something, Hookso attacked him. He told Van that he had lowered his guard. He managed to hit Van's knees twice with sharp blows, and Van lost his balance. Giant monsters crashed down on our guy and pressed him down, not allowing him to get up. Van could not move. The monsters pressed him with their bodies and held him. Bridgerton stepped closer. He was amazed to see that Van was whole and unharmed. He told him that one such monster was enough to crush an ordinary sorcerer. He could not believe that Van was uninjured. He asked him about the type of rune he used and asked if it was a body enhancement rune. Van told him that only he had the right to ask questions. He advised the man to give him the answer he wanted. Bridgerton smiled upon hearing this and said he liked Van's fiery temper. He offered to make Van an assassin of the assassin squad belonging to Tease. With a creepy smile on his face, he raised his hand and activated his rune. He told Van that he must first make him his slave. Bridgerton has another rune known as the Rune of Domination. It is a rune that allows the user to invade the inner world of the target. The user destroys the existing version of the person and reshapes their personality into whatever they desire. Van was shocked to see that the man had two different runes. Bridgerton quickly placed his hand on our boy's head. He said that he would soon be reborn. As soon as he said this, Bridgerton found himself in a world covered with red clouds. Even the ground was red. The man had no idea where he was. He immediately realized this was Van's inner world. Bridgerton had transformed monsters and sorcerers into his slaves many times with his rune of domination, and had never been defeated. He was sure he could conquer the mind of any opponent, no matter how strong they were. When the man returned, he saw a giant demon with a huge sword. The demon smiled at him. Other demons appeared around the man. They stood on different sides, holding flags and weapons. A true army of demons. Bridgerton was always confident he would win, but he did not know he had encountered someone he should not have met. A boy who was neither alive nor dead. A boy who survived only with revenge in his mind and endured 1,000 long years in the deep dark abyss of pain. In the very heart of the demon army, something with long hair descended from the sky. It approached the sorcerer, and he froze in horror as soon as he looked into its eyes. He could not even escape. This demon looked just like the Asura rune on Van's back. The demon smiled at the sorcerer. Bridgerton did not think he would meet such a creature in someone's inner world. He did not know what world Van had shaped in his imagination after so much torment. The demon stopped smiling at the man. Its head grew larger, revealing thousands of faces. Bridgerton turned to stone with horror when he saw this. The demon devoured him. He was instantly thrown back into reality, and he began to breathe heavily. While he convulsively tried to take a full breath, then called him. He released his mana and told him that peeking into others' thoughts was quite rude for him. Bridgerton froze at what he heard and called our boy a monster. Van sharply stretched out his hand and punched the man in the chest. Bridgerton screamed when blood splattered from his hand. Hax could not believe what was happening. He could not believe that Bridgerton's brainwashing had failed. Van swung monsters at him and said that one wizard locks people in a strange cage and the other spies on others' secrets. He warned the men that they were extremely unpleasant. He threw the monsters upward, and he hit them with such a blow that it simply crushed life itself. He destroyed each of them with this blow, which thundered as if it split the earth. His attack erased the cave from the face of the earth, and the wizards were thrown out of the dimension. They were thrown back into reality. They landed just outside the shop, and Hax and Bridgerton were slammed into the ground with force. Van almost shone, seeing that the formation was broken. Hoxie tried to get up, but he was too wounded. He spat out a huge amount of blood. Ten quickly glanced at Bridgerton. He saw that the man had already fainted. He decided to interrogate Hax. He grabbed the killer by the hair, Hox screamed. Ten told him that this was his last chance and asked the man to say where Kezarek was. Hox had said nothing. Van felt this man never intended to answer. He stood up and directly told Hawk that he did not have to answer if he did not want to. Van covered his hand with energy and told the man that he would make him talk. But before Van could do anything, Ofen broke out with a scream and demanded to stop. She and her other brothers and sisters ran out in front of Van and asked him to stop, and also not to kill Hax. The killer was shocked to see this, so he wiped the surprise off his face and asked the children what they were doing here. He begged our boy again and again to spare their savior. Ben explained to her that he was not going to kill Hoxie yet, but he might die during the interrogation. With an angry, terrifying look, he surveyed them and ordered the children away if they did not want to die the same way. Hasaya lunged at our boy and hit him in the leg. He asked Van to stop. She called the boy every time she saw it. The boy held Van's hand, then asked what he was doing. He asked if Van was not going to let him go. Hasaya asked Van to leave them alone. Hoxup commanded his children to run away pleadingly, but the children replied that they would not leave him. Van looked irritably at what was happening and asked the children if they were joking with him now. He pushed Gasse to the ground and suddenly took a stance. Ofen called to her brother as soon as she saw it. With a terrible gleam in his eyes, he said to the boy, If he was ready to die, then he would kill him first. Hasayak instantly raised his hands up. Before Van could do anything, Bridgerton raised his hand and released some energy. Van quickly turned to him. The sorcerer activated the summoning rune and opened a portal from which tentacles flew out like the claws of a monster. Van quickly folded his hands to protect himself. He did not even think that Bridgerton was still alive. To his surprise, the tentacles bypassed him. He did not expect that at all. He immediately realized that Bridgerton did not intend to hit him. He was aiming at Hoxa and the children. The monster pierced Hoxa and his children with claw-like tentacles. Van rushed forward towards Bridgerton. The wizard smiled at our boy. He already knew that he would not manage to reach him. He used his summoning rune to transport himself to his own world, even before Van could reach him. Our guy was only able to sense his mana. In Bridgerton's dimension, we see him resting on a huge rock floating in the air. Since he killed Hoxa and the children, the man was sure that Van would not be able to learn anything about Kezarek. He looked at his own hand and said he had suffered because of Van. He couldn't comprehend that there was a sorcerer with such a terrible inner world. He knew he had to immediately report to Kezarek. As soon as he thought about it, someone tore through space and stepped into his dimension. Bridgerton immediately understood who it was as soon as he felt his energy. As soon as he turned around, his body was instantly covered with a sweaty crust. Van placed his hand on the man's head with a nervous expression on his face, and Bridgerton asked Van how he got into his dimension. Our guy told him that there is a tiny passage in space that leads to his dimension. He explained to Bridgerton that he poured his mana into that space and tore it apart by force, not letting it close in time. Van told the sorcerer that he should have properly closed the door, then added that he was already tired of these dimensions. Bridgerton understood well that he was already caught, and there was almost no chance left. Ten asked him not to worry and said that he did not intend to kill him yet. Then he told Bridgerton that he had to answer his question because he was the one who killed Hoxa. He assured that in a month he would take him with him. Immediately he said this. Van's head transformed into a terrible creature with several heads. He asked Bridgerton to wait there a little. This ability is the third weapon known as Gluttony's Pocket, and it allows the user to devour living creatures that possess mana. The only limitation is that Gluttony's Pocket cannot devour creatures whose mana exceeds the mana of the user himself. The head morphed into a giant head. It stuck out its tongue to catch her jetton. The man shouted and said he did not want to return back to Van's world. He begged our boy to forgive him. Unfortunately for him, he was swallowed. After he swallowed the sorcerer, our boy's head slowly returned to normal. He left the Bridgerton dimension, noticed that Gluttony's Pocket was devouring too much mana, and realized that using it was very risky for him. He fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath. Looking around, he saw children whose bodies lay on the ground. It occurred to him, are they all already dead? Since he took a hostage who could provide the necessary information, Van decided to leave here and restore his mana. As soon as he returned, Hoxa asked him to wait. He told him that Ofen could still be saved. Wiping a tear from his eye, the man begged Van to save the girl. Our guy turned to him as soon as he heard these words. In the next scene, we see a man standing over Hoxa's body. He said a fierce massacre broke out here. His comrade raised Bridgerton's hand and told him that Bridgerton had lost his hand. The man could not believe that someone had killed 2 executive directors of TIS and declared, the attacker is crazy. He asked his comrade named Mongo if he could find the culprit. Mongo replied that he could, even now, though the trail is barely perceptible. He still smells it, and our guy was there until yesterday. The man with the eye bandage called people known as Raven. They appeared from his shadow. He ordered them to report the situation to Kezarek and said he would track their criminal together with Mongo. The people accepted his order. The man returned to Hoxa and wondered if this was exactly the end he so desperately wanted. He said it was an empty and senseless end. The scene abruptly changes, and we are thrown into the mountains. Ofen opens his eyes and bursts out screaming. Raising her head, she hears him ask if she has finally come to her senses. The girl immediately asks where they are. She instantly turns to him and inquires about Hax and the children. She was told a terrible truth. All the others died. The girl was stunned upon hearing this. Blood spurted from her eyes. She screamed and declared that this cannot be true. She told Vanya that he saw something completely different. She slowly got up and said she had to hurry and save everyone. She assured that they were not yet allowed to die. Then he asked her to be quiet, and she replied to him. He confessed. He himself had personally buried the bodies of the children. The girl fell again and groaned. She said that this cannot happen and asked our guy why he saved only her. She told him that he should have just let her die along with everyone else. She asked, tell me why you saved me. Ben ordered her not to bother her head. He admitted he saved her only because he needed her. Immediately he said this. Van recalled a conversation he had with Hax before he died. He asked the man to explain why he even needed to save the girl. He said that Ofen would not survive alone, even if he saved her. She would either be torn apart by monsters or killed by bandits. Gasping for air, Hoxa informed Van that he often knows about Kezarak and Tiz. He said the girl might provide him with the necessary information. Van was shocked to hear this. Hawks asked Van to simply take Offen to a random village. He said the girl was strong and lucky enough to survive, and that he was sure she could live independently. Then asked the man what he should do if Offen knows nothing. Hoxa asked him to do anything. He told him that he could kill her if he wanted. The boy realized that the man was not lying, so he agreed to help the girl. Hawks begged Vanna to save her. Having done this, he died. Ofen, choking on tears, lay on the ground. Van grabbed her by the neck and lifted her to her feet. He apologized, admitted his guilt, and said he could no longer wait. He asked her to tell him about Kezarak. The girl looked almost lifeless. Grief still hadn't let go of her, as if she hadn't had time to realize it. Yet she spoke anyway. She told the boy that Kezarak was probably in the kingdom of Varkan. She confessed. Her husband said that the last time he came to Hoxa, he was setting out to carry out a mission for King Varkan. And then he asked, let her describe Kezarak to him. The girl confessed to him that every time he comes to Hoxa, his appearance changes. She suggested that it is probably related to the rune he holds, then asked if he knows anything about the rune of Kezarak. Ofen said that Hoxa once told her, Kezarak is a sorcerer born with a rare set of 3 runes at once, considered among the rarest in the entire continent. Van did not expect that the man would have 3 runes. He already understood dealing with Kezarak would be too difficult. He let the girl go and cut her off with a short order. There is no time to waste. He said they would talk on the way. Ofen asked him where they were heading. Van confessed to her that he had made a deal with Hoxa to take her to a safe village and added, this is also his way of thanking her for that information. Ofen was shocked when she heard about the deal that Hoxa made on her behalf. Van turned to her and asked her to stand up. He said they were leaving immediately. The girl quickly stood up. She came out of the cave together with the fan. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight. Immediately the eye got used to the sun. The girl saw something incredibly shocking. She saw a huge rock in front of the cave. Van reminded her that he buried the children and said that he stopped their fate under the same rock. Ofen asked why he chose such an immense stone. Our guy declared that he did not want monsters to disturb their graves. He said that the children had done nothing wrong. He told Ofen that he would allow her to say goodbye one last time. Ofen approached the stone and placed her hands on it. Her eyes filled with tears as she pressed her forehead to the boulder. While she was crying, she remembered how she and her brothers and sisters stood next to Hoxa while he bled on the ground. It seemed some man had beaten him badly, and this man was from Taiz. He asked Hoxa if he fled from Taiz just to take care of the children. He asked if he would return to his beautiful assassin form as soon as he killed the children. It turned out it was Kezarak. Hoxa begged Kezarak to forgive him. He begged not to kill the children. Kezarak turned and told Hoxa that from now on his missions would double. He also asked the assassin never to try to escape if he wanted to continue playing the role of orphanage director. After Kezarak left, Ofen asked Hoxa if he was okay. Hoxa smiled and apologized to the children, saying he looked miserable. He hugged them and asked them not to worry, assuring that he would protect them. Maybe he would order the hawk to smell like meat. Hearing this, the man burst out laughing aloud. The children also laughed. Ofen recalled how Hoxa showed her the tavern's name after opening it for her and asked if she liked the name. Ofen told him it was terrible, and Hoxa wondered if it was really that bad. The girl remembered how she played with her brothers and sisters in their quiet, peaceful space. Although the family was not perfect, they still managed to keep everything together. Ofen scratched the stone with her bare hands. She was overwhelmed by such a frenzy that it pressed on her chest. She asked Van if he was going to kill Kezarak. Our guy answered yes. With an angry look on her face, Ofen asked Van to take her with him. She said she wanted to tear this freak to pieces. In the next scene, we see a man sniffing the ground as if trying to catch a trail. It turned out to be Mongo. Mongo told his accomplice that Van was here very recently, just a few hours ago. He looked at the huge cliff and stated that Van's scent is very strong in these parts. His comrade replied, that is great news. Mongo added that they will soon meet the one they are looking for. In the next scene, the man slowly climbs the stairs. He reaches the door and knocks on it. He enters the room and tells the one sitting there that he has come to report something to him. It turns out to be Kezarak. Kezarak sprawled in the chair without a shirt. He told the man that he already knows. Merkel's gang has been defeated. He called Merkel trash and stated that he had carefully nurtured this trash, which stubbornly engaged only in crimes in dark alleys. Kezarak added that he was disappointed. Merkel arranged such an unrefined end for him. The man informed Kezarak that Hoxa and Bergen are also dead. When he heard this, Kezarak sharply sat up straight. His subordinate reported, "They do not know who is responsible." He added that Magno and his brother are on the trail. Kezarak told the subordinate that every time some ruthless variables ruin everything. The man asked him if it was the work of Ethos Order, those who have been tailing them for some time. Kezarak replied that this is possible, but the situation feels different. He said it was like something completely else. He told him that some outside third force is interfering. As soon as he said this, he immediately pulled out a scroll and burned it. Since their criminal took Hoxa and Bergen, 2 of the 10 leaders, Kezarak ordered his subordinate to tell Mongo and Tomoto to be on alert, even if they encounter the criminal. The scroll he burned turned into a portal. Kezarak told the man that this is a critical moment and that they cannot afford any new failures. The man bowed his head and asked if he should take on solving the problem himself. Kezarak replied that he had no need to get involved in it as well. Immediately he said this, Kezarak made clothes appear on his body. He informed the man that he was heading to the Varkan kingdom right now, leaving all minor troubles that might occur entirely to his discretion. The man said that he would remember this. The scene abruptly switches and takes us to the kingdom of Vankarin. Someone greeted Kezarak in the castle. Kezarak asked him where the king was, and the man said the king was waiting for him, so he invited him to come in. Kezarak and the man moved forward. The man stepped over to the threshold of the royal court hall. Kezarak bowed to the king and apologized for the disrespect of being late to the meeting. The king laughed and asked him not to worry. He asked if Kezarak had already done the work he assigned him. Kezarak informed him that the main sorcerers of the kingdom of Aeron had been completely eliminated, just as he wished. He told the king that now he could sleep peacefully. Then Kezarak asked him for the promised money. With a smile on his face, the king replied to Kezarak that a problem had arisen. He explained, "Their kingdom is surrounded on all sides by steep mountains, and resources are catastrophically lacking. The land where various resources could be obtained lost during the recent war against Aeron." Kezarak reminded the king that this was exactly why he entrusted his organization with this matter. He reminded him that he had ordered them to eliminate the key sorcerers of Arenu to stop further losses and reclaim the land taken from them. The king told Kezarak that the mercenary group Theas had done a simply wonderful job with the task. Kezarak asked what the problem was. The king rose from the throne and declared that even if acting this way for the sake of greatness, it was still a normal matter between states. With a nasty gleam in his eyes, he asked Kezarak if he understood what would happen if the rumor spread across the entire continent that he had involved mercenaries, a vile group known for dirty and despicable work. He told the sorcerer that just the thought of it gave him a headache. And as soon as he said these words, a whole avalanche of warriors poured outside. The courtroom doors clicked shut. Kezarak looked at the king and asked if he wanted to kill him to destroy all traces of his work. The king smiled like a madman and told him that there had never been any payment promised to him. He then added that he had spent a lot of money to make his courtroom resemble that of Zoe Kingdom. Kezarak did not lose composure. He just laughed. He laughed like a madman. The king asked if he was going insane before dying. Kezarak released just a little energy and told the king that he was not shocked when someone as unlucky as him had nothing in his treasury. He added that he had been too complacent. The king advised Kezaraku not to resist. He assured his resistance would be futile. He explained to him that he has other people, more than 30 of the best sorcerers, about the Varkan who gathered there. He revealed to him, in every part of the castle, his soldiers were already stationed. The king laughed like a madman and told Kezarak that he was actually paying him, explaining that the money he used to hire those sorcerers in the castle was enough to cover his own fee. Kezarak told the king that it was already too late, and added that he had returned the memory he hated the most. Immediately he said this. The man who entered the castle with Kezarak placed his hand on his back. He informed Kezarak that the transfer of artificial mana was completed. Kezarak released his energy and said, "Royal power in small kingdoms and mighty empires behaves the same." Having said this, he snapped his fingers. He told the king that his kingdom was already finished and that he would take it as payment. To the king's surprise, nothing happened after Kezarak's words. Kezarak laughed and shouted, asking if he was joking with him. As soon as he said this, a light flashed behind him. When he looked outside, he noticed that the sky had changed colors. From the very sky appeared an incredibly gigantic statue, and it began to slowly descend downwards. The sorcerers in the room quickly rushed to the king. Unfortunately, they were late. The statue covered the entire palace. It just touched the ground, and everything flashed with bright light and in an instant destroyed the entire palace. After a minute, Kezerak's subordinate shouted to him from the side. He told his lord that nothing remained, nothing survived. Everything was wiped clean. Kezerak picked up some object from the ground and said, "Things that are not pure are never beautiful." He picked up the king's crown and looked at it carefully, cautiously. The subordinate explained that he would take him to the next point. Kezerak suggested this time to go on foot. He looked at the sky and said that today it was especially beautiful. This super powerful monster with black hair and silver glasses is the leader of Tiz. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time when Ofen asked Van to take her with him. She said she wanted to tear Kezerak into small pieces. Van turned around and told the girl that she was out of her mind. Ofen told him that she could not just continue living her life as if nothing had happened, and then added that it would be better for her to spend the rest of her days in peace. He explained to her that he had no intention of protecting her, and warned if she got in his way, he might even kill her with his own hands. The girl asked him to do as he wished and said she did not care. Ven stepped forward and informed her that he was heading to the Varkan kingdom. He asked if she really planned to follow him. Ofen asked him to kill her any time if she got in the way again. She was told that they were leaving right now. Later that same night, we see Tomoto and his brother watching Van and Ofen from afar. Tomoto was glad that Van finally caught up with them. Mongo reminded his brother Kezerak ordered them to wait silently. Tomoto smiled and said this was their chance. He declared that they could capture Van and hand him over to Kezerak. Tomoto explained to Mongo this was a chance to repay Kezerak for taking them in, and asked if Mongo liked the idea. Mongo told his elder brother that he would do as he said. Tomoto was delighted to hear this. He released his energy and promised they would continue to hold on to Van until a clear moment to kill him appeared. Mongo replied to his brother that he understood everything. While they were walking through the forest, Van noticed something strange. He asked Ofen to count how many times they passed by one huge oak. The girl said it was already the third time. Van said, probably they got lost. Ofen wondered if they had ended up in some special forest. She contradicted herself. It was impossible, and then asked Van if everything was all right. Ofen confessed once Haxa, when she was little, told her a story about a certain forest. Haxa said that the mountain where they opened their tavern was once a lair of monsters. The entrance to this lair is called Moor Forest. If a person steps into Moor Forest, they will never be able to get out of it. Ben asked her if she meant that they had wandered into Moor Forest. He said the forest was nothing more than a ridiculous, superstitious belief. Ofen told him that history is the truth. Many monsters live in Moor Forest. No sooner had she said this than the tree nearby opened its numerous eyes and turned to him. Van was surprised to see the monster. Ofen quickly covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming. The village monster smiled and raised his hand. Before it could crush and tear her open, it grabbed Ofen and popped aside just as Van jumped off the trajectory. The monster's fist slammed into the ground. As soon as Van landed on the ground, he threw Ofen aside. He clenched his fist and in an instant found himself in front of the monster. He swung and hit it with his fist. The monster tried to intercept the attack with its branches, but could not withstand Van's strength. Argai demolished it with a single blow. After he dealt with the monster, Ten shouted to Ofen and advised her to hide well if she wanted to stay alive. He lifted his head and looked at the large crowd of monsters from the trees that had come to life. He could not believe that he thought Ofen was just telling a tale. The monster screamed piercingly and rushed at him. Later in the morning, we see Van finishing off the last monster with a single strike. When he had dealt with the monsters, he asked Ofen to come out of hiding. Hearing this, the girl stood up. She looked at the multitude of bodies on the ground and asked Van if he was okay. Van replied that everything was fine, but he behaved strangely. He noticed that his mana was melting much faster than usual, as if the forest was simply sucking the mana out of him. Vanya's star quickly drifted, turning into blurred spots. He realized that these were hallucinations. Then another thought flashed. What kind of forest is this around him? He barely thought it when some creature landed behind him. He turned sharply. Tomoto stood right behind. The man smiled and told Van that it was already too late. He covered his hand with his mana and lunged at Van, trying to hit him in the chest. Van managed to dodge Tomoto's attack. Van was stunned to see this man. He did not understand what exactly was happening. Before he could take a step back, Tomoto pressed his foot against his neck and grabbed him by the hand. He pressed Van with his position, effectively binding him. Van could not move. Hallucinations were draining his strength. While Van tried to pull himself together, Tomoto said that this fight might go easier than he expected. Tomoto is the executive representative of Tiz, responsible for combat operations in the field. He smiled and hinted to Van that a sorcerer should not waste mana so carelessly. After all, mana is truly very valuable. Ben shuddered upon hearing this. He called the man a brazen bastard. He raised his other hand and delivered a heavy blow to his chest. The attack destroyed the ground. The man smiled and said that this was an unexpected result, and added that Van looked completely pathetic, especially compared to the monsters he had to face. Moto did not receive any injuries. Only the ground was damaged, literally blown apart. Van was shocked to see this. He did not understand how that man was still intact. Tomoto told him that he was too weak. He released Van from the grip. He did it immediately, and Van's brother appeared right next to him. He hit our guy with a bone-crushing blow so that he flew into space and then heavily crashed into the ground. Tomoto got up and asked Mondo what he did with Ofin. Mondo replied that he stunned the girl and threw her aside. Tomoto said that he was a good fellow and added, "They will have a proper fun with Ofin later." Van suddenly got up and immediately looked around. He realized that he lacked mana, and he could do nothing. Tomoto explained to him that they were ordered not to act rashly. They were only allowed to stay in the shadows and follow the path behind him. After that, he told Van that only weak and cowardly dogs do that. Mongo agreed with the older brother and said that they were strong dogs. Tomoto smiled and said that they also needed to take revenge on Hax and Bridgerton. He said it immediately. Van appeared right in front of him and handed him a pint. Tomoto easily deflected the blow of our guy with his hand. Van froze in shock, seeing that this man was able to withstand his blow again. Mongo quickly hit him in the stomach with his huge hand. Our guy choked on a cough as soon as he took that blow. Mongo clenched his fist and struck at the starting point. Sinfin flew into the air from his blow. Our guy slammed his back against a tree and lost consciousness. Before he managed to recover and regain consciousness, Mongo appeared before him. Fortunately, he still managed to open his eyes then. He opened his eyes before the giant could launch an attack. He clenched his fist and rushed forward straight at Mongo. Before his blow could reach Mongo, Tomoto appeared out of nowhere and put out his leg to stop the attack. Ben was stunned to see this. Long ago, there was a tribe on the continent that sowed fear. The people of this tribe were known as perfectly armored. This tribe is known as the tatatavtovlvt tribe. Its members have two characteristic runes. From ancestors to the present, each member of the tribe had only two runes, the armor rune and the fistblade rune. A wizard who possesses the armor rune blocks every enemy attack, while the sorcerer with the fistblade rune instantly cuts the enemy's lifeline. The tatatavtovlvt tribe has a shield that can stop anything and a spear capable of piercing anything. This is how they earn the reputation of being perfectly armored. As soon as he stopped Van's attack, Tomoto moved aside and gave his brother another blow that made bones crack. The symptom of the attack scatters. Tomoto fully activated his rune and wrapped himself in knight armor. He asked his brother to stop joking. He told Van that he came fully prepared because he heard that he had killed Hax and Bridgerton. He said he was disappointed. As soon as these words left his mouth, Mongo put on huge gauntlets on his hands. Both men were ready to end the fight. Rune Tomoto is the rune of armor. It gives a person who has forged armor the ability to envelop and fully protect the entire body of the one who cast the spell. Rune Mongo is the rune of the blade fist. This gave the user access to mana-bound bracers that trigger an explosion as soon as they touch the target. Lying on the ground, he suddenly realized that the forest was still draining mana from him. He looked at his hand and saw the fabric around it slowly dissolving. He realized that the fist of destruction, which consumes too much mana, had reached its limit. Van did not like this prospect. He did not want to summon a weapon that forces sacrificing lifespan. But there was no choice. His mana was already rapidly leaking. Tomoto told our guy that he was too weak and that he was already driving him crazy. He ordered Mongo to leave only Van's head and explained they would need it when they report to Kezarak. Mongo stepped forward and promised that he would handle it himself. Ben stood up and asked Tomoto if he had just called Kezarak. He realized that these people belonged to Van's mercenary squad and said that's even good. He released some energy and told them he would interrogate them only once because he was tired. He ordered the men to tell him where Kezarak was and assured them he would spare them if they answered voluntarily. Tomoto even twitched when he saw that Van dared to mention his master's name. He said, a weakling should not pronounce his master's name so easily. Filled with rage, Tomoto lunged at Van. Van released even more energy and stretched out his hand. He told Tomoto that the people in his organization do not understand a bit of common sense. Tomoto could not understand what exactly Van was doing. As soon as he could reach our guy, a terrifying multi-headed monster appeared next to him. The monster opened its jaws and two terrible dagger arcs whirled outward. Van snatched the daggers and told Tomoto that he had personally wasted their last chance. He took a stance and asked the man not to blame him for what was about to happen. These daggers are the third manifested type of weaponry. They are called the daggers of the death spirit. Tomoto froze as soon as he saw the daggers. He felt a creepy aura emanating from the daggers. He looked carefully at Van. He knew that our guy was about to go on the attack. As soon as this thought flashed, he rushed forward and lunged at him. He swung his daggers at Tomoto's leg. The daggers cut through the armor and left a cut on the man's leg. Tomoto froze, seeing what had happened. He could not believe that his mana armor had been pierced. Behind his back appeared his brother and punched Van. Our guy easily dodged by jumping back. Before retreating, he struck Mondo's arm with the blade. Mondo immediately informed his older brother that he was wounded. Tomoto recalled, just now our guy was on the brink of death, and it seemed strange to him that now he was full of strength again. He did not understand which rune Van was using. He apologized to our guy for underestimating him and said that he was wrong about him. He released even more mana and rushed at Van together with his brother, assuring our guy that nothing had changed. As soon as Van saw them approaching, he raised his daggers. He appeared next to Tomoto and raised his dagger. He swung the dagger and struck him. The blade cut the skin on the thigh. He passed by Mongo and inflicted several cuts on him. He had enough strength to tear through it and pass through in a moment. Thick blood gushed from the brothers' bodies. Tomoto instantly turned around and called our guy a dirty rat, and to his surprise realized that Ben was no longer standing behind him. The man asked Mongo where Van was. Our guy appeared right in front of Mongo. He kicked the huge man in the leg and made him lose balance. He slid his dagger under Mongo and prepared to stab him. Unfortunately, Tomoto appeared in front of his brother. He pushed Mongo away and snatched Van's dagger. He landed on the ground and held Van's dagger firmly. He was pleased that he had caught our guy, so he asked Mongo to crush Van. To his surprise, nothing happened while he struggled holding Van. Tomoto called to his brother and asked what he was doing. He is moving. Unfortunately, Mongo was lying on the ground. It seemed difficult for him to move. His gauntlets were slowly dispersing. Tomoto was surprised to see that his brother was not reacting. He quickly turned around and called out to him again. Immediately he did so. Yes, he fell to his knees. Tomoto did not understand what was happening. He noticed that his mana was leaking. He asked Van to explain what kind of treachery he was using. As soon as Tomoto said this, several tiny heads appeared on his leg. They began to devour his armor. Tomoto quickly turned around as soon as he felt creatures crawling on his leg. He became horrified. He did not know what it was. He had never seen anything so terrible. With a horrified expression on his face, he asked Tomoto if something was wrong and inquired whether his body would move. The Divine Spirit Dagger is a dagger inhabited by spirits that feed on mana. When it cuts a target, the mana-eating spirits cling to the wound and weaken the rune of the one who was injured. The spirits were biting through Tomoto's armor, and Van warned him, these spirits will feed on any mana they find until they are full. And until that moment comes, the spirits will not stop. Tomoto screamed in pain as the spirits tore him to pieces. He begged them, leave my mana. He insisted that the mana belonged to him, and he screamed even louder. It was his mana. A few minutes later, we see a man exhausted to the bone in front of Van. Our guy asked Tomoto if this was their true likeness, and asked if all this time they had been strengthening their bodies with mana. Tomoto asked him to be quiet. He said this was not their true likeness, and asked Juan to return their mana to them. He stated that it was artificial mana that Kezarek had given them, and asked Juan to give it back. Tomoto and his brother stood weak and almost lifeless, very exhausted, and their bodies looked nothing like before. Ven did not know what artificial mana was. He asked the man if he meant that their mana was specially made by someone. Ven asked Tomoto to tell more and reminded, with such weak bodies, he and his brother would not last long in a fight. Hearing this, Tomoto got irritated and declared that it was not true. The scene changes. We are thrown into the past. We find ourselves near the settlement of the Cataphractoi tribe. Everywhere there are human skulls and bones. We see Kezarek and a man who comes out of a building. The man told Kezarek that he was looking forward to doing business with Tiz again. Immediately after he said this, Kezarek saw two children tied to a tree. The man explained to him, these children were born with bodies that cannot naturally retain mana. He called them a disgrace to the tribe and said they had already lived 5 years, but were about to start dying. The man asked Kezarek not to waste strength on pitiful, worthless trash. Kezarek asked the man if he could take the two boys home, and he allowed it. 10 years later, we were brought to a burning village. The village was completely filled with bodies. A man approached Tomoto and Mongo and said that they had ravaged another innocent village with a massacre. This was said by Kezarek. The group leader ordered Tomoto to explain why he so cruelly slaughters people. Tomoto replied that every time he sees the weak and useless, he remembers himself, his younger self. Smiling, he said to Kezarek, if they had not met him, they would have just lived their lives lying around as useless trash. Tomoto added that he hates thinking about the weak. It disgusts him, and he cannot cope with it until he kills them with his own hands. Kezarek cut in. All his killings are nothing but petty self-deprecation. He asked Tomoto to stop such actions and said that self-overcoming is not beautiful. Tomoto accepted his master's order. The scene switches, and we find ourselves in the present. Tomoto shouts at the top of his lungs. He and his brother are no longer weak junk. He and Mongo rushed at Van with their frail bodies. Our guy closed his eyes and dashed towards them. He tore them in half with his daggers. Tomoto called out to Kezarek before losing consciousness. He stepped forward, and blood splattered from the men's bodies. With a focused expression on his face, Ben said that the weaker dog always barks the loudest. No sooner had he uttered these words than he immediately fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the next scene, Linda was smiling. Her smile was directed at Van. Our guy reached out his hand to touch her. He loved this beautiful dream. He did not want to wake up until he could touch Linda, but then he still opened his eyes. Ofen noticed that he moved and asked if he was already conscious. Van saw that Ofen was carrying him on a wooden board she had made herself, so he asked her what had happened. The girl explained to him that he had fainted and collapsed unconscious. She said she thought they needed to get out of the sea forest immediately, so she decided to carry him out without waking him. Ben asked if that was exactly what led to this situation. She laughed and replied that she had jumped up in a hurry. Van recalled that he had fainted after using the spirit of death daggers. He told Ofen that his body was not light. The girl told him that she had always been strong. She told Van this was her way of helping him because she had no crafts in making rings. Our guy asked if she was already over 10 years old, and often repeated this to her. She replied that she was 13. Our guy told her that it was already too late for her to manifest the rune, and she often smiled and agreed with him. She said that people believe a person instinctively understands what power their rune possesses as soon as it manifests. She recalled watching her brother use his rune. The girl was just as impatiently waiting for the incredible moment when her own rune would finally manifest. Earlier, she was terribly happy to go to bed every night. Unfortunately, she never got the chance to manifest her rune. Ofen said that maybe if she had a rune, she could have saved Hax and her siblings. She was also explained that with a rune, the situation could actually have worsened. Ofan did not hear what he said. She asked him to repeat, and then he ordered her to stop useless babbling and focus on how to get out of the forest. Ofan obeyed his order. After some time, we see Ofan fall to her knees and gasp convulsively. She exhaled with relief when it became clear that they had finally gotten out of the denser part of the forest. Then he noticed that his mana was no longer depleting. Breathing heavily, Ofen asked Van whether they should look for the nearest village or head straight to the Varkan kingdom. Ben sat in the lotus position and asked Ofen to keep watch. The girl did not understand what was happening, so she asked Van what he was doing. Then our guy confessed to her that he needed to gather his mana again. He warned that the senses might dull and asked her to watch everything around. Ofen accepted his order. A little later, we see Van gathering his mana, just finishing his business. It occurred to him something that didn't fit into his head, something that made no sense to him. He recalled that the two brothers who fought with him showed no signs of mana outflow. Their mana began to leave their bodies only after our guy cut them with the daggers of the spirit of death. This means that the more forest there is, the stronger it sucks the mana of our guys. As soon as he finished thinking, Van stood up. Ofen smiled radiantly when she saw him and said that a moment ago he looked completely lifeless. And now, according to her, he seemed to be overflowing with energy. Ven explained to her that mana is the same as life force for a sorcerer. He asked her if she knew where the nearest village was. Van said he wanted to use a courier bird. Ofen replied that she knew where that village was and asked him to follow her. The scene switches, and we are shown the bodies of Tomoto and Mongo. We also see the place covered with their blood. A disguised figure appeared in the forest and slowly, carefully examined their bodies. The man noticed that Tomoto and Mongo had their mana drained. There was none left in them. The scene broke off and transported us to a village. We sift something through a sieve and tie a letter to the leg of the courier bird. As soon as he did this, the bird took off and flew away. Ofen questioned our guy about whom exactly he was sending this message to. Van replied that it would go to an information broker he knew well. He said he needed information about artificial mana and the Kezarek runecraft. Our guy clarified whether the leader T's really had 3 runes. Van stated that Kezarek would not be an easy opponent. Ofen asked him if it was true that having 3 runes made such a big difference. Ten explained to her that having 2 runes was extremely rare. He added that he did not believe a sorcerer could have 3 runes at all. Ofen told our guy that he really knew a lot because Van was young and incredibly strong. Ofen asked him if he was a nobleman. Our guy asked her to stop He said he was only answering her questions as payment for her saving him. He added that he was not of noble birth and suggested they end this social chatter. She often nervously repeated to him that she understood everything. Immediately, she said so. Somewhere in the tavern, someone addressed his friend and asked if he meant that the mercenary from Tees was right now in this tavern. They were often shocked when they heard this. They quickly returned to the table of three friends. The man who said that someone from Tiz was there asked his friend to speak more quietly. Then he asked him if he had lost his mind. His friend apologized to him, and he replied that he was so shocked. He asked the man where he knew about the mercenary from, and the friend reminded him, supposedly he was local. Then he said he had heard various things and advised the man not to make eye contact with the mercenary without reason. He said this immediately and then suddenly appeared nearby. He asked him if he had just said that someone from the Tiz mercenary group was here. The man and his friends were shocked to see Van. He asked our guy if he was also interested in the Tia mercenaries, and then said that yes, he was interested. The man put his hand on Van's neck and pulled him closer. He laughed and said that our guy was exactly the age when he should be interested in such things. He leaned toward Van and asked him to listen carefully. He said he would explain only once, and as soon as he smelled the man's breath, he quickly covered his nose with his hand. The man advised him not to make eye contact. He told Van that the man behind them was a member of the Tiz mercenary group. Van cautiously turned to look at the mercenary. He stood up as soon as he heard what the man said. The man was surprised to see this and asked where he was going. Van approached the bar and told the mercenary that he had heard. He was from the Tiz mercenary group. He asked if it was true. The mercenary told him that it was true. He turned to Van and asked if he wanted anything from him, and the mercenary turned out to be Kezarek, the leader of the Tiz mercenary squad. Vin did not expect to hear that the man in front of him was really from Tiz. Vin did what shocked Kezarek. He fell to his knees and bowed his head before Kezarek. He begged him to forgive his sudden audacity. He told Kezarek that he wanted to join the Tiz mercenary group and begged to be taken into the ranks. Kezarek was even surprised when he heard this. All the information Van managed to gather about Kezarek at this point boils down to two things. First, of Gayam, that he has 3 runes. And second, there is a high probability that he is heading to the Varkan kingdom. Beyond this, Ben could not extract anything else. There is a limit to what an information broker can find. Our guy cannot possibly crack open the insides of the mercenary group and find Kezarek. Every Tiz mercenary he has encountered so far was so bound by fear and loyalty that they refused to say a single word about Kezarek. They looked back and chose death without hesitation. Our guy has only one informant in his hands, but to get anything out of Bridgeton, he will need at least a month. Since Van hit a dead end, he decided to use his last option, to obtain information. He rushed to the mercenary group Tees as bait. He told Kezarek that there was nothing special about him, and he said he was an ordinary poor guy from an average family. He also added that he was lucky to be born with a rune and that he worked hard to become a sorcerer. He stated that the only way for a commoner to rise in this world is mercenary work, and told Kezarek that he wanted to join the prestigious Tees group. Our guy had no idea how exactly Kezarek would react to his proposal. Kezarek looked at him carefully. He knew, for a sorcerer, mana is the same as life force. A person can learn a lot about a mage by reading his mana, seeing physical exhaustion, and even noticing how his emotions fluctuate. As soon as Kezarek, catching the mana that Van was releasing, felt an incredibly powerful intent to kill, the same one that our guy had. Even among the mercenaries in the Tees squad, there is no one who radiates such a deadly desire as he does. And this impressed Kezarek the most. It was the same crazy, pressing mana that Van held inside himself. The man recalled that he had met many heirs from different kingdoms, and among them were only those who were about the same age as Van, and there were only 3 of them who had the same amount of mana as he did. Kezarek could not believe that he called himself a boy from a poor and completely ordinary home. He knew no poor boy is capable of having such a level of deadly intent. And mana. He saw our boy as a rude boy. He was curious whether he was trying to sneak into Tiz by deceiving him. He was gnawed by another question. What to do with Van? He told him that he needed to pass the entrance test. Van froze in surprise upon hearing this. He asked the man if he was really serious, and Kezarek simply finished him off. He accepted the request without a shadow of doubt. Kezarek stood up and reminded Van that they were not a royal army. He said directly, "This is just a mercenary squad." And he asked if our boy was hoping for some solemn, grand procedure. Then he asked him what he had to do for the test. Kezarek said it was simple. He just needed to have a short personal conversation with their leader. He asked Van if he would follow him. The boy was shocked that meeting Kezrak could be so easy. But of course, Kezrak was lying. He was the one who personally recruited every single mercenary in TS without exception. The man had only one question that truly gnawed at him. Who was this boy in front of him? He did not know if Van was a plant from another mercenary squad or a royal assassin sent to kill him by another kingdom. The situation between Kezrak and Van was like a chess game. No one knew what move to make next. Kezrak wondered if Van was a knight of the Ethos Order, and he knew for sure this organization loved to harass him. Van also could not understand what was happening. No matter how he turned the situation over in his head, everything seemed strange. If Kezrak were someone whom he could meet so easily, then the extreme vigilance of the participants would make no sense. Although Kezrak did not know who Van was, he was sure. Our guy came specifically for him. He saw that Van did not suspect that he was the leader of Tiz. He wondered if this was just a show to make him lose vigilance. Ten pondered whether to refuse Kezrak's offer. He remembered that this entrance test could be a trap. Kezrak knew that Van's goal was to infiltrate the ranks of Tiz. He was sure that our guy would not refuse the entrance trial. Although he did not like it, Van understood. He could not waste such a golden opportunity. He told himself that he would not have to go all the way to Varkhan if the man ahead was telling the truth. Kezrak realized the decision had to be made right now. Either he would lure Van back to his base and expose who he really was, or kill Van here and now. Our guy stood up and told Kezrak that he would do everything to join the mercenaries of T. Kezrak told him that his leader was already outside and asked Van to follow him. He assured that he would allow him to meet the commander immediately. Van and Kezrak headed to the door. Ofen was surprised to see that her rescuer was also going to the door. She remembered how Van asked her to sit quietly and wait. She noticed our guy was walking next to someone. Ofen instantly recognized the beard of this person. She was shocked when she saw who it was. She remembered how Kezrak asked Haksu to tell him why he disgraced himself with this hideous performance with the orphan beggar girl. Van and Kezrak left the tavern. Kezrak's subordinates were surprised to see that he came with someone. Kezrak turned to the masked man and introduced him as the leader of Tiz. As soon as he did this, Ofen ran outside and called Van. She said that the man in glasses is Kezrak. She said it immediately. The masked man suddenly realized something. He quickly informed Kezrak. The boy next to him is a sorcerer who killed Haksu and Berzentin. And Van turned to him just as quickly. They met eyes. Kezrak activated his rune, pulled stone statues from the ground, and used them to stop Van's powerful strike. Van passed by the statues and, clenching his fist, with an expression of anger on his face, he called Kezrak a freak and said that he had finally found him. And immediately he struck his bones with a devastating blow to the chest. Kezrak was only pushed back. He managed to stop Van's attack. He grew a huge stone in front of his chest, and it absorbed the blow. Kezrak told our guy that his strike was impressive, and added that Van was definitely already outside Hoxie in the Bridgeton League. He asked Van if it wasn't enough that he had killed the Tiz of the executors. He couldn't believe that now our guy was trying to infiltrate their group. He asked him about his true identity. He asked if he was the knight sent by Ethos Order. And then he ordered him to shut up and listen carefully to what he was about to say. He reminded Kezrak that 5 years ago, he had connected the sorcerer from the kingdom of Zoe with the fortress on Mount Joel. With an angry look on his face, Van asked Kezrak to tell him where the sorcerer was now. Kezrak was shocked to hear this and asked Van how he knew about this event. Before he could say anything else, Van rushed forward and punched him. Kezrak instantly pulled an imperfect statue from the ground and used it to stop our guy's attack. Van told the man that he himself would be asking the questions and that Kezrak must give the answers he wants to hear. Kezrak understood that our guy was not sent by Order Ethos. He apologized to Van and said he saw no reason to answer his inquiry. Van told him that he understood. He added that he already knew. If asked politely, he would not give answers. Vin also informed Kezrak that he wanted to check whether he would say the same when Vin crushed his limbs. Immediately he said this and clenched his other fist, and he swung it and struck Kezrak's waist. That man, pulling his hand out from under the ground, used it to stop Van's attack. Van froze at what he saw. Kezrak told our guy that he had beautiful eyes. He released his mana and declared that he had the same wonderful talent, and he said, "It's a pity they met exactly like this." As soon as he heard this, Ben sharply turned around. A giant stone hand fist burst from the ground and struck him from behind. Symptom of the attack. In flight, Kazarak released some mana from his fingers and told Van that he still had a long way to go. No sooner had he said this than several stone fists immediately emerged from the ground. Various stone statues burst out of the ground one after another. Each of them held its own weapon, different from the others. When Van emerged from the ground, he saw the statues kneeling before Kazarak. Our guy quickly rushed at Kazarak. The statues with shields raised them to stop Van's attack. The statues managed to block the attack, but everything behind them was completely destroyed, and they pushed Van back. Kazarak could not believe that this was the runecraft of a guy who was not even 20 yet. And then he rushed at him again. With one punch, Kazarak destroyed each of the statues. He jumped and hit Kazarak again. Before he reached him, he took out something. Kazarak noticed that Van pulled out an object. He raised his hand to stop our guy's attack, but Van threw that thing at Kazarak, and the object hit him in the hand. Kazarak saw the dagger in his hand with surprise. Van raised his hand and used his mana to pull the Death Spirit's dagger back to himself. He raised both his daggers and took a stance. He told Kazarak to prepare. The real fight begins now. Kazarak used his mana to repel the spirits accompanying the daggers. He told Van his efforts are in vain. Van rushed at him as soon as he heard these words and struck Kazarak with his dagger. Several times, he dodged the punch at a crazy speed, but Kazarak did not move an inch, as if carefully watching Van. If you compare a sorcerer to a swordsman, runecraft appears as a sharp blade, and Manhwa is the very swordsmanship that has been trained and perfected for years. Among scholars, the debate continues. What is more important for a sorcerer, runes or mana? Most agree that mana is the most significant. No matter how legendary the blade that can cut through anything is, the difference between it being in the hands of a 3-year-old child and an adult is huge. And in the hands of a swordsman who has devoted 50 years to the sword, this gap becomes immeasurable. This is how decisive mana is in a sorcerer's battle. Kazarak intercepted Van's fist and said that he was wasting time. He explained to Van that he would not be able to hurt him even with the amount of mana he currently had. He advised Van to surrender. As soon as he did, 2 huge boulders rose from the ground and he threw them at Van. From the blows, our guy flew forward. Kazarak's subordinates approached closer. The blonde apologized to him for the sudden interruption. He informed him that the Order Knights were already approaching. Kazarak heard this irritably. He called the Order annoying pests. He asked the man to activate the formation. He said they were returning to Tizi. As soon as he gave this order, the man tore a hole in space and opened a portal. Kazarak told Van that they would have to postpone their little meeting. Van stood up as soon as he heard this. He rushed at Kazarak and declared that he was not going to leave unpunished. Kazarak put his face in front of Ant's fist, and our guy quickly stopped moving his hand. He even gritted his teeth in anger and asked Kazarak what he was doing. Kazarak told Van that he would not kill him because his goal was to capture. As soon as he said this, he used mana to forcefully press Van's body into the ground. He told Van that he wanted to give him a little life advice. Kazarak advised never to show your desperation so openly in front of the enemy, because it will become your greatest weakness. As soon as this was said, Kazarak's body began to disintegrate and disappeared. Then he slowly got up, and then he understood. If he had been a little more collected, he could have caught Kazarak. He tugged at his hair and began to panic. It was as if someone whispered to him. He had lost everything again. Right before his eyes, Van kept apologizing endlessly, and he insisted that it all happened because of him. As soon as he said this, the dead bodies of Linda and her family appeared beside him. A terrible, distorted version of Linda asked if everything would be all right just because he apologized. Ben told her that he was not giving up, begging for one more chance, asking her not to look at him with those sad eyes. When they reached their headquarters, Kazarak sat down. He ordered the blonde to gather all the captains and leaders. The blonde asked if he really planned to start a full-scale war with Ethos Order. Kazarak replied that he did not. He remembered how he stopped Van's fist and saw that his hand was badly injured. He told the blonde that he wanted to gather all the information that could be found about the boy he had just met. The scene switches, and we are taken a few minutes earlier. We see Ofen staring intently at Kazarak. Her eyes were filled with pure hatred. She could not believe she was looking at the face of the man who had actually caused the death of her loved ones. She remembered Haxa and her brothers and sisters. She clenched her fist in rage, and blood flowed from her hand. Behind her appeared a subordinate of Kazarak and asked if she knew whom she was looking at with such a contemptuous gaze. The voice was heard, and Ofen was shaken with shock. The man struck her in the neck, then slowly, as if in a trance, sank to the ground. She wanted to call out to Van, but could not raise her voice. Eventually, she closed her eyes and fainted. Sometime later, you see the girl slowly opening her eyes as soon as she hears her name called. She is asked to wake up, and she quickly lifts her head up. She shuddered upon seeing her rescuer beside her. Van told her she was incredibly lucky. She was still alive. The girl asked him if he had killed Kezrak. Van informed her that he had lost that man. He told her that Kezrak had escaped. Ofen was upset to hear this. She did not like that this time she was unable to do anything. Van reminded her that he had no plans to babysit her. He ordered her to get up if she wanted to follow him. Ofen got up and asked our guy where they were heading. Ben told her they were going to the Varkan kingdom and that there was a good chance Kezrak had escaped there. He told himself that he had been drowning in despair for 1,000 years, and that was enough of him. Instead of wasting time, he forced himself to move forward. His revenge was not yet complete. He said the operation was not a waste of time. Thanks to Kezrak's reaction, our guy was finally convinced. The hooded sorcerer is from Zoe Kingdom. He knew he had to catch Kezrak to get more information about the sorcerer. As soon as he thought this, someone called him, an Ofen, and asked them not to move. As soon as these words sounded, several armed knights immediately closed in around them. The blonde knight with an impressive hairstyle drew a sword and declared that they were a knight squad sent from Ethos. He said they would conduct inspections and interrogations. Then he asked Van and Ofen to cooperate with them. Van remembered that he once heard about Ethos Order. Ethos Order is an order based in the kingdom of Awana. He teaches and supports his own Knight Corps, exactly the same way Van's father-in-law described the order to him. Our guy apologized to the blonde knight and said he could not fulfill the demand, explaining that he had a long road ahead. Then the knight pulled out a red sphere and assured Van that all he had to do was pass a simple test. Just place his hand on the device and remain still, and then asked if he expected Van to reach out to some device if he had no idea what it did. The knight told him that if he continued to cooperate, the problems would become much more serious for both sides. He asked Van if he was really sure he wanted to continue the same way. The boy flared up with rage as soon as he heard it. He had a fleeting thought to simply kill the knights, but he quickly realized that would only make his trouble grow. Someone shouted into the night the name Pollen and asked him to stand and stop. He said that Van is not Kezrak. Seeing the old knight, Pullen was surprised. He addressed him as a commander. This man with an eye patch is the commander knight of the Order of Ethos. His name is Hugh Zainal. Pullen informed Hugh that they still had not checked the mana of our guys. The commander, hearing this, looked disappointed in the attitude towards Pollen. He asked Hugh if he felt how the mana of Kezrak collided with the mana of another person on the way there. And one more miracle. The boy was left alone amid the traces of a brutal battle, and from him something like mana weakly, strangely emanated. Hugh told his knight that the mana of our guys perfectly matches the mana that collided with Kezrak's own mana. He believed that Kezrak surely broke away in the middle of the clash and left Van in place. The commander smiled and asked our guy if he was right, but then never gave an answer. He laughed and told Pollen that the message had indeed arrived. He revealed to Pollen that Kezrak had returned to the main base T. Upon hearing this, Pollen got irritated and told the commander that everything should have been said from the start. Hugh took the orb from him and apologized to Van. He explained to him that Kezrak has a rune that allows changing appearance, so without the mana reader in hand, they won't be able to distinguish them from each other. He asked our guy to understand them. Van told the commander that he would leave now because the misunderstanding was already cleared up. Our guy immediately turned around. Hugh asked if he wanted to kill Kezrak. Van froze with surprise. He stopped moving. Hugh turned to him and explained that he had seen people with the same eyes as that boy. Eyes consumed by revenge and hatred. The eyes of a boy who had fallen into a deep, dark abyss. Hugh extended his hand and told Van that they have a common enemy if the person he is staring at is Kezrak. He asked Van to join them to put an end to their common foe together. Hearing this, Pauline was shocked. He called his commander and began to clarify what exactly he meant. Whether there was a problem here, and whether anyone in their cult had actually fought Kezrak in battle, or if there was someone who knew the full extent of his other ringcraft. Pauline replied that this had never happened, explaining to him that Van is the only person who has directly fought Kezrak, and that our boy is an extremely valuable source of reliable primary information. He turned to Van and asked if he was interested in cooperation, saying that it would be better for them to work together. Van refused his offer and said he had no reason to trust them. He smiled and made it clear that they have detailed information about Tiz, and they also know Kezrak's next destination and movements. Van was stunned upon hearing this. He laughed out loud and told our boy that from his reaction, it was clear he did not know about Kezrak's movements. Then he asked if his offer now seemed attractive, and Van got irritated seeing the commander laugh. He realized that the order would have enough information about Kezrak that he still did not know. often called our boy to express his opinion. Van said that he did not like this situation at all, but he had no other choice. The scene abruptly changes, and we are transported to the temporary camp of the Night Corps Ethos Order Night Corps. Inside the commander's tent, he silently gazes at the torn photograph. He remembered the face of the man whose body was covered with tree branches. In his hands, the severed head. That man called Hugh Grandpa and asked if he had just arrived. As soon as these words surface in memory, Hugh sharply returns to reality. He feels he managed to forget about this man for a while, and he certainly did not expect to ever meet a person with the same eyes as his grandson. He had no idea what Van had endured for his sake, to the point that there was now so much terrifying darkness in his eyes. As soon as this thought stirred in him, someone asked if he could enter the tent. You asked him to come in. It turned out to be Van. Our guy reported to the commander that he heard. The commander called specifically for him. The commander apologized to him for disturbing him while he was resting, and told Van that he was not doing anything difficult. He asked our guy to place his hand on the red orb in the very center of the dragon's chest. He explained, this is a manometer, a device that measures a sorcerer's mana. Then he asked Van if he was familiar with the divine level system on the continent of Aden. In every kingdom on the wizard continent, sorcerers are required to undergo mandatory mana measurements and identity registration for systematic supervision. This is called the divine tier system. It determines the total amount of mana and assigns a rank. The rank goes from the lowest, the 13th divine tier, up to the highest, the 1st. Hugh told Van that he wanted to know the level of his ally because from now on, they would have to fight back to back. Van thought that the man had a valid point and that it was better for him to know right now where he stood on the continent. He placed his hand on the red sphere. Immediately he did it, and the counter opened its eyes. After that, it roared as if something inside it was jammed. Then it asked the commander, is it supposed to be like this? So much noise. The commander was frightened. He knew only one thing could make the counter open its eyes, and he said that it must be impossible. Meter began gathering fire in his mouth. Hugh quickly turned to Van, ordered him to retreat, and said that Meter was about to explode. Wim was stunned upon hearing this. If you compare the ranks of divine tier with the domains of a martial arts master, then the 13th level of divine tier is only an introductory step, the moment when a person just awakens the talent for fencing. The 9th level of divine tier is a veteran who has gone through many battles and returned alive. The 5th divine tier is considered the living embodiment of war, a being capable of stirring the armies of entire kingdoms. Meter released his flames into the air, and the fiery flash clearly drew the number 10 in the sky. He was stunned to see this. He could not believe that Meter said, Van is the 10th divine tier. Van told the commander that there was no explosion. He added that Meter identified him as the 10th divine tier, and Hugh nervously agreed with him. He knew that Meter opens his eyes only when detecting magicians of the 7th divine tier or higher. He judges a person with a massive salvo and explosion. Van wondered if Meter really broke down. It was his first time seeing such a case. Van understood that Meter was trying to detect his sealed mana. He knew he had to be careful if he ever found himself in such a situation again. He asked our guy to sit down. He introduced himself to Van as one of the commanders of the Ethos Night Order. He asked Van's name, and our guy gave his, the same as the commander's. Meanwhile, Hugh sat down and said he had a wonderful name. When they finished measuring the divine tier, Hugh suggested not to beat around the bush and get straight to the point. He revealed to Van their order currently believes that Kezarek has only 3 runes, but besides the rune that changes his appearance, they do not know the other 2. He explained to Van that this is why he wants to learn everything from the only person who has first-hand experience fighting Kezarek. Van replied that he would share what he knows. Hearing about Van's fight against Kezarek, the commander concluded, the rune of Kezarek's stone statue might be a ring craft of the summon type, or an imbuement type tied to the stone. He told Van that he would remember this once they make a plan, thanked him for the information, said to our guy that now he would tell everything they know about Kezarek and tease him along with it, and asked how well he knew about Kezarek and his mercenary group. Our guy told Hugh that he actually knows nothing about Kezarek. He said that from what he heard about the tease, the only thing is that there is a fairly strong mercenary group that became known 5 years ago. The commander decided to start precisely with Kezarek. Kezarek. According to him, Kezarek was adopted at a young age as the heir of a noble family. The nobleman who adopted him was a sponsor of the Ethos Order. No one knew who Kezarek's real parents were or where he was born. There was no information about him. One day, he killed the nobleman who adopted Kezarek cruelly and mercilessly. After that, Kezarak immediately fled the crime scene. After that, Ethos searched for Kezarak for years but could not find anything about him, as if he had never existed at all. About 5 years ago, just as the order was about to surrender, information about Kezarak suddenly began to arrive in streams. Van asked Hugh if this was exactly the time when the T's began to rise. The commander confirmed he was right and said there was more. He revealed to Van that someone was hiding Kezarak and helping the T to grow. Our guy was stunned upon hearing this. The commander opened a map and said that the order had already narrowed down the circle of forces that to some extent helped Kezarak. These forces are Argo, precisely the kingdom where the main base of the T's is located. The mercenary squad keeps mercenaries close to the leaders of the 13th and 12th divine levels. There are 4 division leaders of the 11th divine level, and then Kezarak, the leader, who holds the 9th divine level. He explained to Van that Kezarak and the T's are probably Argo's hunting dogs who clean up the kingdom's dirty mess. Presumably, the reason why information about Kezarak suddenly began to leak out was that Argo wanted to engrave the name of the T's into the consciousness of the continent. Since the Order Ethos, knowing their base, did not attack Tiz, Ben asked you if the reason was that the base is Argo. The commander replied that he was right, and explained to Van that for them, it would be suicide to fight both Tiz and Argo if the kingdom is really behind everything. Argo is on a completely different level, not some ordinary weak kingdom. It is not an opponent that a religious organization alone can simply declare war on. Then he realized that Argo must have sorcerers of at least the 9th divine level, or even higher. Hugh slammed his palm on the table and firmly stated that they have not yet exhausted all options. He revealed to Van a plan. Kezarak will leave the main base and head to the kingdom of Awan, taking a small group exactly in 15 days. The commander said that their order will deploy in advance and set up an ambush along the route Kezarak will take, then deliver a surprise strike. Then he asked if this information could be trusted. He replied that he could not reveal the source, but the information itself is reliable. Vance stood up and told Hugh that he understood. He added that they will sort out all the details when planning the operation. He told the commander that he would join them and discuss everything then. Saying this, Vance headed to the exit. He asked Van if he would not pry into why he so stubbornly decided to kill Kezarak. Before leaving the tent, Van told the man that he would be the prime. Saying this, Van stepped outside. Q decided not to pressure our guy. Immediately, he stepped out of the tent. He was greeted by a woman knight. She shook his hand and introduced herself as Naomi. She asked the name of our boy, then told him her own name. With a smile, the woman invited him in and said she hoped they could catch Kezarak together. Naomi is the commander's assistant. Van told the woman that it was not a problem. But as soon as he said these words, someone shouted and asked Naomi what she was doing here. It turned out that Pollen was shouting. Naomi asked him why he was yelling like that at night and inquired if his name was Van. Anger must flared on his face when he told Van that their commander had taken pity on him and brought him here. Pollen added, they had not yet confirmed whether he was really a sorcerer and if he would be of any use. After that, he ordered Van to follow him to the arena. Our boy replied to Pollen that he had no desire whatsoever to prove anything to him. Pollen was outraged by these words. The commander came outside and laughed. He said that it seemed Pollen had too many complaints. Pollen said that the entire order actually had complaints and explained to Hugh they had not yet verified if Van was a sorcerer who could be trusted. He knew that with Van, their path would walk a fine line between life and death, and thought no conflicts or offenses could be allowed in the group. He asked Van what he thought about this. He wondered if it would be easier for everyone if the men once and for all established the hierarchy. Van decided to accept the duel. He stepped forward with Pollen. Naomi said she did not understand why the Pollen was so excited, and the commander smiled in response. It only means that the Pollen cares deeply about the knights. Naomi asked her commander about divine tier Vans. He laughed and revealed to her that our guy is at the 10th divine tier. Naomi also laughed upon hearing this. She was very quickly shocked and could not believe that Van was the 10th divine tier. In the arena, we see several knights gathering around the stage. Van and Pollen were on the stage. Pavlina explained to our guy that every night those gathered there would judge whether he was a sorcerer and whether he was truly worthy to fight alongside them in this duel. He told Van that weak sorcerers were not needed by the order. He drew his sword and warned our guy if he showed them something pathetic, he would be immediately thrown out. And he ordered Van to show everything he had. After that, he addressed the knight and asked if he could add one condition to the duel. Pauline did not expect to hear that. As soon as he tried to say a single word, the judge ordered them to start. Hardly had he heard this when Van rushed forward and sped off as if released at a wildly insane speed. He swung his leg, hitting the man right in the head. Pollen managed to parry the blow with his sword, but Van pressed him down. From the collision, the shockwave tore the stage apart as if it had been turned inside out. Van jumped back to create distance between himself and Ponlin. He charged at him again. Dust appeared right in front of him, and he managed to land several kicks to the stomach. The knight growled in pain. He didn't even have time to recover and somehow respond to the attack. Then he delivered a blow that almost shattered the head from the force. He told Poland that he should shut up and live quietly if he wins the duel. Before the fight began, Van told himself, better to subdue the opponent than to kill him. He noticed that very little mana, which he was allowed to use, was slowly increasing. He considered this the perfect time to test new weaponry. He hoped the dust would not die. He wrapped his legs with some leg guards, and he lunged at Pylok. He gave the knight a powerful kick to the head. These grivses are the fifth armament of the Vans. They are called the grivses of the black sky. They accumulate mana, then detonated it to enhance movement and striking power through the recoil. The explosion's power equals the amount of stored mana. The scene cuts to the other side, and we see Pollen waking up on the ground. When he looked around, it became clear. Night had already fallen. The whole night gathered around a huge bonfire. Pollen lifted his head, and Naomi informed him that they were taking a short break on the way to the operation site. He was surprised that it was said exactly like that. Naomi explained, everyone agreed to arrive early, almost to the ambush point, and tweak the details on site. And she also revealed to Pollen that they had been on the move for 2 days while he was unconscious. Pollen could not believe what he heard, as he had been knocked down without a chance to resist. Pollen asked Naomi if our guy was the 10th divine tier. Naomi told him he was right, and also revealed that Van was only 17 years old. Pauline could not believe what he heard. Naomi suggested that Van might be royalty from some absurdly powerful empire. Pollen told her that actually this was starting to make quite a bit of sense. The woman told him that everyone was completely interested in Van. They all longed just to please him and be in his good graces. Pollen stood up and said that our guy was a monster from the very beginning. He told Naomi that he was completely defeated. The woman asked him where he was going. Pollen approached our guy, a bald man sitting next to Van, asked that man if he had finally woken up. Pollen again extended his hand and introduced himself to Van, as if nothing had happened between them. He apologized for his rudeness and told our guy that he did not expect such strength from him as from a wizard. Pollen is also one of the commander's assistants. Ben shook his hand and said he understood. He was curious why the man was talking when he had asked him to live quietly. Pollen sat next to our guy and carefully hit him in the chest. Then he asked him how he managed to reach the 10th divine tier at his age, and then clarified if it was really such a big deal. And Pollen said yes, it really was a big deal. The giant told our guy that the pollen behaves as if its nose was already in the clouds, from the very moment it burst into the 11th divine tier. The man next to the giant said that the pollen had finally found a worthy match, and that the knight now understands what a big world it is. Pollen got irritated hearing this. He said he had never been arrogant. He told his comrades that he was not weak. Van was just abnormal. The giant assured him that Van could actually drink, and added, the more he sees our guy, the more he likes him. And Pollen froze in shock as soon as he heard these words. The woman sitting next to Van asked the man if he was serious. She reminded him that during their sparring, he could not touch a single hair on Van's head. The man stood up and declared that he was better than Kezerak, and that one immediately gave up. Kezerak retorted that he was the idiot who rushed forward without even reading the level of his opponent. The woman next to Van put her hand on his shoulder and laughed loudly. She told our guy that these men were so petty, and he did not even know what to answer. The woman explained to him why everyone was initially wary of him. He was too young. She said no one could have imagined that he would turn out to be such a strong wizard. And she added to Van, they cannot put their lives in the hands of someone they do not trust. She said that despite the fact that her comrades look foolish, there are fathers and mothers, children and grandchildren there, people who have their own families. They have something that needs to be protected, and a home to which they must return. Then she assured this woman that he was fine. He told her that she should not worry about him. The woman laughed and assured that he was indeed a wonderful boy. She said she would introduce him to her daughter as soon as the mission was over, and again emphasized he would like her. One of the men turned to the woman known as Selena and asked her what she said she wanted to do after this expedition. Selena replied that she would go on a trip to Kem Beach with her parents. Another man has said that he needed to take his children to see the sea, and the bearded man said his family hates the sea. The bald man said that he had to entertain his daughter all day and admitted that he was already afraid. The man sitting next to him added that he was going with Elena to look at engagement rings, and warned his comrades that most likely they would drag him around all day. In any case, the bald man asked him not to say such things. He assured that every time these conversations start, someone inevitably dies. The man next to him asked why he dared to say such things. Pavlin replied that the bald comrade was right. The bald man turned to Van and said that there was still no news about him. He explained to our boy they are very interested in him. The man next to him said that Van might have royal blood because he is the 10th divine weeper at 17 years old. The bald man stated that our boy is probably on a secret mission, beating criminals to become an heir. Van put his glass on the table as soon as he heard this. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed with sadness. Everyone fell silent as soon as they noticed the change. The bald man asked his friend if they had ruined everything. The friend replied it would be better for them to keep quiet. The woman next to Van stood up and raised her cup, asked her companions not to lose control, told them that they just needed to drink. The man next to her also raised his cup and declared that she was right, then added that they should just eat and sleep. After that, he stood up and took a few steps forward, said he wanted some fresh air. The bald man turned to Ofen and asked if Van was related to her. He inquired if she would go with him. Ofen replied that there was no kinship between them, and that if she went, she would only get in the way of our guy. His friend whispered, it would be better for them to just keep quiet. The bald man nervously agreed. The woman asked both not to say a word. The scene shifted further, and we saw Van sitting on the edge of a cliff. He held a stick in his hands. He used the stick to draw a lindu on the sand. He looked at this drawing with eyes full of sadness. While he was looking at the drawing, he heard someone approaching. He instantly turned around. It turned out to be Hugh. The commander asked him to calm down. He explained to Van that he came to check on him because he heard that his squad might have gone too far. He asked our guy if he was okay. Van said he was fine, asked not to worry about him. Hugh could tell that something was wrong. He approached almost up close to Van and asked if the anger he had toward Kezarek was really a desire for revenge. Van said nothing in response. He went downstairs, took our boy by the hand, and shuddered when he saw it. He quickly pulled his hand back. After that, he asked the commander what he was actually doing. Van explained to him that hatred is a gigantic fire that spreads inside the heart, and added that this fire might seem to him as if it makes him stronger. Water. That is nothing when the flame burns out completely. All that remains is a heart reduced to ashes. Van did not answer this man. He just stared at him. Hugh Patamon turned around and told him that he hoped he would not burn so much that nothing would remain of his own heart. He turned and slowly walked away. He asked Van to pull himself together, said that tomorrow they had to set off early again, advised to return to his tent and rest. When the man left, Van raised his head and looked at the moon. He fixed his gaze on the celestial body. In the camp, a bald man named Turtul slowly walked away from the group. His friend called out and asked if he was already going to bed. Turtul replied that he was just going to the restroom. Going further, he lashed out at his friend with curses and called him an idiot because his mouth was always a problem. He thought when he returns, he will apologize to Van. As soon as he said this, he immediately noticed something ahead. He leaned forward to get a better look at the stone statue and could not understand why such a thing was here at all. Immediately it flashed through him. A stone statue, wildly speeding up, spread its body and crushed the man's head. It was an instant death. Someone stepped forward and said that there is nothing strange here. Something like this can happen if you drink without restraint right before an important mission. He declared that the foolish knights of the Order Ethos Order would pay for this with their lives, and that they would eventually understand how cruel the price of carelessness can be. The one who said this was Kezarek. The leader of the mercenary squad brought all his men, subordinates, into an ambush to strike the Knights Ethos Order. The scene changes and takes us to the headquarters of the mercenaries of the Tiz group. On the ground lies an amputated man. It seems he was tortured. Kezarek told him that he had turned into an unattractive mess and asked him not to worry. Even his screams would sound beautiful once he was placed in the statue. The man asked Kezarek to explain how he managed to calculate everything. Caesarak's subordinate pressed the man inside the mechanical bull. Caesarak asked if they had already found out who was behind his backing team and replied that he had underestimated the intelligence network of their patrons. Kezarek sat down and took a glass cup in his hands. Someone immediately poured into it. He said he was sincerely grateful to him for the fact that Ethos Order received a false tip. Supposedly, he was heading to the kingdom of Awana in 15 days, and with a small group at that. The man was stunned upon hearing this. He asked Kezarek if it was all a trap. Kezarek replied that he had already done his job, so he asked him to rest. As soon as he said this, his subordinate closed the mechanical bowl. Inside the bowl, a flame flared up, and the spy shuddered at what he saw. He screamed and begged Kezarak to save him. Unfortunately, no one heard his plea. When Kezarak's body turned completely to ashes, he said that his screams were extraordinarily beautiful. The scene shifts, and it returns us to the present. We see an injured turtle limping directly towards the group. The man asked his comrades to save it, and the friend was shocked by what had happened. He and the woman rushed to Tertullus. He asked Tertullus to tell what happened. They needed to stop the bleeding. Tertullus warned them to be careful, and the woman clarified what exactly he meant. As soon as she asked the question, Kezarak removed his shape-shifting rune and slowly revealed his face. He warned the woman to be careful with him. Her instrument's friend was stunned. Thanks to this, the explosion instantly occurred in this area. Other members of Ethos Order flinched upon hearing the sound. Kezarak emerged from the darkness. His body was covered in blood. In his hands, he held the head of his friend Turtle, and behind him stood his accomplices. He ordered them, kill everyone. He clearly said that he wants them to destroy everyone without exception. Members of Tiz instantly rushed forward and attacked the knights. The knights were stunned to see that they were ambushed. They quickly recovered and charged at the mercenaries. The knights fought with all their might, but the mercenaries outnumbered them, unleashing their runes. The knights were pushed further back. The commander ran out in his armor as soon as he heard the commotion. He asked his knights what was happening. Paulin informed him that they were being ambushed by Tiz. He ordered him to retreat. He did not understand what exactly was happening and wondered how the mercenaries knew their location. But very quickly, everything became clear. He had fallen into a trap. Holland did not understand why his commander was not giving any orders. He told him that they could not waste time and that it was already too late. Holland explained to Paulin that probably the spy they had planted and staged had been exposed. He clarified the information that Kezarak was heading to Owan Kingdom was a trap to lure them. He informed his assistant that if Tiz themselves had set the trap, then they had already managed to surround the entire area. Gu shouted at the top of his lungs and ordered his subordinates, "Blind panic escape will not save them." He emphasized that under no circumstances could the situation turn into total destruction and gave orders to Naomi and Pauline to move south and report the situation to the command. Paulin asked him what would happen to himself and the rest of the squad. The commander replied that they would move north to buy them as much time as possible and ordered the subordinates to break through the encirclement and, as soon as there was a chance, go straight to the order. Paulin told the commander that it was too reckless. They would all die before reinforcements arrived. Hugh shouted at Paulin and released his energy. He told the man that he was counting on him. Paulin was shocked by what he heard. He finally understood what the commander was trying to achieve. In anger, he clenched his fist and turned around. He ran into the forest together with Naomi. Hugh returned to one of his men and apologized. He explained that he would have to stay behind because he was not the fastest. The man with the scar on his head asked his commander not to say that. He addressed Hugh, "Say, who will stay with him, if not him?" This is another of Hugh's auxiliary men. His name is Alberto. He told his subordinate that he was always reliable and drew his sword. Then he suddenly cleared his throat, but growled at full voice. He ordered his knights to form a side-cutting formation. The knights instantly reorganized. They formed ranks. All fully extended their blades and aimed them at the enemies. It seemed the bodies of the paladins were covered by Hughes's mana. The commander ordered the knights. They had only one goal: to break through the enemy's center and escape this encirclement. He told his men again, death is not an option, and he assured that each of them would return home alive. Hearing this, the knights were ignited with battle fervor. They rushed forward at the enemies together with the commander. The scene switches, and we see Pylok and Naomi running through the forest, but they hadn't jumped far before two landed in front of them and destroyed the ground with a strike. Pauline quickly stopped Naomi, not letting her move forward. One of the mercenaries said that Kezarak was right. Some knights are running in the opposite direction. A man with strange hair and mustache named Paulin and Naomi Snecky Bratz addressed them. His partner, too much like a monster, asked if they were trying to escape after everyone was stirred up. The man with strange mustaches is the head of a division in the mercenary group. His name is Mock. Another man also heads the division. His name is Parkle. Naomi recognized two division commanders. She asked Paulin what they were going to do. Paulin replied, "There is no choice. Only fighting remains." Garkle asked them what they were whispering about. As soon as he said this, his hand turned into hundreds of hands and grew to gigantic proportions. He struck the saw with a giant palm. Paulin coughed loudly. The attack sent him flying. Naomi was shocked by what she saw, so she called out to her comrade. Mensch immediately appeared behind her. with 2 bodies, and asked if she was ignoring him. The woman quickly turned around. Mensch and his clone drew their weapons and struck the woman with them. Naomi instantly drew her sword and used it to intercept the attacks. Unfortunately, she was pushed back, and she lost her balance. Manj told her she was pathetic. He thrust the weapon forward and ordered her to die. Before the weapon could touch her, someone stopped the blow. Naomi froze upon seeing who it was. It turned out to be Van. Our guy pulled the sickles closer to himself. Monk managed to snatch his sickle and break free from Van's grip. Van instantly covered his leg with black celestial sorrow, and delivering a kick to the clone's head, he decapitated him with a single strike. Naomi and Monk were stunned to see this. His gaze was eerie, and he asked the woman, explaining what was happening. Monk quickly pulled a strand of hair from his own mustache. Blue trembled on it. As soon as the strand disappeared from his hands, it immediately turned into a clone holding a sickle. Monk possesses the clone rune. It allows him to pull a hair from the body and fill it with mana to summon a clone of himself. Monk // In his clone, he lunged at Van. Monk called our guy a dirty rat bastard. Van snatched Naomi's sword and asked if she could lend him the sword. He raised the weapon and stabbed it into the sickles. This is how he managed to stop Manch and his clone and pin them to the ground. Van suddenly jumped up and swung his black, heavenly blades toward Manch, putting a colossal amount of energy into the strike. In a moment, Van crushed the clone's body, but Manch managed to retreat before our guy could crush his body. He couldn't believe that his clone fell so easily. Parkour laughed out loud and said that it had been an eternity since he had seen a body so tempting. His own body was slowly mutating into hundreds of hands, eyes, and mouths. Parkour has a fusion rune. The rune allows him to merge stolen body parts with his own body, and this is limited only to living creatures. Parkour's fist became gigantic. He sharply threw it towards Van. Our guy quickly jumped back, dodging the blow. Parkour immediately closed the distance between them. He swung his fists at Van and tried to pin him down. Van managed to dodge but lost his balance. Parkour quickly took advantage of this opportunity and unleashed a series of rapid strikes on him. Unfortunately for him, his attacks were quickly stopped, and then his hands were grabbed, and he was not allowed to move. And Parkour struck him with a powerful blow to the stomach with his blades. He stepped back and again rushed at Parkour. He delivered a powerful blow directly to his chest. He asked that monster man to get away. He accelerated his attack and delivered several blows to Parkour, and each of his strikes tore through that man's body. Unfortunately, Parkour was regenerating his body. He laughed and told Van that his attacks actually hurt. As soon as he said this, Manch and his clones rushed at our guy from behind. Van felt the presence of clones. He understood that a person with a different mana reserve was real. No sooner had he returned than his eyes emitted a red glow. This is the second manifested weapon of Van's, known as the Eye of Truth. It allows his eyes to perceive even the faintest mana that ordinary senses cannot detect. Our guy gave the clone approaching closer a powerful kick to the head and pressed their bodies to the ground. The clones were destroyed as soon as they took the attack. Then he sharply dived down and at a crazy speed rushed forward, grabbed Manch by the leg. He wrapped his legs tightly around Manch's leg, leaving no chance to escape, and with all his strength pressed him down, and the screen cracked, and asked Van to let him go, and our guy said, "Don't worry." He reported to the department head that people make very good crutches nowadays. Monku managed to break free from Van's grip. Unfortunately for him, our guy grabbed one of his legs. Mensch trembled with fear. It seemed to him as if he was looking at a demon. He was sure that no one had uttered a word. In the Ethos Order, there was a sorcerer as strong as Van. Naomi informed Van that his opponents were the heads of departments from the T's mercenary squad, and then asked him what the T's members were doing there. The woman explained to him that the information about Kezarak heading to the kingdom of Awana was a trap. She said that right now, Commander Hugh and others were fighting Kezarak. Poland stood up, grabbed his sword, and asked Van to go where their commander was. Naomi looked at her comrade and asked if he was okay. The wounded knight put his hand on Van's shoulder and asked if his target was not Kezarak. He said they just needed to keep heading further north and asked our guy to move now. He noted that the commander was probably already pushing the enemy back further. Van told Pollen that the two squad leaders were not opponents they could handle alone. He told him he would regret it later. Pollen smiled and replied that he would not regret it. Van activated his rune and covered his sword with yellow lightning. He whispered to Van that he had already almost half defeated them, nearly to death. He took a position and said he did not become a knight to feast at some kid's expense. He ordered Van to go now and warned, if he wasted time there, he could really lose his target. Van hesitated a little before leaving. He turned around and declared that they were staying. He was going. Naomi also took a fighting stance and joined her ally. Pollen remarked to her that she would look pathetic if she died trying to look cool, and the woman replied that the problem was always in his mouth. Pauline pushed her lightning forward, and he smiled and said that this is a situation now or never, and assured Naomi they will manage. The scene switches. Kezrak tells someone that an unfortunate thing happened and then emphasizes his tactic was actually brilliant. The knights used a maneuver that looked like they were splitting into 3 different columns to break through the enemy's defense. However, the central column led by Hugh instantly appears to be passing right through the middle, and the left and right columns cover them. This is exactly how the knights were supposed to break the enemy's formation and escape the encirclement. Kezrak told the commander that this is exactly the tactical move that perfectly suits his ruin. He looked at the bodies of the dead knights and said to Hugh, "Executing such a strategy with his weak knights is like casting pearls before swine." Kezrak explained to the commander that among his knights there is not a single sorcerer capable of properly accepting his ruin. He threw in, "This is truly unfortunate." Kezrak, looking at the wounded commander, told him that he should have stayed glued to the side of Leon Sapphire. He said that this is such an unattractive ending. One of his hands was lost. Alberto and the woman next to him tried to get up to somehow help their commander. But before they could do anything, someone cut off their heads. Seeing this, he screamed wildly. Kezrak turned around and ordered his subordinate to treat Hugh with dignity. He said the commander was a true knight. The blue man with 2 horns replied to his lord that he understood. He watched as he raised the sword. He stared at the man straight into his eyes. Even when the man's sword almost touched his neck, he did not flinch. Hugh closed his eyes, as if at that moment he regretted something. Before the man's sword could touch the commander, a huge monster-like vehicle crashed into him, knocking him down and throwing him far away. The commander was shocked to see this. Kezrak also shuddered when he saw this. When the monster landed on the ground, Van was on it. The monster looked like a bike made by our guy. Van called Kezrak his self-proclaimed life mentor and said, "I didn't think I'd see you so soon." As soon as he said this, the vehicle laughed loudly. The scene switched. We were taken to the past. He dug his palm into the ground. Even though the cetacean was faint, he still heard the mana coming from the north. This was the mana of Kezrak. He understood. Kezrak was too far away to catch up, and he had only one thing left. Something that could help catch up with a single shot. But he couldn't stand this thing, because it was loud. He activated his rune and opened a portal. Something slowly crawled out of the ground. The creature laughed and said that centuries had passed since it last breathed such fresh, crisp air. It fully emerged from the portal and greeted the master. It asked Van if he had cut his hair again. This is the 6th manifested armament. It is called the Black Spirit Carriage. It is a monster that feeds by consuming living beings as fuel. Its top speed is almost equal to the speed of sound. Ten sat on the Black Spirit Carriage and ordered it to be silent, and the scene changes, and we are transported back to the present time. Kezrak could not figure out why Van was here. He recalled what happened a few days ago at his headquarters. A subordinate reported that he had checked Van, exactly as Kezrak had ordered. Kezrak stated that Van was indeed the same one who killed the administrators, but there was no trace of him. His birth, past, and identity were completely unknown. Hearing that there was no information about Van at all, Kezrak grimaced irritably. He considered this impossible. He ordered the subordinate to tell him what the Kingdom of Argo had said. The subordinate told him that even the Kingdom of Argo acknowledged Van was unlikely to have noble or royal blood. Kezrak declared that this made everything even worse. He could not believe that Van, at his age, was already at the 10th divine tier, although he himself was neither of noble nor royal origin. Anger blazed on his face. Kezrak stated that Van must be stopped right now before he becomes a serious obstacle for them. The scene abruptly changes. We are brought back to the present moment. "This is perfect," Kezrak repeated to himself. He wanted to get rid of all his annoying problems together. He turned to the blue man named Surfer and asked him to take care of the fan. No sooner had he said this than a sharp pain pierced his chest. Surfer asked if he was all right. Kezrak coughed up blood and immediately realized these were side effects. He did not expect them to catch up with him right now. He told Surfer that he needed to buy some time. Then the man asked his boss to transfer this task to him. Surfer Ortega is one of the leaders of Tiz. The blonde man next to him assured that he would support Kezrak. This man's name is Azerni Rowe, and he is also the executive director of Tiz. Ben asked the commander if he was okay. Hugh told Van that he could not handle these opponents alone and asked him to retreat and give way. Then he noticed the commander's arm was severed and he himself was bleeding profusely. From the shade, it became clear that the body was already physically exhausted and he had burned too much mana. He wondered, Wouldn't it be more effective to leave the commander and fight alone? He asked Hugh to tell him what his rune was before he could even say anything. The surfer sharply swung the sword with incredible force. His strike shattered the ground and raised a cloud of dust into the air. He asked Van if he had time to hang around here and chat. 10 jumped out of this dust together with Hugh on his black carriage spirit. Courage, Hugh asked Van to at least run away. Black Spirit Carriage asked Hugh to let go of his hand before saying something like that. The surfer gathered all his energy around the huge sword and asked Van to say where he was heading. The surfer launched an attack directly at Van. The surfer possesses the Rune of Wind. It allows free control of natural wind or the creation of artificial wind by expending mana. His wind began to take the shape of blades as soon as it approached Van, but the boy stopped and ceased running. He turned the carriage Black Spirit around. When the wind blades approached him, they destroyed the ground. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from beneath the earth. It was a statue, a creation of Kezarak. The man warned Van that this time he was not going to act gently. Kezarak possesses the stone rune of the statue. It allows him to spend mana to mold stone into various statues and then freely control the completed constructs. So Van turned his black spirit carriage around and moved forward. He tried to break free from under the wind blades, and the black spirit, the carriage, told him that his skills were still as good as before. Van asked the carriage to be quiet. He noticed that Surfer was also flying after him. The black spirit, the carriage, spoke up and warned, "Something is happening ahead." Van saw a giant hand emerging from the ground. He managed to use this black spirit, the carriage, to dodge before the hand could hit them. Van realized, with his current mana reserves, he would not be able to hold the black spirit, the carriage, for long. He wondered whether he should abandon the monster and get other weapons. Barely had this flashes through his mind when the commander laid his hand on his shoulder. Our guy suddenly changed his manner, as if he was lifted by forces. He felt unexpectedly and joyfully. The mana was restoring. Hugh told Van that he could understand. He had no intention to run away, and that he would give him what he could. A light flashed on the commander's forehead, and he reminded Van that he once asked him about his runes. Then he said, "Here is my rune." The Hu rune is the commander's rune. It works only on creatures with whom the sorcerer is in direct contact. It allows either to infuse mana or to draw it away. Stolen mana can also be transformed into one's own. The commander informed Van that this was all the mana he was able to give. Our guy immediately assured him, "This is enough. There will even be too much of it," he said, "more than enough." He paused, and for a moment, unhurriedly, Black Spirit Carriage slowed down. And that was enough for the stone monster and the surfer to catch up with them. Ten released his black spirit carriage, letting it move forward, and jumped off the monster. He ordered it to devour the blue freak, and the black spirit carriage informed its master that it would not hold back. As soon as these words sounded, Van threw his fist forward and smashed the stone monster with one blow. The black spirit's carriage is a monster that lives by using living creatures as fuel. Among all living prey, it is most attracted to intelligent beings. Stretching its head far forward, the monster opened its jaws. It swallowed the surfer in one gulp. The man's sword fell from his hand. A moment later, he landed on the ground. Ten rushed forward, charging straight at Kezarak. He clenched his fist and promised that this time Kezarak would not slip away. Before our guy could reach him, Kezarak smiled gently. He felt that this was strange. Kezarak told him that he seriously underestimated the surfer. As soon as he said this, the surfer appeared next to our guy, and in his hands were already two sabers. Once there was a territorial conflict between the Balcony Kingdom and the Dokart tribe. That war is called the Dokart Mountain Ridge War. The Dokart tribe initially did not want to ignite a war with the kingdom, which was increasingly encroaching on their lands. They tried to resolve the dispute peacefully, but the Balcony Kingdom decided to respond with violence. The war broke out due to the unilateral invasion of the Balcony Kingdom and lasted up to 10 years. The Dokart tribe witnessed the death of their parents, brothers, and sisters, as well as their own children, comrades, and even their loved ones. On the battlefield, where only death is allowed, the deafening roar of thousands and thousands of sabers clashing was stopped by a single mercenary group. The war was stopped by a single mercenary group. Ties was the group that ended the war. After the war ended, Kezarak returned to the man and told him that the Bastion Kingdom had fallen. He assured that their tribe was now completely free. The man he was speaking to was Surfer. Kezarak asked Surfer if he would join him. He told him that a person like him was needed, with a wonderful talent. The surprise for Surfer was how Kezarak phrased his offer. He made the decision to dedicate his entire life to the man standing before him. The gaze slid across the battlefield, full of bodies and statues of Kezarak. In this, the Surfer recognized his savior. The scene switches, and we are thrown back a few minutes. we see the Black Spirit's coachman, who declares that it has been too long since she last had a proper meal. She says, "This time everything is different." As soon as she said this, Surfer immediately opened his eyes. He spun his own body at a furious speed and tore the monster's maw straight through. The black brass carriage spat out some blood as Surfer jumped out of its body. She did not understand how Surfer managed to survive at all. The man landed on the ground and said that he had not yet repaid the debt to Kezarek. He raised the sword and cut him in half. He lunged at Van and asked if he thinks he will die somewhere in such a place. So even before the blade of the Surfer could touch him, our guy took a step back. The Surfer landed in front of Kezarek and gathered the wind around his blade. He released this wind into Van. Our guy shattered his wind blades with a strike and said that he was not interested in dealing with him at all. He lunged at Surfer and with a heavy kick to the chest knocked him off his feet, then ordered him to get lost. From this attack, Surfer flew into the air. The man quickly regained his balance. He realized Van is not one to be underestimated and easily defeated. He decided to go all in. He released a huge stream of energy. His body grew larger, his horns longer, and his sword also extended in length. Van did not like this. He aimed to preserve his mana as much as possible. With a fierce, terrifying expression, Surfer told our guy that he and Kezarek are bound by blood. He declared that their fate is forged in a deadly alloy of blood. Surfer also explained, to reach Kezarek, Van must first get through him. Van got angry upon hearing this. He remembered his family and his fiancée. With an expression of utter madness on his face, he asked Surfer if he knew the person to whom that blood, about which he kept insisting, belonged. Surfer ignored him and spun his blades at a furious speed. He threw them at our guy. The blades passed by him and shattered the ground. Surfer clasped his hands together and placed them on the ground. As soon as he did this, several tornadoes burst out from beneath the earth. Surfer drew his blades and told our guy that he had nowhere else to run. He lunged at him with a spinning blade. He pushed our guy back with his spinning blades. Ben barely managed to dodge his attacks. Pushing Finn aside, Surfer said that Kezarek would put an end to this age of chaos. He added, "Kezarek is a great man destined to bring peace." He asked Van if he really believed that no one like him could ever harm Kezarek. As soon as he said this, a large amount of wind gathered around his body. His body began to spin at a crazy speed. He destroyed everything around. This technique is known as the heavenly dance of the wind rune. The Surfer told Van that he would tear him to pieces and scatter him with the wind. The boy immediately realized that against the Surfer, he could not preserve mana. He clenched his fist and gathered it in his palms. Because of his seal, he could only spend a tiny amount of mana, so summoning full equipment was impossible. But now, with the commander supporting him and his mana fully restored, Van was able to summon his weapons in full, complete form. He took a stance and invoked the body liberation of the Fist of Destruction, and his mana lay on his arm like armor. With a grim expression, Van told the Surfer that they were degenerates who treated human lives like insects. He gathered all his strength in his legs and lunged at the Surfer. He was ready to tear that man to pieces. When Wing approached him, Surfer noticed something terrible. His eyes blazed with madness, and he told the sorcerer that his words were truly disgusting. Van struck Surfer with a blow that made the bones clink. A huge explosion erupted in the vicinity from the attack. Seeing this, Kezarek ordered Azurna to inject artificial mana into him. The man was surprised and asked his master if the side effects no longer posed problems. Kezarek tore off his clothes and declared that he would not use any serious techniques. He told this man that he would manage on his own. Kezarek showed his ruins and said, "Beautiful is what does not simply disappear or fade." In the next scene, we are transported to the past. Someone held a measuring glass with liquid, and someone reported that the kingdom of Argo had started a war against the kingdom of Awan. The one who listened was not surprised. He said that the king of Argo was rushing too much. Kezarek speaks, and the one who informed him about the situation is Surfer. Surfer told Kezarek that the king wants to finish the artificial mana as soon as possible, while intently looking at a huge test tube. Kezarek replied that he also desires this. He added, if they want the world to remain a beautiful place, they must complete the artificial mana. Surfer looked into the test tube and saw Azurna. Several cables protruded from the man's body. Surfer asked his lord if this was the same artificial man repository he had developed. Kezarek answered yes. He named Azurna and told Surfer that Azurna would become his first master. He further explained that the concentrated basis of artificial mana cannot be stored in an ordinary container. However, if this basis is introduced into the blood vessels and cells of a dead body, the artificial mana binds to the structure of hemoglobin in the blood and stabilizes it. While he was speaking, Kezarek pressed the button and he opened the tank. and released his Ernie outside. Kezrak told Surfer that the development of artificial mana does not stop even at this. He said that he can even make a corpse move again by the power of this artificial mana. He placed his hand on Nazerni's shoulder and told Surfer that there are no memories or sense of self in the body, since the time it was alive. It is only a beautiful living reservoir of artificial mana. Kezrak said that the corpse still has a downside. He revealed to Surfer that the corpse will shut down as soon as the artificial mana is exhausted. He told him that they need a body capable of fully containing artificial mana even in a living state, a body strong enough to withstand it. Kezrak said that they need a resilient body to create the beautiful world they want. He told Surfer that they need the body of the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Ewan. He wanted to get the body of Leon Saphir. The scene changes, and we are transported to the present time. We see Kezrak activating his rune. He caused several giant boulders to fall from the sky, as if meteors were falling on Van. Our guy instantly slipped aside to dodge these huge rocks. In a moment, he was out of the attack's reach. He raised his head, covering the trembling in the air with his gaze. He saw Kezrak walking towards the ruins of Surfer's body. Kezrak noticed that the man's eyes were open. He helped him close them. Van reminded the man that he was involved in human trafficking, organs, murders, and kidnappings. He said that his gang was complete scum. They would do anything as long as they were paid. Our guy stood up and released a massive charge of deadly determination into the air. He asked Kezrak if they considered themselves valuable in any way, and he threw at him, he was simply disgusting. Kezrak replied to our guy that it was unacceptable to judge everything based only on what was visible on the surface. Then he stood up and said, this was his second piece of advice. Van lunged at him and growled, demanding silence. Kezrak realized that no more time could be wasted here. He decided to end the fight right now. He placed his hands on the ground and activated his totem pole rune. This rune allows him to summon 4 totem poles that carry the power of the 4 classical elements: earth, water, fire, and air. As soon as he activated his rune, the totem poles burst out from beneath the ground. They opened their mouths and spewed the 4 elements directly at Van. Kezrak also activated his stone statue rune, and several stone statues emerged from behind Van. They held weapons, and their very appearance seemed enough to bring everything under control. He immediately realized he was trapped from both sides. Van froze, and he punched into the void. The impact thud threw the elements of Kezrak and the statue backward. Kezrak was surprised to see this and did not understand how Van managed to handle the attack so easily. Our guy stepped forward and told Kezrak that he would first break his glasses. While Van was dealing with the totems, the commander closed his eyes and released his mana. He felt that Kezrak's mana suddenly twitched sharply. He was sure somewhere there is a mana power source that feeds Kezrak. Be careful with the hint, because mana in this zone noticeably lingers in the air. He knew he could find the supply source if he traced how mana spreads through this place. He quickly noticed that mana flows in one direction. He found Azerni hiding in the ground. Azerni noticed that the commander had revealed his presence. He opened his eyes, just saw a man. Kezrak instantly turned to the commander. He saw that he was running straight towards Zerni. He quickly raised his hand and used his rune of the stone statue. Several stone statues appeared next to Hugh. With different weapons in their hands, they swung and struck the commander. Fortunately, the Black Spirit carriage saved you. The commander was surprised to see that the monster saved him. The Black Spirit carriage said it would be a problem for her if her master died. She told Hugh that she would help him. The commander ordered him to move at full speed. He just noticed that Hugh was already approaching. Azerni burst out from under the ground and immediately ran, even before Hugh could catch him. Kezrak's totems released fire and wind at him. The blow threw the Black Spirit carriage along with the commander into the air. Kezrak felt relief as soon as he saw them on the ground. He realized if he had caught Azerni, serious trouble could have happened. No sooner had this thought flashed in his mind than Van appeared behind him and asked where he was looking. Kezrak shuddered upon hearing his voice. He instantly picked up the statue from the ground and used it to block Van's attack. Kezrak was struck by Van's strength. The boy had grown so strong that it seemed like a completely different sorcerer, and he couldn't believe that Kezrak was doing all this without any artificial mana. He was tormented by the thought of how Van could have become so strong so quickly. As soon as he realized this, he immediately clenched his fists and punched him with his fist. Kezrak tried to dodge the attack, but Van managed to hit his leg. Our guy severed his leg with one blow. Kezrak gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and thought, could such explosive growth really be real? He quickly jumped back to separate himself from Van and told himself, no matter how much stronger he has become, He will never lose as long as he has artificial mana. Kezarek quickly activated the rune of the stone statue, but before he could do anything, Hugh smiled. He recalled how his finger had managed to just barely touch Ernie's shoulder. He said that he was quite stubborn, despite how he actually looks. He said that he is quite stubborn, although he looks like this. Immediately he said this and activated his commander rune. The rune allows him to instill mana into creatures he touches or drain their mana completely, and the stolen mana he can make his own. Hugh reached out his hand and began to take mana from Ernie. The man screamed in pain as his mana was snatched and pulled from him. Kezarek sharply turned around as soon as he heard the voice of his Ernie. As soon as he lowered his guard, Van rushed at him. Kezarek managed to dodge. He jumped back. He quickly used a technique known as secret passage, wall surface. He made several huge barriers grow from the ground and block Van's path. Next to the man appeared our guy and said that he would not deal with any crutches. With a terrifying gleam in his eyes, he told Kezarek that he would soon die. On the other side of the forest, we see Pollen and Naomi, who are breathing heavily. Naomi said that Manj can no longer recover. Pollen asked her if she was sure. The woman said that she does not feel any mana from them. She told Pollen that they are definitely dead. Breathing in short gasps, Pollen sharply turned around as soon as he heard a loud sound. Naomi said that the sound came from the place van and their commander is there. She turned to Pollen, asking if they should check it out. Pollen replied that then all the victims would be in vain, and added that they need to return to order. He and Naomi dashed forward. A minute after, they ran out of there. Monk opened his eyes and turned to them. Events change. We are transferred to the Ethos Order headquarters. We see a building engulfed in flames. Next to the edge of the abyss stands a huge man, right at the very top. The man lowered his gaze and ordered his subordinates to prepare to move. He said they would save Hugh Zanal. It was Leon Saphir, head of the Leon family and Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Awana. A man approached Leon and informed him that there were no survivors left. He said they had arrived too late. Leon ordered the man to prepare to leave. He bowed his head and accepted the order. The scene changed, and we were transported back to Van. We see our guy delivering a powerful blow to Kezarek's chest. The attack sends him flying. Van approached Kezarek, and lifting him up, he asked him to tell him everything he knows about the sorcerer from the kingdom of Zoe. Kezarek smiled and called Van an idiot, then asked who he was talking to. As soon as he said this, his disguise began to slowly dissolve. The person Van recognized was not Kezarek. It was Azerny, and Kezarek used his rune to change the man's appearance. Before Van could do anything else, Kezarek activated his rune and forced a huge stone fist to rise from the ground. It struck our guy directly and sent him flying. When Van slowly got up, Kezarek slowly emerged from the ground. He told our guy he would give him one last piece of advice and advised him to never let his guard down, even if some ability seems trivial. Van realized that when Kezarek raised the barrier, he hid and threw his subordinate out of his own compartment. He stood up and told Kezarek that he had an amazing survival instinct. Azerny turned to Kezarek and begged him to take the rest of his artificial mana. Kezarek placed his hand on the man's body and said that he had done wonderfully. Immediately after he said this, he sucked all the last artificial mana out of Van. The man's energy completely faded. The body of Kezarek grew larger, and he activated his stone statue room. Stone and then pulled the earth toward his body. He forged armor with many arms and a huge hammer from the earth. This form was assembled from a combination of all his runes. Kezarek told Van that he did not expect him to force the summoning of the elemental colossus, and added, "I acknowledge you." The elemental colossus is created when Kezarek summons a giant stone golem that holds the power of the four elements within it and then merges with it. Hugh was shaken when he saw Kezarek using 3 runes simultaneously. He knew that such a feat required an incredible amount of mana. But with his artificial mana, the power easily surpasses the 9th divine tier. Kezarek struck the ground with his hammer and unleashed a considerable avalanche of fire at Van. Then he had to sharply jump back to dodge the flames. Van instantly charged forward again. Closing in, he punched Kezarek with his fist. Kezarek swung his giant fist and met the attack with ice, blocking it. Kezarek raised his hand upward, and immediately several boulders appeared in the air, emerging from nothing. He forced boulders to rain down on Van. Our guy had to quickly jump back to manage to dodge the boulders. Kezarek appeared behind our guy, and grabbing the hammer of fire, he struck with it. His attack sent the guy flying. As soon as he did that, a heavy cough immediately overtook him. When he looked at his palm, he saw it was all covered in his blood. He immediately understood. The side effects had started again, and he knew the fight had to end as soon as possible. He told Van that it hurt to shatter the talent of such beauty, like his own. He said nothing could be done. Van sprang up from the ground and told that man he was ridiculous. After that, he asked if he believed he was winning. Kezrak asked Van to drop the bravado and explained he already knew that his mana was completely dried up. As soon as he said that, a formation flared up beneath him. When the formation activated, a portal appeared. Kezrak shuddered, seeing the formation right beneath him. He was gnawed by the question. When had Van managed to prepare all this? Ben, flashing his eyes ominously, asked Kezrak if he thought Ben was just rushing around blindly without any plan. He maneuvered wildly, dodging attacks from the surfer and Kezrak from the flanks, trying not to get trapped. When the body was already stained with the story of the black spirit wagon, mixed with blood, he was preparing to summon something from the other world. Countless corpses scattered across the battlefield, and the blood soaking deep into the earth were quite a sufficient sacrifice. At that very moment, all the spilled blood gathered together. Van raised his hand and showed a strange object. He pressed the artifact to his chest, and his clothes instantly disappeared. A large amount of eerie mana began to gather beside him. Kezrak shuddered upon seeing this. He realized he was in another world. He understood that this was not a formation. It was a rune art. He had never seen or even heard of such an ability. Immediately recalling this, he felt his elemental colossus crumble. He fell into a sea of blood. Van was shocked. His artificial mana had completely vanished. Then he landed on the ground in a long red cloak. His hair had grown back, and the artifact he had drawn lay on his chest. This was Van's seventh manifested weapon form. It is called the Blood Jade. The one who makes sacrifices to summon the Blood Jade becomes the Lord of the Sea of Blood. With terrifying determination in his eyes, Van told Kezrak that in this sea of blood, only he was allowed to use mana. The man could not believe what he was hearing. He had never heard of such a ridiculous ability. Before he could do anything, he felt a sharp oddity in his hand. Lowering his gaze, he saw several undead in the ground, and one of them was already biting his hand. Kezrak screamed and asked our guy what was happening now. He instantly jerked his hand away and jumped back, but his body hit something even before he could move or run. When Kezrak turned around, he saw even more undead, all of them grinning and looking at him. One of them asked where he was heading. Kezrak instantly recognized the armor the undead were wearing. He immediately understood that they were Knights of the Order of Ethos. He entered a sea of blood and started running. The disgusting undead creatures were chasing him with distorted movements. They surrounded him and asked again where he was going. Kezrak screamed as the undead knights grabbed him. He was told that he would come with them. Kezrak begged to let him go. Then he called a huge spear and declared, "This is a hideous spectacle." He told Kezrak that he had brought this upon himself. No sooner had he said this than he gathered a large amount of mana into the spear, and he ordered the mercenary. He should have simply left him alone. He threw the spear with colossal force. The spear hit Kezrak right in the chest. After that, a puddle of blood slowly began to retract, as if it was being taken away. Kezrak was pushed out of the dimension. His body became gaunt. The man noticed that his mana and blood were drying up. It occurred to him, was this the power of Van's rune? Our guy approached the wounded man. When Kezrak saw him, he said he remembered the cache in the Geo Mountains. Allegedly, they destroyed a small settlement in the Azraeon Mountains, and he informed Van that he had linked the Jael bandits with a certain person to remove that settlement. He added that he was told there was not a single living soul left in that settlement, but he immediately realized that Van was alive. Now he knew our guy had come to take revenge. Ten asked him to tell him everything he knows about the wizard from the Zoe Kingdom. Immediately he said this. His head ached slightly. He carefully touched his head. Kezrak looked at the sky and said that people like to say that there is nothing more meaningless and empty than revenge. He assured that people are mistaken. He believed that this is just the vanity of hypocrites who have never stood in the shoes of the Avengers. He said that a person feels something that nothing else in this world can give when their revenge finally succeeds. It is a trembling, intoxicating, cathartic release. Then the person is overwhelmed by an irresistible relief, as if they have achieved their goal and finally felt completeness. It is a wonderful feeling that only those who have carried their revenge to the end can understand. But as soon as it flares up, it disappears just as quickly, and in the end, an empty heart and bottomless, empty despair remain. Kezrak turned to Van and asked how he plans to overcome this emptiness. To his misfortune, Van did not care to listen. He grabbed Kezrak by the neck and ordered him to just tell about the sorcerer. His eyes were full of madness. Kezrak saw this. He also saw how hatred burned in Van's eyes. He smiled and said that they reminded him of himself once. The scene sharply shifts us to the past. We see a young boy splitting a small piece of wood with an axe. Yes, this is Kezarak. He was 15 years old then. As soon as he finished, he immediately put the axe on the ground. His father called him and asked if he was working hard again. Kezarak covered his nose as soon as his father came closer and told him he smelled of alcohol. He asked if his father had been drinking with the uncles again. The man laughed and replied that he had to drink because his son would soon become a great sorcerer. The father stepped closer to his son and told them to go inside because the mother would get tired of waiting. Kezarak grumbled that the beard was prickly and pinching. Inside the house, a portrait of Kezarak's mother hangs on the fireplace. Kezarak had the same hair color as she did. Approaching his mother, he promised that he would return home often and asked her to take care of herself. As soon as he said this, the father called him by name. He asked not to lose a good heart, even when Kezarak grows into a true fighter peer of the sorcerers. And he ordered to live life in such a way as to do only what is right. He asked his son to do this both for him and for his mother. And he asked him to promise he would remain the same. Kezarak made a pinky promise with his father, to promise as he asked. The next day we see a carriage right under Kezarak's house. Kezarak's father almost choked with tears as soon as he saw it, and Kezarak himself asked, "Don't cry, enough." The man said that it seemed to him as if just yesterday he had seen his son limping alongside with small steps. He could not believe that his son was entering the military academy as the second prize winner. Kezarak asked his father where his stern look had gone yesterday. Imyak drove the coachman and asked Kezarak to get into the carriage. He warned if he did not leave immediately, he would be late for the entry ceremony. As soon as his son entered the carriage, the man asked him not to forget the promise and also wished him to stay healthy. Kezarak smiled and replied to his father to take care of himself as well. The carriage moved forward, and the man waved to his son, saying that he would live long enough for him to make it in life, get rich, and buy them a house in the capital. Kezarak laughed in response and assured him he would come home often. When the carriage disappeared from sight, the man wiped his tears and could not believe he had cried in front of his son. No sooner had he thought this than he felt someone was behind him. To him, as soon as the man turned around, he saw two giants in armor, like knights. The scene switched. The coachman was leading Kezarak to the entrance of the estate. Kezarak explained that this was not a military academy, but the man asked to go inside for literally a minute. When Kezarak stepped over the threshold of the estate, someone greeted him and said they had been waiting for him for a long time. He firmly took Kezarak's hand and spoke about rumors. Supposedly there is a rune that allows changing one's appearance into anything. Is it true? Kezarak nervously confirmed, and unable to resist, asked again if this was a military academy. The man smiled and announced that he had canceled his admission. Then he told the boy that he would now adopt him as a son, and instead of the academy, would help him himself. Kezarak was stunned by these words. With a creepy smile on his face, the man said that his beautiful creative inspiration was no longer what it used to be. He turned to Kezarak and declared, with his abilities, he would become the perfect muse. Kezarak replied to the nobleman that essentially he did not understand him. The man snapped back that words truly cannot be understood by some peasants, and ordered his subordinate to bring something. The man pushed someone right toward Kezarak. That turned out to be his father. Noble asked someone to hold back Kezarak's father. He insisted that he was again overcome by struggle and told the boy, just help him for these 10 years. Noble assured that he would draw a certificate. Supposedly, Kezarak graduated as the best in his class, and after 10 years he would release him to freedom. While he was speaking, someone was forced to press Kezarak to the ground. The man explained to the boy that he could become a true wizard and live the rest of his life happily with his father, if only he fulfilled the services he needed. With a grim smile, Noble said he would tear the father's limbs and shove them down his throat as soon as Kezarak dared to refuse. These words froze the boy with terrible, trembling panic. He ordered Kezarak to decide immediately. Kezarak's father asked him to run away. Then the boy asked the nobleman if he would help him only for 10 years. He smiled and said that he was Archbishop Ethos Order, and assured a promise of this kind was easy for him to keep. Kezarak said that he would do it. The man said that he had made a wise choice. They would sign a contract and throw away his hideous clothes. After that, he ordered someone to bring Kezarak's address. Kezarak's father was embarrassed and hated this. He begged his son to go away, but Kezarek asked his father not to worry. With tears in his eyes, he begged his father to wait for him for 10 years. The man did not know what to answer his son. In winter, we see maids gossiping and whispering about scars on someone's body. One of them says that the nobleman adopted Kezarek, but instead of love, subjects him to all kinds of sadistic tortures imaginable, calling it art. Her friend asks her to be quiet, and she replies that their master might hear. While they talk, Kezarek looks at his reflection in the mirror. His body is covered with scars, and his hands and feet are pressed and bound with chains. Kezarek had no clothes. He wore only underwear and a mask. At that moment, he was 25 years old. Kezarek approached the nobleman's door and knocked. As soon as he entered, the man asked who let him in and ordered Kezarek to leave. Kezarek replied, "Today marks exactly 10 years since the day they made their agreement." But the nobleman ignored Kezarek, turned to his guest, and apologized, saying one of his slaves is disturbing his peace. The guest said it was all right and asked not to worry. He smiled and asked the nobleman to continue their brief conversation. And Kezarek realized that the guest was the same man who imprisoned Van in the pocket dimension. The scene changes, and we are thrown back to the press again. Kezarek tells Van that this was his first meeting with the sorcerer from the kingdom of Zoe, and he reveals to Van the man's name, Akratos. Our guy shuddered upon hearing the sorcerer's name. The scene cuts back to the past again. Kezarek remembers how the archbishop repeatedly harassed him. It was unbearable. But he believed if he could endure the pain for another 8 years, he would be able to see his father again. Another time, several more people resembling the archbishop came to Kezarek, and they all demanded him. Every day became hell, but Kezarek told himself he would see his father if he just survived these 5 years. Kezarek was often subjected to torture by horrible people. His days were continuous pain, but he believed that suffering would lessen if these people simply tore off his limbs. However, he only had 1 more year left to see his father, and he kept telling himself, "I must endure for my father." Kezarek wrote with his own blood that when that day comes, he will finally be able to see his father. 10 years passed, and his happy fate was about to begin. Kezarek convinced himself that a new life would begin right now. He laughed wildly as he said this. After meeting with the archbishop, he followed him somewhere in Kratos. While the archbishop led Akratos, he apologized for causing trouble over a single slave. Akratos squeezed the man's shoulder and asked if he realized how much information he had sold Zoe Kingdom. The man laughed and told the archbishop that everything was fine, and he thanked him. He turned to Kezarek and asked him to consider himself lucky. He told him that he would have cut off his head on the spot if Akratos had found even the slightest irritation in him. When they came to this door, Akratos asked the archbishop if this was the room where he kept his favorite exhibits. The man told him he was right. Kezarek asked the man if his father was there. The archbishop opened the door and laughed. He asked Kezarek if 10 years had already passed since he last saw his father. Kezarek rushed headlong into the room. He returned home and called his father, saying that he had waited for him for 10 years. As soon as he said this, Kezarek immediately noticed something terrible. The father begged someone to kill him. The poor man had already been turned into a gigantic, grotesque monster. Several long tubes were sticking out of him. The archbishop laughed like a madman and asked Kezarek to say what he thought about it. He replied that it was a masterpiece he had worked on for a whole 10 years, and that it was his most beautiful work. Kezarek fell to his knees when he saw his father. The madman smiled when he saw the expression in his eyes. He said that his beautiful art was complete and asked Kezarek if he knew how hard it was for him to keep his father in such a state, not allowing him to die. Kezarek lowered his head and cried. He asked the man to say why he had done this, reminding him of the promise. If he endured 10 years, they would be released. The archbishop assured him he was not lying and told Kezarek that now he could return home with his father, since the work was finished. At the same time, he admitted that he was not sure if the father could go anywhere in his current state. Kezarek raised his head and declared to the archbishop that he would kill him. He rushed at him. As soon as he reached out to the man, a knight jumped out of hiding and slammed his head into the ground with all his might. The archbishop called Kezarek a slave and ordered him to know his place. He asked Kezarek to stop crawling and to change clothes as he was at night. The archbishop grumbled that he could not stop this desire and excitement right now. The eyes of Kezarek burned with anger when he assured that man he would kill him. As soon as the archbishop heard these words, he immediately began hitting him on the head. Kezarek said, "He will kill him under any circumstances." As soon as he said this, someone attacked the knight with a powerful sting, and the blow threw him into the air like a rag. The one who attacked him was Kratos. The sorcerer smiled and said that he had not felt such intense hatred for a long time. He stepped closer to Kezrak and asked if he wanted him to help with revenge. The archbishop was shocked to hear what Akratos said. Akratos told Kezaraku that he would become his slave if he helped, and asked if that suited him. Kezrak replied that he did not care. He raised his head and told Kratos that he would give him everything he had, just so he could take his revenge. The bishop quickly informed Akratos that he could handle his slave himself. Akratos ignored him and told Kezrak that there was an agreement between them. He used his stinger to create a huge spiky rock and pushed it into Kezrak's back. He asked Kezrak to endure the pain. Kezrak screamed as the rock pressed into him. He stood up and released giant spiky rocks from his mouth and legs. The archbishop returned to Akratos and asked him why he suddenly started doing that. Akratos laughed and asked if it was really sudden. He replied to the archbishop that he was seriously funny. With a smile on his face, he asked the archbishop if he knew why he had come so far. He explained that their king believed that a filthy pervert like him was only a hindrance and said bluntly, he had come to kill him. He laughed and replied to the archbishop that he had not done anything yet. He was just pondering the tastiest way to kill. Hearing this, the archbishop shuddered. He rushed to the door and shouted to his guards. Akratos informed the archbishop, the sound in the entire room is now completely cut off. The archbishop began hitting the barrier and shouting at the top of his voice. He begged for someone to save him. While he screamed madly, the prickly stone slowly entered Kezarak's body. Then he carefully got up. The archbishop began to sob as soon as he felt the presence of Kezrak. Kezrak covered his body with stones and, with an angry face, went toward the man. He told the archbishop that probably his father prayed to him the same way, and he ordered him to beg for his life, like a dog. The man begged Kezrak to spare him. Kezrak replied that he was simply pathetic. The archbishop began to beg Kezrak to retreat, and then he shouted. In a week, we see how Akratos is staring at something. He could not believe that Kezrak tortured the archbishop for a whole week and told him that he was clearly abnormal. Kezrak completely smashed the man's body with stones, yet somehow he was still alive. The archbishop begged Akratos to kill him. Akratos smiled and told Kezrak that he liked his work more. Akratos asked him what he would do with his father, and Kezrak knew the father would not survive anymore. He placed his hand on the body and released some mana. He used the stones to tear the man into pieces. After destroying his father's body, Kezrak took a bag to collect one of his parts and asked him to rest in peace. Akratos approached closer and said that he must follow him, as he promised. He asked Kezrak if they could first do something about his hideous face. Kezrak realized that his real face after 10 years of torture was no longer restorable. It would be spoiled beyond recognition. Akratos gave him some mana. Kezrak used it to change his face and asked the mage, "Is this much better now?" He replaced his face with the one he most wanted to see. Kezrak copied his father's face. Akratos asked him his name. The man had the same name as the sorcerer. Outside the archbishop's estate, we see a woman, Greta Kratos. The sorcerer asks Versa if she has lacked test subjects lately and says that he has brought her a really interesting candidate. Versa asked if the person behind him was the very test subject. Akratos told her she was right. He had already forcibly inserted a rune into Kezrak and declared that they needed to head to the kingdom to implant another one in Kezrak. Versa suggested they set off, and she remarked to Akratos that he had come out later than the agreed time. Akratos did not expect her to ignore him like that, so he told her that she was completely uninteresting. While he was speaking, Kezrak suddenly turned around and with fierce anger stared at the archbishop's mansion. The scene changes and takes us back to the present time. Kezrak tells Van that he wanted to overthrow this unequal class system and build a beautiful world where everyone is equal. He even broke a promise made to his father to focus on developing artificial mana. Kezrak could not believe that his dreams would end this way. Van hardly cared about what Kezrak was saying, so he focused more on the fact that the sorcerer who imprisoned him was named Akratos. Kezrak asked Van to go to the Leon family within the kingdom of Awana. He told him that a spy planted by the kingdom of Argo was hidden there. Ben asked him what he was talking about. Kezrak said that the spy knows where Kratos is now. Van grabbed him by the neck and asked why he was suddenly helping like that. Kezrak replied that on his level, he could not even touch a single hair on Kratos' head. He also told our boy that he was helping because he reminded him of himself once. As soon as he said this, His stomach was hit by a powerful attack. Ben quickly raised his head and saw that another blow was coming at him. Unfortunately, our boy was already completely out of mana. He did not know what to do. Before the attack could reach him, someone suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the strike. Van was stunned when he realized who it was. It turned out to be an adult, and the woman smiled and told Van that it took her an eternity to find him. She added that he had become even sexier. In the next scene, we see Naomi stopping to rest. Paulin asked if she was okay and asked if they should stop for a moment. Naomi replied that everything was fine and said they needed to get to the order as soon as possible. She said this immediately. Parkwell appeared behind Paulin and reported that the ethos order was most likely already collapsing. Paulin froze upon hearing the male voice. He sharply jumped back, asked how Parkle was still alive. He was sure Parkle was dead. Parkle explained, a person needs to be checked several times to be completely sure they are really dead, and added that rookies without real combat experience are a complete mess. Paulin asked him what exactly he meant when he said order in chaos. Parkle laughed upon hearing his question. He told Paulin that while the Ethos Knights were focused on Kezarak, they had been carried all the way here, far from everyone. Order. For factions that want to erase the Ethos Order, there is no better chance than this. Pol froze in icy shock upon hearing this, and could not believe that his commander was right. He did not think it was really a trap to lure the knights. Now he finally realized that the goal of their enemies was the complete destruction of the Ethos Order, and he thought that he should regroup with the commander, not run back to the Order. He quickly informed Naomi that he would hold Park back. He asked her to reach their commander, and immediately gave the order. Parkle cut off Naomi's head. Holland turned to her as soon as he heard the sound. He was gripped by horror when he saw that his comrade's head was already removed. Parkle appeared before him and told him that he must return to his friends. With a terrible smile on his face, he told Paulin that the game was over and added that it was fun while it lasted. About an hour passed. Someone appeared at the field of view riding a huge lion along with his men. One of the subordinates reported that they found the bodies of a man and a woman. He said both were knights of Ethos. The man dismounted from the lion and asked the subordinate if they were not late. One of his soldiers reported that Pylok was still breathing. Sapphire heard this with surprise, asked the medics to treat that man, and then ordered his subordinates to search the area faster. The scene changes, and we are taken back to Van. We see Anna smiling at him. The one who attacked our guy told him, a fierce trouble has appeared. The man in the crow mask and with an unusual hand stated that the mercenary group Tias had already put an end to it because Kazaraka was taken and removed, and at that moment he thought half the goal is accomplished. As soon as he said this, Parkle appeared behind and called out to him. He asked if Kezarak had already been eliminated, and a man named Raven told Parkle that he was late. He asked if Parkle had managed to take care of those fleeing like knights, and Parkle replied that he had already taken care of them. Raven stood up and said that the hired Group T had already disappeared. He informed him that they were returning to the kingdom of Argo. Parkour looked down and saw Hugh. He told his comrade that Hugh was still alive. The rabbi told him it was already too late to take care of Hugh. He revealed that the Sapphire Mana signature was approaching, so they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. With a sad expression, Parkour said that Olga would nag him to death, and Voron asked him to stop whining and finally start moving. Inna was able to feel how the men quietly retreated. They asked her why she was here. Inna touched his cheek and said she had gone to the tavern where he promised to meet, but there was no sign of him. She asked if he knew how long she had been looking for him, and also if he understood how much money she had spent on the journey to get all the way here. Van remembered that he had actually sent her a letter with a carrier bird. He apologized and admitted that he ran into Kezarak at the tavern and completely forgot about her. Anna said, apologies alone are not enough. Instead, she revealed that she had spent days searching for him and added that he became too arrogant only because she noticed how handsome he was. Van threw her a bag of money and promised to double the agreed reward. Anna caught the bag and replied that he was the best. As soon as she did it, she carefully looked him over from head to toe. She knew. He was not normal when they first met, but now his mana had reached a completely different level. She wondered if it was even possible to grow so explosively in such a short time, and quickly realized it was not growth. She saw that Van was using the power he had been holding back. While she was thinking, Van glanced at her leg and asked if Offen was still alive. Anna asked Van if he knew her and explained that she had picked up Offen after he fainted and fell nearby. Vince exclaimed that her survival instincts were simply incredible. As soon as he said this, he approached him and asked if he was safe, and then if he was all right. He looked down and saw the body of Kezarak. He couldn't believe that Van had defeated him all alone, and our guy replied that he was only able to do it thanks to his help. Hugh inquired what kind of monster was sitting in the saddle. Van explained to him, "It is a creature summoned by runes, and it disappears as soon as its mana is depleted." Hugh turned to Anna and, without losing his radiant smile, asked who she was. Anna introduced herself as an information broker from the Kingdom of Nordea. She asked that if he ever needed information, he should come to her. Hugh asked if Anna could let go of his hand. Anna laughed and replied that his hand was indeed thick. While they were talking, they turned aside. Tugging his voice in a creepy tone, he asked someone, "And who are you?" The man replied that he was the one who should be asked that question. Sapphire released his mana and introduced himself as the sole Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Oan. He asked whether the interlocutor was an enemy or an ally. The energy of the Duke from Grandu was overwhelming. Van and Anna felt as if a mighty beast stood before them. Hugh asked the Grand Duke to tell how he ended up here. Van asked Hugh if this man belonged to his people. He revealed to him that the man before him was from the one and only house of the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Oan. He said that Sapphire was the head of this Leon family. Van was surprised to hear this and recalled that Kezarek had mentioned the house of Leon. Then Sapphire grabbed Hugh by the hand and asked if he was all right. The commander replied that he was fine, but his knights had been destroyed. He told the man that he alone had survived. Sapphire assured him that his survival was a blessing. He revealed to him that he was alive only thanks to Van. He told that our guy had taken down Kezarek and two of the T executors. Sapphire was stunned to hear this. He could not believe that someone as young as Van could dare to do that. He told Van that he would become his benefactor if he managed to save Hugh's life. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him to go to his house and rest, as he looked quite unwell. He made it clear to him that visiting his house would be a true honor for Van. Sapphire informed her soldiers that they were to return immediately to the estate and ordered them to treat Van and his companions with boundless respect. After all, they were her guests. While they were slowly turning around, Grand Duke warned his soldiers that the sorcerers from Argo Kingdom might still be nearby setting up an ambush, and asked them to be on alert. While he was speaking, Kesarek's body slowly turned to dust. The wind scattered what was left of him. The scene changes, and we are taken to the palace of the King of Argo. We see Raven and Parkour entering the palace. Parkour asked the skeleton where Olga was. The skeleton replied that she had come earlier and went to the audience hall. Parkour and Raven entered the audience hall and bowed their heads before the king. Instead of apologizing to the king for the delay, he informed him that they had carried out his order and destroyed the mercenary group Tees. The king tapped his finger on the throne and stood up. His body was covered with snakes, and at his feet lay a cluster of those that had gathered together. Even the king's hair was filled with snakes. The king told Raven that he himself had ordered them to lure out Ethos Order, kill Hugh and wipe out the mercenaries' expendable Tees from the face of the earth. No one uttered a word. A sinister aura hung over him. The king ordered Raven to explain why he had failed the assassination attempt on Hugh, and said that his reason must satisfy him. The woman sorcerer with moon tattoos on her face told the men that they were pathetic because they had not been able to kill a single sorceress. Her name is Olga, and she is a sorceress of the Argo Kingdom. The man with green hair laughed and told them that they had infiltrated Oan and destroyed the entire Ethos Order by their own efforts. The woman next to him also chuckled and called the men pathetic and also competent trash. Raven told the king that all this failure was Olga's and her squad's fault. The green-haired man, hearing this, raised his eyebrows in surprise. The woman next to him called Raven useless trash. Raven revealed to them that they had not informed them that another sorcerer had appeared in the Ethos Order, far more troublesome than Hugh. The man spoke about Van. He recalled how he fought with Kezarek and his subordinates, and how he told his king that Van restrained Kezarek and teased him personally. He assured that it was our guy who ruined the entire plan from the very beginning. He revealed to Olga Skid that the Grand Duke, whom they were supposed to restrain, arrived directly on the battlefield. He asked them how Sapphire managed to get to where he was. He said that this was the main reason for his defeat. The king ordered him to stop. Raven and Olga immediately knelt down and said to the king that they had committed a crime worthy of death. The king sat on the throne and commanded his subordinates to find a body strong enough to withstand the side effects of artificial mana if they wanted to make everything perfect. He emphasized they needed a body comparable to a superhuman, and the best fit for this was Sapphire's own body, to take only his body for themselves. The Kingdom of Argo endured years of war against Oan. The royal faction of Oan, which was their greatest obstacle, had already been eliminated. As soon as the Ethos Order is destroyed, There will be no one left in the kingdom itself who could protect Sapphire. The man stood up and asked the king if a single surviving sorcerer could change anything. Olga was stunned to hear his voice. The king unleashed a whole downpour of snakes through his hair and used them to seize the man. When it happened, the idiots burst out screaming. The king said that Hugh's personal combat skill was not a threat at all, but the power of his rune could push allied forces beyond the possible. With a grim, terrifying expression on his face, the king warned, if Sapphire, who was already hard to deal with, crossed the line thanks to Hugh's rune, their losses would be much greater than they expected. The king asked the man if he understood everything. He quickly began to beg for mercy, unfortunately to no avail. The king sent his snakes and crushed him. Then the king turned to Raven and promised, if he followed his heart, he would be crushed on the spot. The king added that he would forgive his mistake because he could not afford to lose a capable sorcerer. Raven thanked the king for his boundless mercy. The king stood up and announced the plan had changed. He could no longer delay it for a moment. He ordered his subordinates to notify the troops and promised that they would put an end to this long war. He declared that it was all for the order of Vairava. The setting changes, and we are transported to the Leon family estate located in the capital of the kingdom of Awana. A whole day had passed since everyone arrived at the estate. Only now was he finally able to meet Pollen, who had regained consciousness. The two who remained alive from the Ethos Order sat in long, heavy silence. Eventually, the grief they had been holding back burst out with wild force. The despair and rage living in their chests turned into blades. These blades pierced their own lives every minute, and meanwhile, one could hear the two men crying. He knew how they felt because it happened to him himself. Exactly the same. While he was listening to them, Sapphire approached and asked if he was feeling better. Van told him that he was able to fully recover thanks to the healers. Sapphire was impressed by the terrible speed of recovery of our boys and their mana. She wondered if Van was really the same age as her daughter. He asked our boy if he could follow him for a moment. Ben replied that he didn't care. He agreed. While they were walking together, Sapphire told him that yesterday she and Hugh talked about him. She said that Hugh accidentally overheard her conversation with Kezarak. Stepping back a step, he asked Van if a Kratos of the kingdom of Zoe was the wizard he was looking for. He asked if his goal was to kill a Kratos. Sapphire turned to Van and told him that he was just a stranger who knew nothing about his life, but he could guess who he was just by the air surrounding him. He stated that our boy was a person completely bound by anger and regret. Well, Sapphire led Van to the training grounds. In the house, he asked if he really understood how senseless the path Van was trying to take was. Our boy replied that he didn't care. On the continent of Aden, 6 great powers rule, and among them, the only one that still retains the status of a dominant superpower is the Kingdom of Zoe. Even in the Kingdom of Zoe, only the best sorcerers can rise to the rank of Royal Guard. The Royal Guard consists of those who stand on the 3rd divine level and above. The commander of this Royal Guard is the Grand Duke, Kratos. He is one of the 5 strongest people on the continent. Sapphire asked Van if he meant that he could just as easily kill someone. She clarified whether he even knows how high the mountain he is trying to climb is. Vince said that the height of the mountain does not matter. With a terrifying expression on his face, he said to Sapphire, no matter how high the mountain is, there is always a summit. And he added that all these matters are not his competence. So Sapphire replied that Hugh had already warned, words would not be enough to make him change his mind, and said that this camp could be helped. As soon as he returned to Van, he released a huge amount of energy. The next moment, he was next to our guy in another form. In that form, he rushed and attacked him, then quickly jumped back, right into Dodge's attack. Sapphire lunged at him before he could get far. She punched our guy in the chest. The attack pushed Juan back. Then she stood up and asked the man to say what he was doing right now. Sapphire released even more energy and told Juan that he apologized in advance. He said he needed to see with his own eyes whether our guy really had the strength to stand against the Zoe kingdom alone. He asked Juan to allow him to confirm this right here and right now. As soon as Juan heard these words, he suddenly rushed at him. He wrapped his palm with his energy and punched Sapphire. Sapphire managed to dodge, then reminded him. He asked not to poke his nose where it shouldn't be. Sapphire told Juan that people start giving advice even more actively as they age, and asked our guy to give in to him a little. Immediately after saying this, he hit Juan in the stomach with both fists. The attack threw our guy into the air. He crashed into the wall and fainted. Halffire realized that he had gotten too heated. Van stretched out his hand from under the rubble and got up. Sapphire sighed with relief, seeing that he was okay. Van released some energy and said to Sapphire, He would use this chance to show how unpleasant interference ends. As soon as he said this, he grabbed a unique sword from the ground. His hand immediately became covered with energy. Suddenly, we switched to another scene. A young woman asks her pet whether the noise is coming from the training zones. She decides that it is probably her father, and she cannot believe that he cannot give peace even when they have guests. She addresses her pet named Popo, so she has to go again and remind her father, "Can it be enough?" Popo barked in response. The beautiful woman asked Popo if he wanted to go with her. On the training field, we see Van, who calmly, with the gait of a cold sword, heads towards Sapphire. This sword is his 8th armament. Its name is Byonjukdo, a long sword capable of transforming into 3 different forms. Van knew if he killed the Grand Duke, everything would become much worse for him, so he decided to take Sapphire's left hand. Since healers were nearby, he was sure they could sew it back on. Sapphire felt a terrible energy from Van. She had never encountered anything like it even on the battlefield. Ten took a stance and aimed his Byonjukdo at the Grand Duke. He rushed forward sharply and attacked with crazy speed. Sapphire immediately prepared to intercept the strike. Immediately, Van's sword touched his hand. His daughter came onto the training ground and reminded him that they had guests. She asked him not to make noise. Van managed to make a cut on Sapphire's arm. His sword strike only slid past the Duke and hit the wall behind him. The wall shattered. The girl was shocked to see that her father had brought someone else here with him. Sapphire turned to see what Van had done with his sword. She could not believe that Van's attack had such power. Even if he did not strike at full strength, he was gnawed by the question. How much time had passed since the moment his body actually got injured? Van noticed how the man was looking at his hand. He stopped the sword halfway, but still could not believe that he had only managed to inflict a minor injury on Sapphire. Van and Sapphire both clearly understood that they were strong rivals. Sapphire's daughter turned to Van and asked what he was doing here. Our guy quickly realized this is her crazy employer. As soon as this was said, the girl even grimaced. She called him a cheeky, sharp-tongued scoundrel. The girl turned to her father and explained to him that Van is a sorcerer who protected her from Merkel. Sapphire froze at what he heard. He said he had committed a serious offense against his benefactor and asked Van to accept his apology, and our guy replied to him that everything was fine. Sapphire stepped closer and released his energy. He warned Van, if he shows even the slightest impure interest in his daughter, something will happen. Our guy assured that this would never happen. Sapphire was sharply surprised to hear this. He asked Van to explain why this would not happen, and then addressed the man with a direct question. What does he want from him? As soon as he uttered this question, someone rustled and flew into the room and shouted Sapphire. He reported to the Duke that he had just received an urgent report. According to him, the Kingdom of Argo and the Kingdom of God are pulling up all their troops and starting a full-scale offensive. Sapphire and his daughter were stunned to hear this. The scene changes, and we are taken 1 hour into the past. We see fields where the borders of the Kingdom of Awan and the Kingdom of God meet. There, everything was covered with hundreds of dead bodies and weapons. In the camp of Awan Kingdom, we see some officials talking about how the Kingdom of Argo is quite relentless. They wondered how many years this war has lasted. A red-haired woman said that the soldiers they are fighting actually come from the Kingdom of God. A man replied to her that the army command is from the Kingdom of Argo and explained that the Kingdom of God is actually a vassal state of Argo. They don't even have their own map. He said that Argo pushed all their forces out of Bogra because it does not want to lose its own troops. This man is Russell. He is a wizard of the Kingdom of Awana, and he is at the 9th divine tier. The woman asked Russell if this was the way for the Bogra kingdom to survive as a weak nation. This woman is known as Charlotte. She is also a wizard of the 9th divine tier. Another man said that something felt very wrong. Charlotte immediately asked what exactly was troubling him. A bald man in unusual fabric on his eyes explained to Charlotte, a brutal battle should have already erupted long ago. According to him, the battlefield has been too quiet for several days. This is Valkov, another wizard of the 9th divine tier. Russell told Valkov that such pauses had happened before, so he asked why he considered the situation strange. Valkov replied, doesn't he remember that the Ethos Order was wiped off the face of the earth? Russell added, it's strange. And after Argo did that, things shouldn't be quiet. Charlotte wondered if this was the calm before the storm, and Valkov replied that it was indeed possible. Russell asked how they communicate as a couple, and Charlotte said that her husband is incredibly sexy when he dives into deep thoughts. Immediately after she said this, a soldier burst into the tent and reported that the forces of Argo and Boga are advancing simultaneously. The commanders did not expect this to happen right now at all. Russell asked the soldier to name the number of the enemy. Then the man showed him that the entire army was already going on the offensive, and Charlotte froze at what she heard. Volkov did not look too surprised. He quickly ordered Charlotte to return to the capital, and the woman was surprised to hear this. She asked why she should leave the plains. Volkov said it was his intuition. He promised that they would hold the line as long as necessary. Then he asked her to go join Grand Duke. A few minutes later, we see many soldiers moving forward. The soldiers looked lifeless, like mutants. The man sitting on the human chair said that this long and exhausting war is finally coming to an end. This, filled with tears, the man asked the kingdom of Awan to try to stop them. The name of this man is Lapine. He is at the 8th divine tier. The scene switched, and we were returned to the present time. Sapphire told his subordinate that he had already figured out the situation, so he would head to the capital immediately. He asked Adi's daughter not to leave the estate under any circumstances and just stay there. The girl assured her father that she would follow his order and then asked him to arrive safely. Sapphire quickly ran out of the training ground. As soon as he left, Adi asked Van why he had fought with her father. The boy picked up his clothes from the ground and replied that he should be the one to ask. The father suddenly said he wanted to test him, then attacked unexpectedly, out of nowhere. Adi said that probably her father was thinking again about Daryl's brother. She asked to repeat everything Van had just said, so Adi stumbled into an apology. Saying it was nothing serious, she apologized to Van and assured him the father had no intention to harm him. Van calmed her down. Everything was fine. He said he would return to his room. Adi watched him as he walked away. She had no idea they would meet again. When Van arrived at his room, he sat on his bed and thought about how the war was unfolding right now, seeing that the house was in complete chaos and the Grand Duke was rushing to the capital. Van was sure this was the best time for him to find the Argo Kingdom's spy hiding within their family. He released his mana. Part of his face changed, horrible, unbearable to look at. 10 activated a skill known as Gluttony, a spell that devours creatures possessing mana. After devouring, the target is locked inside the internal mental world of the spellcaster. Van entered his mental world and stood before a grotesque monster. It looked like a tree with several heads, covered with huge chunks of flesh. Ben asked someone if he had been waiting here long and said he had questions. One of the monster's heads, and the monster itself, said something, then asked to repeat what was said. It turned out to be Bridgerton's native head. The man ordered Van to get out. The scene jumped further. We were transferred to the outer walls of the capital of the Kingdom of Awan. Above the city hung a gigantic barrier produced by some machines. The machines somehow lost power, and the barrier disappeared. We see several people climbing the fortress wall after the barrier was deactivated. A huge man praised a woman for removing the protective formation. He said it was impossible to dismantle it unless done from the inside, and asked if she had been exposed. The woman replied that his worry was in vain. The man put his hand on her shoulder and said it was just a joke. The man told Parkle, Olga, and the soldiers with him that Lapine had probably already started advancing. He said they needed to start their festival of slaughter. Parkle said that this man was a complete crank. He clarified that he hated going on missions with him. Parkle asked Olga if she agreed with him. Olga told him to get lost and said he smelled of sweat, with a creepy smile on his face. This giant ordered everyone to tear apart and kill everything that came into sight. This giant is Jourdain. He is a sorcerer of Argo Kingdom, holding the 8th divine tier. The scene switched, and we see Van talking to Bridgerton. He told the man that he looked much better than before and that he had gained some weight. Bridgerton called him a freak. Van told this man that he had a question for him. He revealed Kezarak informed him that a spy had been planted in the Leon family with the assistance of Argo Kingdom, and he asked Bridgerton to name the person of that spy. Bridgerton was shocked to hear Van's request. He asked him if he had done something to Kezarak. Our guy immediately confessed he killed Kezarak. Bridgerton froze upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that Van had dealt with the one who had injected himself with artificial mana to push himself to the limits and almost reached the 7th divine tier. Bridgerton realized before him was a monster. Van told him he would release him from there if he told him about the spy. Bridgerton sharply asked him if Van thought he was a fool. Van replied, "Not at all. Would a demon like our guy really spare you, even if you talked?" Van realized that Bridgerton actually knew about the spy. The man couldn't believe he had let it slip. Van told him that usually he would be the one to torture, but this time he couldn't, so he would give it to someone else. No sooner had he spoken these words than someone entered his mental world. It turned out to be open. Bridgerton was shocked to see her. Van couldn't understand how she was still alive. Ofen asked Van what was happening. Our guy explained to her that she couldn't do anything with Kezerak's body, so he had prepared this gift for her because he saw she was in very bad shape. He pointed to Bridgerton and said that it was a much more valuable gift than Kezerak's corpse. He told her that he was not going to give it to her just like that. He explained to her that Bridgerton had to tell her about the spy from the Argo Kingdom who was hiding in the Leon family. Ofen asked her rescuer if Bridgerton was not already dead. Ben assured her that he had kept him alive when he was dying to give him to her as a gift. Ofen clarified with Ben if that was true. She then asked Van why he had gone so far for her. Hey, Van lied to the girl. He did nothing for her. He created a table in his world and filled it with various things, told Ofen that there was a weapon on the table for a calm conversation, then quickly caught himself and corrected, supposedly means for conversation were prepared. Bridgerton called him a bastard and stated that he just called them weapons. Bridgerton was already as if he was about to die, so Van decided to heal him with mana. He asked Ofen to play with him as she wished. The girl froze in shock when she saw the weapon on the table. She wanted revenge, but she was still a very small child. Then Ofen approached closer and asked why she hesitated. Hearing his voice, the girl shuddered in shock again. He moved a little closer and reminded her that Bridgerton was the same man who actually slaughtered her family before her eyes. He asked if she had forgotten how the Hawkses had their hand cut off, how his heart was pierced, and how her brothers and sisters were torn to pieces. He reminded her that her relatives suffered as blood flowed endlessly and they died in agony. Ofen could not answer anything. He reminded her again about the man who smiled after killing her family, and about how at that moment she could do nothing. The girl felt her own helplessness again, her anger, her sorrow, her despair, and her pain. Then he asked if she really had forgotten all these feelings. Ofen fell to the ground and broke down mentally. She said that she never forgot her family for a single moment. Her tears turned into blood, and she told Van that she had forgotten nothing. Our guy placed his hand on her back and asked her to recall the emotions that were present that day. He ordered her to remember all her memories and pour them out. And he said that she must repay Bridgerton 1,000 times for the pain her family endured. With a disgusted expression, Ben declared that this was justified revenge. He asked if she didn't care or feel guilty, and advised her not to get involved in the garbage pen built by hypocrites. He stood up and said that this might be too difficult for a young person like Ofen. He promised to go first and asked Ofen to watch and learn. As soon as he said this, he removed all the flesh that kept Bridgerton chained. He built another table and placed Bridgerton on it. He pressed him with the flesh from that table, grabbed the torture device, and ordered the man not to move. He warned that if he moved, the pain would be much greater. He raised the instrument and told Bridgerton that he would allow him to speak every 6 hours, and also advised him to think carefully and make the right decision. The man was scared. He tried to tell our guy that he would say whatever he wanted, but his mouth was gagged with handcuffs. Unfortunately, we cannot show scenes of torture. The only thing we see is our guy preparing. As soon as he sliced an ingredient, Bridgerton screamed in pain, while Van cut each ingredient. The man begged him. Van could do nothing but scream. Then we watched him as he begged, blood flowing profusely from Bridgerton's eyes. Our guy was playing with him. After 6 hours, we see Ofen smiling brightly. She said she made a good, fairly clean cut. She turned to Van and told him she had already completely cleaned all the instruments. And our guy told her she did a great job. Van moves closer to the table and sees Bridgerton's distorted body. He warns, if he continues to hold on like this, it's the end for him, and reminds him that he promised to relieve him of this pain if he confesses. After that, Van asked the man why he doesn't believe in people. Bridgerton gathered his remaining strength and told Van he would tell. He begged our guy to kill him. He reveals the spy's identity to him. The scene switches, and we are transported to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Owan. We see the Grand Duke and his close associates discussing the situation. Someone says they have a spy. Another claims the capital's formation is completely deactivated. And since there was no battle, it was done by someone from inside. Another adds, only a few people have access to the capital's formation. Then he orders them to be summoned immediately and the spy to be exposed. And one of the officials asks, what is the point of doing this now? Sapphire pondered how this could have happened. He carefully filtered out all the spies because he was very wary of exactly this situation. At the very moment he was thinking, a soldier bursts into the room and reports that enemies who infiltrated the capital are killing citizens. The scene switches, and we see the sorcerers and soldiers of the Kingdom of Argo standing next to a large number of corpses. Jourdain covered himself with giant armor and told Olga that they would take care of this place. He asked her to move according to the plan and advised not to let her mana be detected. The woman unquestioningly accepted his order. Immediately she set off. Parkle pondered how he would have to stay close to George. Dane, one of the soldiers, approached Jourdain and asked how exactly they should act next. Jourdain responded by asking why he was even asking that question. With a grim smile on his face, he said that they would kill everyone they saw until Sapphire arrived. The scene changes, and we are taken back to the royal palace. We see the Grand Duke slamming his palm on the table in fury, calling the enemies cowards. And at that moment, a man reports that they have been trapped. Due to the prolonged war with the kingdoms of Argo and Bogra, the kingdom of Awana has consumed a significant portion of its military forces. Moreover, the royal family had already been killed, and their ally, Order Ethos, also ceased to exist. Now, with the kingdom of Awana in its most vulnerable state, from the western border, which was initially the main battlefield, the enemy pushed forward its entire army to tie down the forces of the kingdom of Awana on the front line. Having a spy among their own, whom they concealed, the enemy sent a separate group to infiltrate the capital, which remained in the rear. The nobleman told Sapphire that from now on they would be forced to disperse the troops and try to protect all the inhabitants of the capital. He also informed the Grand Duke that this war would end in their defeat. He explained to Sapphire that if they abandoned the citizens, they would also abandon the families of the soldiers fighting on the border at the cost of their own lives. Sapphire said that there is only one way to solve their problems. He announced that he would stay in the capital and inform the rest. They would all head to the border. The officers were stunned by what they heard. One of them told the Grand Duke that he was too reckless. Another reminded that they still did not know the scale of the enemy forces. Sapphire ordered them to close the northern and southern gates and lure the enemies to the eastern ones. He instructed to use the western gate as a path for rescuing citizens. He assigned Marquis Alex to oversee the evacuation, Baron Saran to handle communications and reports. And after the evacuation of citizens was completed, he ordered the officials to ring the cathedral bell 3 times. The official who was beside him told him that all military forces in the capital would take the front line as soon as the evacuation was finished. He informed Sapphire that their kingdom was doomed if they lost it too. He asked that he reconsider his actions once more, even if it is for the sake of his family. The Grand Duke approached the door and declared that all people in the kingdom are his family. He smiled and asked Marquis Alex to take good care of his wife and daughter. He activated his rune and transformed. They did not manage to stop him before he already jumped out of the room. He immediately arrived in the city. He raised his voice and shouted at the people who dared to mock his kingdom. Let them come out, show themselves. He assured them that he would tear their organs to pieces with his own hands. The fighter standing next to Jourdain asked if he heard what Sapphire said. Jourdain replied that he did. He said that Sapphire left exactly as expected, and added that the Grand Duke, filled with a sense of responsibility, would definitely behave that way. He rose from the bodies he was sitting on and declared that all they had left was to tie up Sapphire as they had planned. He covered his head with a unique helmet and declared that they needed to play a role along with the heroic plan led by the Grand Duke from the fallen kingdom. Jourdain has transformation runes. Leon Sapphire has the blue rune of the lion. It consumes a colossal amount of mana to enhance muscle strength, endurance, recovery, resistance to blows, and agility. The scene sharply shifts us to the past. We see Sapphire kneeling before the king. The king asks if he is already preparing for a new expedition. The Grand Duke answers yes, and explains to the king, Argo's provocations are becoming increasingly worthwhile. The king smiled gently and told Sapphire that he suffers just like that because of the lack of a king. He assured he eagerly awaits his safe turn. Sapphire assured the king that as soon as he returns, the drum of victory will sound again. Sapphire was unlucky. This time, when he did return, he saw horror. The king was already unconscious, severely wounded. Sapphire could not make himself believe what he saw. He had no idea how such a thing could have happened, and tears streamed from his eyes. The king gathered all his strength and told Sapphire that it was not his fault. He asked him not to suffer from the pain. He said it was his responsibility as an incapable king. He asked Sapphire to promise him one thing. He begged him to take care of the people of the kingdom who were suffering because of the foolish king, and told the Grand Duke that he was the only one now capable of protecting them. With tears in his eyes, Sapphire replied that he would gladly lay down his life to carry out his last order. The frames flicker, and we are transported to the present. The bodies of Ivano's citizens lie on the ground. Sapphire cautiously looked around. Wherever he turned, there were bodies everywhere. Buildings in the capital were burning. Sapphire could see only bodies around him. He closed his eyes from pain. As soon as he opened his eyes, it turned blue. In front of him, he saw Jourdain and enemy soldiers. Jordan asked Sapphire how many years had passed. Karkle said that he does not like being paired with Jordan, but this job looks quite interesting. Go away. As soon as he said this, even more soldiers stepped forward. Sapphire explained to Jordan that he knew. He would be here because the detachment was assembled from the separate forces of Argos. Jordan replied to the Grand Duke that he was very honored to see how he had been waiting for him. Sapphire noted, almost all enemy forces gathered right there. It remained only to buy time until the evacuation of citizens was completed and to pin down the enemy squads here. Sapphire remembered the king's last order. He promised himself he would protect the people. Jordan hit the soldier who was next to him and told Sapphire that he could not imagine how long he had waited for this moment. Immediately, as soon as he spoke these words, the soldier's body began to crumble and slowly transform into another form. Sapphire watched as the man changed. She told Jourdain that his runic art was truly extremely unpleasant. Jourdain asked him not to say that. He said it would hurt him. He addressed the Grand Duke, saying that in fact he was soft and delicate, despite how he looked. Immediately after this, he said once more, and transformed the soldier's body into a huge spiked battle axe hammer. He begged Sapphire to treat him better. Jordan's rune of transmutation allows him to use mana to effortlessly, freely deform the shape of living creatures he touches. He charged the Sapphire at a furious speed, and as soon as he came closer, he swung his battle hammer. The attack pushed Sapphire back. Before he could get up again, Karkle appeared behind him and asked not to forget that he was here too. He made his hand bigger and struck Sapphire with a strong punch right in the face. This attack pushed Grand Duke back. Although the blows looked powerful, they actually did nothing to Sapphire. Grand Duke decided to keep playing by these people's rules until the evacuation of citizens was complete. Jordan grabbed two soldiers and told Sapphire that he was not concentrating at all. He asked the man if he was feeling unwell. Jordan slammed the heads of the two soldiers together with a crash. He looked at Grand Duke and asked if something else was distracting him. Jordan threw the ball up. He used his mace to hit the ball and send it straight at Sapphire. The ball hit Grand Duke in the stomach and pushed him back, forcing him to fly away. Karkle appeared behind him. He caught Sapphire in the face and delivered a powerful blow. At the very same place, the attack with a roar drove Sapphire into the ground and destroyed the space around. Karkle lifted Sapphire with his enhanced arm. He asked Jourdain if this was really the man their king feared, and said that Sapphire was quite weak. Jourdain asked the man to watch his words. He explained that Sapphire simply could not focus on his clash with them. In a thunderous tone, he promised Karkle that he would turn him into toilet paper if he insulted Sapphire again. Parkwell called him a freak, and he asked him to say whom he supported. Barely had he uttered this, something metallic rang in his ears. He wondered what idiot even listens to music in the middle of a war. As soon as these words left his lips, Sapphire grabbed his hand and squeezed tightly. He slowly stood up, unfolded his energy, and said that the bell had rung 3 times, so the evacuation was complete. He grew even stronger and ordered Parkle. There was no point in pretending and entertaining them any longer. Parkle was forced to kneel before him. He kicked him in the head and threw him aside. Parkour, running, pressed his body against the wall. That's all. Jourdain rushed at Sapphire from the side. He told the Grand Duke that he was finally taking the fight seriously. Van and Sapphire began exchanging blows. Grand Duke quickly took the initiative and started suppressing Jourdain with his attacks. He pushed him back and punched him in the face. His blow broke part of the helmet. Jourdain smiled and told Sapphire that he was fine, then asked, "Hit harder." Parkle got up from this pile of debris. He apologized to Grand Duke for having called him weak earlier. Jourdain rushed forward at Sapphire. Jourdain grabbed 2 soldiers and turned them into axes. He charged Sapphire from the side, and the Grand Duke clasped his hands together and gathered all his energy as soon as he saw them coming straight at him. He activated a skill known as Lion's Heart. He gathered mana in his palms and swung at his opponents, destroying Jourdain's axe and decapitating Parkle. The 2 men had no chance. In the next scene, we are transported to the Leon family estate. We see Olga looking at the estate from a cliff. She took off her glasses and said she needed to change clothes to start. At the estate, the Marquis informs Adi and another woman that the Grand Duke has ordered everyone, both guests and estate servants, to evacuate immediately. Adi turned to her servants and called them. Their names were Laura and Hamel. She entrusted them with evacuating the household staff, asking them to take responsibility and safely lead everyone out. The servants accepted her order. So in the end, Adi decided to inform the guests about the evacuation. She turned to the woman beside her and called her mother. Adi said she would see her on the evacuation route. The woman begged her daughter to be careful. Immediately she heard this. Adi ran out of the room. The sign wrote that Adi was truly stunning. He could not believe that such a young girl did not hesitate at all. The Grand Duchess said that this was completely natural. She explained to him that Adi already knew. This decision was made by the Grand Duke, and the survival of the kingdom depended on it. Luna added that Adi was the next head of the family, so she already knew. There was no time for mourning. In fact, Adi cried, and it was just like that. With wet eyes, she ran to meet the guests. Luna told the Marquis that she understood the situation. She asked him to continue helping with the evacuation of citizens, and she also assured she was keeping everything under control at the estate. The Marquis replied that he would see her again on the evacuation route. The scene changes, and we see Adi bursting into Apollon's room. She informs Apollon and Hugh that they need to evacuate. The two men froze in surprise as soon as they heard these words. Hugh asked Adi what was happening. The girl informed him that the Kingdom of Argo had declared full-scale war on them, and that enemy forces had already broken into the royal capital. Palin told her that they would join the fight. As soon as he said it, he realized he had lost one leg. His crutch lay beside him. Dust froze in shock. Adi turned to the men and said that none of them were currently able to fight. She asked them to focus on evacuation. Hugh informed her that Van and Anna were upstairs. The girl said she would go for them. She asked Hugh to support Pauline. She quickly ran upstairs, but she did not manage to reach Van's room. Someone entered the corridor and said she no longer needed to meet with Versa. She replied that her target had literally come into her hands herself, and Adi, turning around, was stunned. An unfamiliar woman stood behind her. The stranger turned out to be Olga. She held two strange whips that looked like scorpion stingers. Olga smiled at Adi and swung her whips. Adi froze in shock when she saw the whips flying straight at her. Just as the whips were about to touch her, someone burst through the wall with a crash and broke into the building. It turned out to be Charlotte. The woman said that Volkov's intuition never fails. Adi shuddered when she saw her. She asked why she was here. Charlotte did not answer the question and instead asked if Adi was injured. Charlotte said she would hold Olga back and asked Adi to go to the Grand Duchess. Olga forcibly smiled. She asked Charlotte if she thought she could easily mold her into an obedient one. She snapped the whips and asked Adi if she really thought she would manage to escape. In another part of the mansion, meanwhile, Van and Offen are coming out of the mad world. Our guide told the girl that she could drag someone along as she pleased. He asked not to rush with the killing, saying this person is still useful. Offen assured him, no problem. It was about Bridgerton, and somehow it happened that they placed Bridgerton's head on a dog's body and even attached a strange collar. Grimacing maliciously, Bridgerton called them mad and asked why they spoke so sadly, bringing him to this state. He wondered if they were not afraid of the heavens and declared that this was a humiliation of human dignity. Van managed to put Bridgerton into the dog's body thanks to his ninth weapon, known as the obedient shackles. These are restraining shackles that forcibly bind living beings together. All actions of the creature in the obedient shackles will be controlled by Castor. While Bridgerton was shouting, Offen asked him to sit down. When he heard this, Bridgerton got even angrier. He couldn't believe that this girl was giving him orders. Before he could say anything, Charlotte broke the floor and entered the room. Olga pushed her away. The woman started using the whips and began destroying the room. Van grabbed Offen and Bridgerton and rushed out of the room. He couldn't understand what exactly was happening. Charlotte managed to lead Adi outside. Adi turned to our guy and said that he needed to evacuate. She added that this was a hostile attack. Charlotte asked Adi who these children were. The girl replied that they were guests of her father. Olga stepped forward and told Charlotte that she has very accurate eyesight. She did not expect the woman to dodge all her attacks. She smiled and said that a very long time had passed since she felt such admiration. And now she said she would seriously go for her. And as soon as she said this, several darts slid out of her back, and she threw them towards Charlotte. They are in Charlotte, she said. She asked Charlotte to try to dodge the attack. Olga possesses the ruin bone explosion. It allows extending segmented bones beyond the body and freely controlling them. Charlotte knew if she dodged, her lady and the other children would be in danger. She had to block everything. She lifted her hair and activated her rune. Her eyes emitted a red glow. So Charlotte has the rune Crimson Eye. Its effect is limited to targets she sees. She can peek into the future 2 seconds ahead in the form of trembling crimson waves. Charlotte saw every bone move even before they reached her. She quickly began swinging the sword and parried each attack with strike after strike. Olga was amazed. She quickened her own attacks and asked the woman to move even faster. Charlotte understood that she would not be able to fend off all these attacks. She began to be pushed back. Olga still managed to hit her with several blows. Audi froze upon seeing what happened to Charlotte. She asked if she was okay. Charlotte asked her not to worry about it. As soon as she said that, Audi noticed something strange. She noticed that she no longer felt her mana. Olga asked if she really could not feel her mana. Charlotte, in response, asked what exactly she had done. Olga licked her whip and explained to her that she had cut off the flow of mana circulating through Charlotte's nervous system. The mana accumulated by a sorcerer bonds with the blood in the bone marrow and stabilizes. That stabilized mana in the bone marrow is lifted through the heart and spreads throughout the body along with the blood through the nervous system. This is the core of the mana work. Mana concentrates at specific intervals along the nervous system, and these points are called acupoints. Olga explained to Charlotte that she had struck her acupoints to block the mana flow. As soon as these words left her lips, she used bones to attack Charlotte. The woman spat out some blood. Spitting out blood, she collapsed to the ground. Olga grabbed her and said that she had held on quite well, then asked her to be proud of herself. With a terrifying gleam in her eyes, Olga turned to Adi and declared that she would beat her half to death and drag her away. Adi did not expect Charlotte to lose. She believed she could help if she used her rune properly. Immediately, Olga took a step forward and felt something wrong. When she looked down, she saw that Charlotte was holding her leg tightly. Charlotte shouted to Adi to run away. Olga grimaced irritably upon seeing that Charlotte was holding her leg. She raised the bones and told the woman that she would maim her so that she could never use her mana again. Before Olga could rush at Charlotte, Vin screamed and called her a perverted old lady. Olga froze in place as soon as she heard how Vin called her. With an expression of anger on her face, she turned to the vampire. Our guy released his energy and told her that he actually did not care what she did. He declared that he had business in this mansion, called her a perverted old woman again, and asked if she could get lost. Olga smiled. She sharply pushed her bones into Van and asked if she looked like an old woman. Our guy activated his rune and took out Beonjukdo, so he decided to use the first form of the sword. The blade split into two parts. He used the continuous flash technique to block each of the bones. Charlotte was stunned. Our guy deflected absolutely every strike. One thing troubled her: who he was. Then he gathered his sword back together and used the second form, known as Heavenly Pole. The sword sharply lengthened, became incredibly long, and struck Olga right in the chest. The woman was stunned. Seeing this, she could not believe that there was a sorcerer of such level in the Leon family. Van stepped closer to Olga with his sword, told the woman that anyone could see she was an old lady. After that, he delivered a heavy blow with a technique known as the Great Crush. Olga was harshly knocked to the ground. Audi and Charlotte were shocked to see what Van Diff had done. Van held Olga thought about someone named Versa. She stubbornly convinced herself this was not at all what she had agreed to with Versa. Van returned to Audi and asked if this was the only person who attacked the kingdom. The girl revealed to him the army of the Kingdom of Argo had already reached the royal capital. Just as Van released Olga, Luna arrived and called out to Adi and Charlotte. She asked what exactly was happening. Adi replied to her mother they were attacked by the enemy, and the enemy has already been subdued. The Grand Duchess addressed her daughter and asked if she felt any pain anywhere. Adi assured her that she did not. Then she told her mother that Charlotte was in a much worse condition. Charlotte finally said she was fine. While they were talking, Bridgerton was intently watching the Grand Duchess. He was sure he had seen her face before. He suddenly quickly remembered something. He called Van and asked if he remembered the characteristics of the spy from the Kingdom of Argo, whom he had mentioned earlier. Ben said he remembered. Bridgerton told him that was good. He replied that he would do something now. He asked Van to keep his eyes open and watch carefully. Applying potion to Charlotte's wounds, the Grand Duchess explained to her that evacuation was their top priority. She said she would only provide basic first aid for now. Charlotte thanked Luna for her help. The Grand Duchess raised her voice and announced that the evacuation of family members and guests was complete. She said only the people there remained to be evacuated. Immediately after she said this, Bridgerton rushed forward and struck her right in the face. In response, the Grand Duchess pushed him aside. Bridgerton called out to Van and asked if he could see clearly. Luna's face turned red. She even gritted her teeth in anger and called Bridgerton a crazy freak, then asked what exactly he had done. Then Van noticed something upon hearing these words. He lunged at Luna and punched her right in the face. Audi and Charlotte were stunned to see this. Charlotte instantly stopped Van with her sword before he could attack Luna again. She called him a freak and asked what he was doing to the Grand Duchess, then also asked if the Grand Duchess from the Leon family went everywhere covering her face with an artificial mask. Mask, Charlotte asked. What are you even talking about? With a trembling tone in her voice, Adi asked her mother what was on her face. Luna laughed as her artificial face slowly cracked. She said that she never expected to see a person who would slap the Grand Duchess in the face without any warning, and added that it was her negligence. Charlotte was stunned to see what was happening. She wondered if it was a spy disguised as the Grand Duchess. She was sure she could feel the mana of the Grand Duchess from this woman. Van recalled hearing once, "This spy wears an artificial mask made by Kizarak. Under normal circumstances, the real face behind the mask would never be revealed. Unfortunately for this spy, the one who directly helped make this mask became Van's dog. Our guy pet Bridget and took retribution for what he did. The man called him a demonic freak and asked him not to even touch him. The spy was surprised to see Bridget. She was sure that the hired squad of Thea had been completely destroyed. Charlotte turned to Van and asked if he meant that the Grand Duchess was a spy of the Kingdom of Argo, then added, she didn't care whether he believed it or not. He told the spy that Kezarak had conveyed she knows where Akratos is right now. With a grim expression on his face, our guy addressed her and declared that he had many questions for her. He added that two of them needed to have a pleasant, cozy conversation. The woman replied that she had hidden her identity for decades. She did not expect to be exposed because of a single moment of carelessness. Audi asked her mother what she meant. She said she did not understand this situation. The woman removed this mask and explained to Audi. There was nothing complicated here. She said that Van was right. After that, she confessed that she was a spy from the Kingdom of Argo, and she turned out to be Versa. Charlotte and Addie froze in shock as soon as they saw the true face of the Grand Duchess. While they were intently looking at her, Olga raised her head and asked why she hesitated, whether she had forgotten about the operation. Hearing Olga's words, Van became interested in this operation. Versa said that the operation was supposed to kidnap Addie and deliver her to the Argo Kingdom. Olga asked the woman why she was just standing there if she knew this, and reminded her that this was her last mission. She explained that if Versa failed this task, everyone in the tribe would be considered lost. Olga asked Versa if she had forgotten about this. Versa knew she was right. She reminded herself that she had been stealing her resolve for this very moment all along and had been waiting for it for decades. Yet something else was holding her back, preventing her from simply crossing the line, instead of already moving forward. To turn to Charlotte and Audi, she cautiously glanced at Audi. Suddenly it occurred to her, maybe her determination was still insufficient. While Versa was thinking, someone washed her through the orb, and he immediately said that nothing would come of it that way. The man took the doll and said that Versa was now carrying out an important mission, and ordered the doll to obey its master. As soon as he said this, the man who, as it turned out, was Kratos, infused his energy into the doll and he engraved it. Immediately he did it. Versa felt something in her own body. She screamed in pain. Jane later turned to Bridgeton and asked what exactly was happening. Versa's eyes suddenly darkened, becoming completely black. She sharply turned to Addie and rushed to her. Charlotte took a stance and begged Versa to stop. In an unpleasantly strange tone in her voice, Versa ordered Charlotte to stay away from Addie. Charlotte herself jumped out of the way as soon as she heard the order. The woman was stunned to see what was happening. She could not believe that her body was moving on its own. Versa grabbed Addie and dashed forward. She stated that Addie was already under control, asked Olga to open the way with formation magic. Olga stood up and opened a portal before them. She and Versa rushed to the portal. Charlotte tried to make her body move. She knew everything would end as soon as she lost Addie. Then Addie rushed past her. However, Addie asked Versa where she was going. He told her that she still hadn't answered his question. Olga asked Versa to do something about Van. Versa used her strange voice and ordered Van to get away. Van heard this and stopped, ceasing to move. His legs began to move backward on their own. Actually, unfortunately for Versa, she did not know that our guy was crazy. He could not accept that his quest would end with such a ridiculous, absurd conclusion. He used a sword and stabbed himself in the leg. With a terrible expression on his face, he told Versa that she would not be able to stop him. He quickly rushed at Versa before he managed to grab her leg and stop her. But suddenly, several huge bones crawled out of the portal. The portal opened, and from it burst straight at him. Our guy instantly jumped back before they could hit. Okratos came out of the portal and stood before Versa. He told Van that he was trying to kill him and did not expect him to dodge all the blows. He also added, "You're not that bad." Van froze from the icy shock as soon as he saw Kratos. He could not believe his own eyes. Akratos told him that he must not allow him to carelessly touch his toy with dirty hands. Van completely lost control and sharply raised his voice, shouting, "Kratos!" Thus he activated Annihilation Fist and Black Heaven Kick. He rushed at Kratos. He started working with his fists and leapt to intercept every attack of Akratos. It seemed Kratos did not worry about Van's defense for a moment, but Van just increased the speed of his attack. While he was focused on the fight with Van, Anna watched him from the corner. She appeared behind Kratos and touched instead of the shoulder. She quickly disappeared before anyone could notice her presence. She felt relief. She managed to leave behind a rune as insurance. While she was still thinking, Van swung his sword and hit Kratos in the legs. He managed to cut the ankle and knock him down. Even when he was lying down, Kratos did not look confused at all. He asked Versa to go first. The woman entered the portal together with Adi, and the portal slowly closed behind her back. Van raised his sword and told Kratos that he had no time to look away. Kratos told our guy that he did not know who he was, but he had fun. He said goodbye to Van. His body turned into a doll and released several rats. Then he was shocked when he saw that he had pierced the doll. He had no idea where this doll came from. Anna informed Vanu that it was a dummy. She explained to him that it was a type of toy that absorbs mana through formation magic and transforms into the exact appearance of the one who uses it. As soon as the distance between the user and the mannequin becomes even slightly greater, immediately it turns into a wooden doll. While Anna was speaking, a whole mass of snakes appeared in the air. They closed into a huge sphere right above the ground. Charlotte was stunned when she saw this. She could not understand what exactly was in front of her and said that it was disgusting. The large ball of snakes formed an eye and a mouth for itself. It was used to proclaim, "I am Kyrian, king of Argo." Kyrian asked Sapphire to listen carefully and promised that if the Grand Duke wants to safely get his daughter, he must come to the kingdom of Argo. At the border of the kingdom of Ivana, the same ball of snakes delivered the same message. Kyrian ordered the Grand Duke to come alone without bringing any troops. Russell asked Valkov what exactly was happening. In the capital of the kingdom of Awana, we see the same ball of snakes carrying the same message. Garion announced to the Duke that he would tear off Eddie's limbs and give them to the beasts if Adi acted against his demands, and that he would kill every citizen, leaving no one alive. He told Sapphire that he did not want history to remember him as a bloodthirsty tyrant. While the sphere slowly disappeared into the air, Parian informed Sapphire that he was looking forward to the meeting. With him, Sapphire immediately stopped, ceasing to destroy Jourdain's body as soon as he heard the announcement. Jourdain smiled and told him to hurry back to his family because an unexpected gift was already waiting for him. Sapphire could not believe that something had happened to his daughter. He jumped out of the arena. After he left, Jourdain asked Parkla if he was still alive. Parkla was torn apart by the Grand Duke, just like Jourdain. He said he was no longer able to be reborn. Jourdain said that both were already finished. He added that if he died, he would no longer be able to see Sapphire. He asked Parkla to eat him. He explained to him that he could live if Parkla absorbed him with his ruin. He said he could become part of Parkla and reunite with Sapphire. Parker laughed and told Jourdain that he had completely lost his mind. The scene switches, and we are sent back to the mansion again. We see Van getting up. Anna asks him where he is going. Van reminds her that the formation has closed, and the mannequin has become a doll again. He says that Kratos most likely controlled this mannequin from the kingdom of Argo. Anna asked him if he would fly to Argo alone. She said directly, "Are you out of your mind?" With a chilling tone in his voice, he said that he had finally found for Lindum the reason he had endured 1,000 years. Anna told him that it was the same look in his eyes that he had when he was searching for Kezarek. She asked if his true goal of revenge was Kratos. Van replied that it was none of her business. Then he asked her to stay out of it. Anna asked him to listen to what she had to say. She stated that perhaps she could help him with the revenge. He did not expect to hear that. Before he could say anything, a figure landed beside them. He looked, and it turned out to be the Grand Duke. With a frightened expression on his face, he asked Van what had happened to his daughter. Charlotte knelt down and bowed her head before Sapphire, apologizing to him. After that, she said that they had failed to protect the young lady. Sapphire transformed back into a human and fell to his knees. Anna said that the people they needed had gathered here just in time. Anna called Sapphire the handsome lord and told him that they needed to talk a little about the safe rescue of Audi. The next day, we are brought to the Grand Duke's estate. In the room, we see Hugh and 3 border commanders. Charlotte asks Volkov if the front line at the border is really stable now. Volkov replies that it is. He informs her that the troops of the kingdoms of Argo have even left their barracks and fully retreated. Russell said he was shocked that their good Grand Duchess was a spy. Charlotte said the whole kingdom would shudder if this matter leaked out. She said it all happened because of her. Volkov asked her to stop and said now is not the time to reveal the truth about the spy. He explained to those present that first they need to figure out how to deal with the absurd demands of the kingdom of Argo. Sapphire enters the room together with Van and Anna. He says he has already decided to fulfill their demand. Valkov explained to his suzerain that there is no guarantee that Adi will be returned alive, even if he goes to the kingdom of Argo alone. Hugh told the Grand Duke that Valkov is right. This is a hostage situation, not negotiations, and a trap is definitely set there. Sapphire replied that he knows this. He explained to the whole group that Adi will disappear before she can become a bargaining chip, and every citizen will be at risk if he does not fulfill the enemy's demand. Valkov informed his lord that this is still too reckless, so Sapphire raised his hand and asked him to calm down. He explained to him that he does not intend to recklessly march to Argo alone. He asked Anna if she could explain the plan she proposed to him yesterday. The woman said she could not. Again, Russell began asking his comrades who Anna was. Anna asked everyone to focus and listen carefully because she hates explaining things twice. She will say everything only once. Smiling, she asked, "Well then, open your ears and listen scrupulously." The scene changes, and we are transported to the royal castle of the Kingdom of Argo. We see Sapphire walking to the castle gates without a shirt. The guard reported to Lieutenant Yahello that Sapphire had already arrived. Lupin did not expect the Grand Duke to actually come alone, so he said that he was quite brave. He ordered the guard to open the castle gates and inform the king that Sapphire had arrived. The Grand Duke entered the castle. From afar, they observed him through a telescope and said that it was time for them to start their part of the operation. Anna turned to the group and asked if they were ready. They replied that they were. Ben told her that they could start right now. Anna smiled and said that she would begin the transfer. She said that their destination was the Royal Castle Argo of the Kingdom. Please send the English original and the Ukrainian draft of one line that needs to be cleaned up. Friends, we have reached the end of our video. If you want more such reviews, write in the comments. Don't forget to like and press the subscribe button so you don't miss new retellings. See you later.